I1, Prologue. Sieg opened his eyes as a new day dawned. Checking the time, he dressed up in casual clothing consisting of a stripped white t-shirt, jeans, and a black jacket. He checked in the mirror. Standing at 5 feet 10, rough black hair, a soft face which could be quite feminine but still with a hint of masculinity. A 16-year-old boy stood in the mirror. The only thing off about this, is he dead black soulless eyes which would put anyone off staring into them. This isn't the case, it's just that Sieg can hide his emotions so deeply due to his childhood. It's natural to him as everything is boring and monochromatic. The only thing that brought life to him was anime. Like every other day, he tried to add emotion to his face. The result? His eyes twitched remarkably fast as he attempted to demonstrate any emotion. Sigh. He gave up his tempted at basic human functions and went to the bathroom. After he went through his morning routine, he went downstairs only to be greeted by eyes which saw him as trash. Ignoring the stares, he left the house. He had no time to spend with a family which ignored him like garbage. But he didn't care anymore. What he did care about was the anime convention he was going to. Even when his soul was jumping in joy, his face was emotionless. Arriving at the train station, he waited patiently for his train until he saw a flash of lighting, which the first thing he thought was how odd lighting in a sunny day, and the next what the fuck. As the lighting cleaved the train upwards off the track and towards him. Time seemed to stop as he stared at the train, scared shitless but still carried a blank face. His eyes darted around quickly as his took every bit of information he could see. Homing in onto a small boy, which was in the train's flight path, he saw his fear and his dread. Looking at the middle-aged woman which seemed to be the boy's mother. He saw her failing to move in hopes of saving him. He saw fear, concern, and hopelessness. Seeing this, he knew what he had to do, but the air felt solid as his body refused to move. Come on! He screamed into his mind. Exerting as much pressure as he could, his body started to move, albeit very slowly. Urgh! He forced more strength into his body as he saw the train coming closer in his peripherals. Without noticing, his eyes glowed a pale red as he exerted inhuman strength into his legs, catapulting his body towards the boy and pushing him out of harm's way. For the first time in his life, a smile decorated his face. His eyes glowed with satisfaction as he had achieved a part of his dream before his death. His dream to be like the anime characters that he sees, to be a hero, an inspiration, to be so goddamn cool and to save someone. Darkness. What greeted him was an expanse of darkness, but oddly he knew what had happened after his death. He had managed to push the boy away, saving him, and somehow with unbelievable strength stopped the train in place, causing no deaths except for some minor injuries for the pedestrians. In return for this strength, his body had broken down within mere microseconds that it seemed like there were no one there to begin with. But he didn't mind. He felt good to save someone like his anime heroes. While he was basking in his satisfactory in saving someone, golden light seemed to accumulate in his soul. Ding! Congratulating the host in bonding with the divine anime system. Nanny the fuck? Sieg was startled when a feminine voice rang out in his head. Who? Where? Come out. Host, please calm down as I run you through the current situation. How in the hell do you expected me to calm down after having a voice call out to you, in the silent void? His heart rate increased as he felt fear for the unknown. His face might be blank but his mind in absolute chaos. Ding. Affirmative, host is correct. Forcing status effect calm, level high in 5, 4, 1. Ding. Done. Host, may we speak now? Oi, you missed 2 and 3. Strangely, I felt incredibly calm as my heart rate dropped to normal levels. Ding. I have determined to miss number 2 and 3 as proven by dentists in your world. It makes the patient unprepared and less fear is built up. Air. Point taken, so what do you mean my world? Are there other worlds? Host is correct in his assumption. Now, host, please be silent while I finish explaining the current situation to you. First off, the reason that I have bonded with the host is due to the fact that you, the host, was robbed of your emotions as an accident by the higher beings. Unfortunately, the effect was irreversible, which even the higher beings can undo. However, by some miracle you broke through it. Although only in soul, while your outward appearance was frozen in a dead-like state, it was still amazing as host managed to undo that even the higher beings can't. So while being shocked they had decided to see the cause, and finding it to be what you term as anime, the higher beings decided to create an alternate universe containing some of these anime worlds using a divine item. And as compensation and gratitude in your contribution, the higher being have decided to present you with me, the system, to help you on a path to becoming a higher being. Okay, I understand the essentials, but can't you call the higher beings gods though? Ding. Host brings up a good point, as gods do exist, but the higher beings are very powerful but not yet to the standard of God. This is not in the skills such as creation but in overall power. But one can still become a god in the aspect of healing. The terms differ for each aspect. Alright, since higher being are a mouthful, are you able to label them as ascendant? Ding. If that is what hosts desires, then it shall be done. So what shall I call you? It'll be awkward to call you with hey or oi. Ding. I don't possess a name. Would host like to designate a name? Sure, so can I call you Eve? Ding. System name designated to, Eve. Also, can you stop the dinging sound? It rings in my ears and makes me so goddamn uncomfortable. Affirmative. So where to first, or can I choose where to go? Host has a choice of 5 worlds for you to build up your foundation and strength. I shall make the list with 1 being most recommended. 1 Naruto World. Reason good world for building foundations in the 5 basic element, and basic body training and reinforcement. 2 Boku no Hero Academia World. Reason good for ability training, body training, and moral build-up training. 3 Danmachi World. Reason good for steady growth, blessings, and steady increase in monster levels. 4 Bleach World. Reason good for spiritual training, swordsmanship, and ability training. 5 One Piece World. Reason medium to high level body training and reinforcement, medium to high level willpower development and combat practice with people having abilities that make them invulnerable to most aspects. So what is your choice, host? For the first world it shall be 2. Rebirth Part 1. For the first world it shall be Boku no Hero Academia. Affirmative. May host tell me the reason for this? Sure. While Naruto is a good choice for practicing elements, I would need to adapt to all the slaughter in the world. I can't change my mentality with a snap of a finger. The same with the others except for Hero Academia. While there are death and villains, it would allow me to ease into the violence. Host has made a very logical choice. The system will reward you with a power of your choice that does not surpass a certain threshold. Granting item ID choice of abilities item level, King adding to inventory. Success. Eve, so you've been talking about item/status levels and I don't have anything to compare it with, so can you explain please? Sure, the items are graded in the ranks of common, uncommon, rare, super rare, high, king, world, sovereign, ascendant, divine, god. Also host, even the common grade items are on par with a quirk in Hero Academia World. Ida Tensei's quirk would be classified as a uncommon quirk as he has improved upon it with Recipro Burst. While a quirk like One for All and All for One would be high grade, closing in on the king grade. Well damn, isn't this too overpowered? Host is incorrect with that statement as each power has a drawback. The stronger it is, the bigger requirements. Example would be if you had a god grade ability or item without the necessary requirements, you wouldn't even bring out 0.1% of its potential. Midoriya Izuku is an example of this. While One for All is a high-grade quirk, even with extreme training Izuku cannot bring out more than a quarter of its power without damaging his body. And even then that is compared to what Toshinori/All Might's power, as he haven't even touched 30% of its full potential. Well, that clears up a lot of the questions I have. Emergency protocol activated. Void is destabilizing as the host should have entered reincarnation. Time limit 2 minutes. May host quickly decide way of rebirth before time runs out. Options available. Family state. Host would be born in a family with being able to customized body status such as gender or appearance when matured. Host would be born with a loving family. ID provided by family. Orphan state. Host would be born as a orphan, allows customization of gender and appearance. Quirk would be randomized. Good chance of education. Host would have orphan ID. Teenage state. Host would be a teenager in a forest with provided clothing. Allows customization of age between 12 to 19, gender and appearance. Quirk is randomized. Host would have no ID and small chance of education. Body foundations would be common grade. Adult state. Host would be an adult in a forest with provided clothing. Allows customization of age over 20 to 35, gender and appearance. Quirk is randomized. No ID and no chance of education. Body foundations would be uncommon grade. Time of rebirth may be chosen after selection. Holy shit. 1 minute left. Fuck. I chose orphan state. And born the same time as Midoriya. Transferring host now. Rebirth protocol orphan state time 14 years before main plot start, transfer successful. As the void collapsed, Sieg's silhouette flashed with a golden light and disappeared into what seemed like a baby blue portal. Consciousness faint, Sieg managed to realize he was in a form of liquid and quickly decided to make the situation clear. Eve, you there? Where are we now? Host is in the womb of the mother a week before birth. Would host like a run through of the current system and status? Go ahead, Eve. The system has 6 main sections starting from the status inventory, skills shop, quests, lottery. Each one is self-explanatory, so I shall ignore that unless host states otherwise. Currently the host's status are: Name, Sieg. Age 0, 16. Level 0. Body common grade. Soul king grade. Willpower, high grade. Skills/quirk and/A. I have determined to leave accurate status out as host could become too reliant on them, since there are many people who can defeat enemies with higher levels and body status with skills alone. On the path of godhood, host must be vigilant at all times. Thanks for the reminder, Eve, but what can we do for 1 week while I wait for my birth? Host may open the system gift package, choice of abilities King Grade and train in willpower and soul force. Okay Eve, can you open the gift pack first? Opening gift pack 20%, 70%, 100%. Host has gained 10,000 shop points. Soul Training Manual Volume 1 Rare Grade. Lottery Tickets X5. Fire Demon Slayer Magic Super Rare. Well damn, that's pretty good. Eve, show me what I can choose for the King Grade abilities please. With pleasure. Earthquake Fruit. Raijin Jaka. Sodi no Shirayuki. Phoenix Fruit. Angel Fruit. Unlimited Blade Works. Tatsumaki's Telekinesis, One Punch Man. Please pick from the current list. I'll choose Unlimited Blade Works as it is one of the most diverse powers I have seen. And also because it's so goddamn cool. Affirmative, integrating magical circuits for the ability Unlimited Blade Works King Grade. Success. Wait, it's that easy? Isn't it supposed to hurt changing my body? Host is correct that it is supposed to hurt, but this is a one-time situation as host's body haven't been born yet, so the modification wouldn't hurt, but in the future any change would in your terms. Shit hurts like a bitch. Well, might as well integrate the Fire Demon Slayer magic too. Understood, success. Quick question Eve, can I buy some abilities now and integrate with them? Yes, but host is advised to hold off as the pressure would cause you to implode into a premature death since your body can't handle multiple sources of power. 2 is the maximum you can handle right now. And before hosts asks why I didn't tell host, it's because host only has 2 power with the gift and the reward, and if host had wanted more host would have to ask me to purchase from the shop. Sign. Eve, show me the lottery please. 3. Rebirth Part 2. Eve, show me lottery please. Affirmative. Lottery draws X5. Rewards items, abilities, shop points and common 40%. Uncommon 25%. Rare 15%. Super rare 5%. High 2.5%. King 1.5%. World 0.4%. Sovereign 0.3%. Ascendant 0.2%. Divine 0.07%. God 0.03%. Chances of better graded items are increased with the Special Lottery, Premium Lottery, and the Divine Lottery. When host draws 10 tickets, host would get 1 for free. As a first-time bonus, common to rare chances are decreased while super rare to king are increased. Would host like to draw now? Offer ends in 24H. Offer ends in 24HRS. I wanted to get 10 tickets first. Fuck it, draw please. At this command a jingle resembling the sounds of a casino machine rang out 5 separate times. After which, Sieg sees a holographic screen in his mind showing his rewards. Congratulating host for getting Body Tempering Pills X7 Uncommon. Healing Pills X10 Rare. Weighted Training Deer Wrists Ankles 10 kg Common. Might Guy's Youthful Way of Training Complete Edition High. Magic Training 101 for Beginners Uncommon. What? 2 commons? Really? HAAA, forget it. Eve, how can I train in soul and willpower in the weeks wait for my birth? I will imprint the Soul Training Manual Volume 1 into your soul so that you can access the knowledge at any time. As for willpower, survive not talking to me for 1 week and not break under the pressure of loneliness. But don't worry, you can do it. Is it weird I imagined a person looking like a little sister saying the last sentence with a thumbs up at the end? Host, stop violating my image and it is recommended for you create your appearance, unless host would like to keep your previous image. Ito, sorry, and keep most of it the same but change my hair and eyes. Make the hair white like Archer from the Fate series and make my eyes a deep blue. Affirmative, however I'm sorry to say that I cannot change the host's eyes as they have turned permanently scarlet red due to you breaking the limit in the final moments of you saving the boy. Meh, that's fine, white and red's pretty good too. I'll start the soul training now. So it says I nerd to calm down and begin to meditate while I slowly try to feel my surroundings? Doesn't seem too hard. Breath in. Breath out. Hey. I fell asleep. At percent number at percent dollar at dollar at percent number percent I wasted my week start. Eve, why didn't you wake me up? Host is incorrect. I have attempted to wake up host but host's mind seemed under a lot of pressure and needed to relax, so I left host alone after a day of trying. Also at one point you told me to, and I quote, fuck off and let me sleep. Fuck. Eve. Yes host. I'm sorry. Please don't go. Rest assured host, I won't leave until you have attained godhood. Even then can you stay with me? I can't really tell anyone my secret, you know. And you're the only one I can share this with. Understood host, I shall stay until host doesn't need me anymore. Not quite what I had in mind, but thanks Eve. You're welcome. So how long till my birth, Eve? Host has roughly. Cutting her voice off, Sieg felt a crushing pressing pushing him in a direction. Surprised at the sudden force, Sieg had no time to prepare himself for the freezing cold winds that caused him to black out. His last words before blacking out were, "She." While Sieg blacked out, a beautiful woman was cradling a baby in her hands. "I'm sorry son, I'm a failure. I can't take you back. You'll be treated so cruelly," she says while weeping, gently looking at her son. "Look at you, just like my sister. Even though you're a boy you look so beautiful. I'll call you Rei, it's a neutral name. It's her name too. I can imagine it, you'll looking so dashing in your future. I have so much I want to say but any longer and it would be bad. They'll find you and take you away, I'm sorry. If you can hear me. Your full name would be Rei Todoroki and I love you with all my heart." Unknown to her, Eve was listening to her and decided record her farewell for Sieg. Placing Sieg, now known as Rei, into a basket. She knocks on a door to the orphanage and quickly hid herself while she watches the nun pick him up and bring him away. "I'm sorry," she whispered as she ran away weakly. Opening his eyes, Sieg looked around the room. Empty. He closed his eyes and contacted Eve. "Eve, what happened? Where are we?" As the sudden change in temperature, host has blacked out. "Currently we are in an orphanage near where Midoriya Izuku and Byukigo Katsuki would attend school. Well, that makes it easier to befriend Izuku in the future. Host, I have also recorded your mother's farewell. Would you like to listen?" "Sure." Playing voice clip 01. His heart grew heavier as he listened to the final farewells of a weak woman filled with love for her son. He had chosen the orphan route as he didn't want to be attached to a family so that when he left the world he would be fine. But listening to the unconditional love she had for him, he couldn't help but be attached. Tears welled up in his eyes as he asked Eve. "Hey Eve," she said, "Rei Todoroki right?" Indeed she did. The only person with both Rei and Todoroki is Shoto Todoroki's mum. Does that mean I'm his cousin? Hosts is correct, but through host's mother farewell we can see that there are family problems. I recommend host to conceal the Todoroki name until host has the means to resolve the problem. Yeah, I agree. Since it's her one and only request, I'll take on the name Rei from now on and I vow to get stronger so that I can wipe all her worries away. Sei no Rei vowed as his willpower increased even without him noticing. Resolve stronger than ever, he mentally prepared for his training the years to come. 4. Awakening Part 1. A young-looking girl with white hair and red eyes was seen warming up in the park. Stretching, you can see that their body was very flexible. Right then, let's get started, shall we? The young-looking girl was actually Rei. 4 years had passed quickly. Even though he is still a child, his feminine features made look just like a girl. If one didn't know him beforehand they would imagine him growing up to be a great beauty. Through these 4 years he had slowly trained his body, although he couldn't do any heavy training as it would stunt his growth and could damage his foundations. He had made good progress in his soul strength. While it didn't increase to the next rank, he is able to utilize it to the most basic standards, which is amazing considering he is a 4-year-old. He had also completed a multitude of miscellaneous quests which gave him some EXP. These quests ranged from doing a morning workout to helping out around the orphanage. Finishing the workout he had gained a small amount of his daily EXP. Eve, would you please compare my status from birth to now? With pleasure. Name, Rei. Age, 04. Level, 05. EXP, 78%. Body, common grade. Soul, king grade. Willpower, high grade. Skills. Unlimited blade works, king grade. Fire Demon Slayer magic, super rare grade. Underscore, doesn't seem like a large difference considering my level. Host doesn't need to worry as the average level for a 5-year-old child is around 1 and a 10-year-old child is 3. So currently host, you are almost 2 times stronger than the average 10-year-old. Eve, when can I use my items and buy some abilities? Host, please be patient as your body can't handle the body tempering and the abilities you buy need to be integrated with quickly to have the most benefits, otherwise it would be a waste. Hey, Eve, you've never told me why it would be a waste if I don't integrate with an ability quickly. The reason why it would be a waste would be the fact that the essence or skill power would disperse faster the longer you wait until the skill becomes useless. The stronger the skill the faster. This is because skills originate in the body and it's like a fish out of water. In this case your body's the water and the skill is the fish. That makes sense. Alright, let's go back before sister gets worried. Jogging back to the orphanage, Rei is greeted with the sight of the sister waiting with a smile. Ararara, Rei-chan working so hard in the morning. Look at you drenched in sweat. She teased with a playful smile. Mao, sister-san. How many times have I told you to not call me with a chan? Rei pouted with a very small but noticeable smile. While he still carried his emotionless face he had in his previous life, he had been more successful in applying emotion in this life. Small but still progress. Well, I can't help it, can I? Rei-chan, you look so beautiful, I'm going to cry from jealousy. She fake cried while slowly making her way back to the orphanage. Ah, please don't cry. Please, fine, you win, call me Chan. Torture me mentally, why don't you? Ararara, what do you mean by torture? Sister's hearing's a bit bad, can you repeat that? She said with a bloodthirsty smile. Nai. I didn't say anything. Nope, nothing at all. Rei replied fearfully. Oh my god, I swear I just saw Azura behind her then. Scares the fuck out of me every time. Good, now come on Rei-chan, let's give you a bath. Haaaii. After taking a bath and having break fast, it was time for sister to take everyone to the park. While everyone else played and left due to his cold face, he didn't mind as he was used to it. But today was different as he was taking slow shallow breaths, condensation could be seen coming out of his mouth while his skin became paler and his body shivered. His eyesight became dazed as he quickly asked Eve what was happening. Eve. What's wrong with me? I feel so weak, so tired. Hey Eve, can you feel the cold? Because I am so goddamn cold. I can't feel my legs. Host, please wait as I analyze what is going on. Okay, that's good because I don't think I can hold it for longer. His breath became slower while his speech started to be drawn out. His steps were all over the place as he tried to stabilize himself. Seeing his predicament, the sister and some children came over to see what's wrong. Rei-chan, what's wrong? One of the children asked with worry. But Rei couldn't pay attention to this as uncharacteristically Eve shouted in his mind. Rei, quickly get out of there. Away from the people and kids. Your quirk awakened, but it's about to lash out with your other powers. Hearing this, Rei quickly shouted out, stay away. Taken aback, the children felt offended while the sister felt worried. This feeling only got worse as she saw his skin getting paler, eyes bloodshot and body shaking. Rei screamed a heart-wrenching cry. Urgh. Ice started to form around his body, freezing the ground, spreading a cold aura. While black markings spread across his body starting from his heart, his eyes seemed like balls of fire while his hands up to his elbow became claws of fire. The area around him started to change as sparks littered the air around him. An array of weapons surrounded him as he screamed out in pain. Children watched in fear while the sister was in fear for another reason. She knew what was going on. How unnatural it was for a person to have 3 quirks. Eve watched in worry as she begged him to stay conscious long enough for his ability to integrate successfully with his quirk. Rei. Come on Rei. Stay with me. Hang on please. Eve didn't think that his quirk would have mutated so much. The resonance that happened between the quirk and his ability caused a free-for-all fight in his body for dominance. If Rei doesn't stay conscious for long enough, his body would be left defenseless and his ability would kill him in return. As all 3 of his powers finished manifesting and a blast of shockwave pushed away everything around him within 20 meters. The ground shattered as a pillar of fire emerged around him. The fire crackled as the sand slowly turned to glass, it started to twist and morph while it eventually turned into the face of a great purgatory demon crying out in psychotic laughter. It had halted its laugh when a grand ice dragon and a cyclone of swords which twisted the fabric of reality wherever it passed manifested as well. The 3 powers battled for supremacy while Rei, the source of this, was in unimaginable pain. His skin ripped while blood oozed out, frozen then evaporated by the 2 extremes. His body was slowly being destroyed. He was conscious the whole time while he screamed till his throat went hoarse. He could see what was around him but he didn't pay attention, or rather he couldn't. It took everything he had to stay awake as he could barely hear Eve begging for him to hold on. He knew. He knew he had to hold on. For her. For himself. It went quiet for him after an unknown amount of time passed. The last thing he saw was blood, fire, collapsed buildings, and the faces of fear boring deeply into him until he passed out. 5. Awakening Part 2. Toshinori or All Might was walking around with one of his teachers, Gran Torino/Sorahiko, after his fight with All for One. He needed to find a successor as his powers were weakening. Absent-minded, All Might walked around looking at the people passing him. Oi Toshinori! Gran Torino shouted while he punched All Might on the head. Are you listening to me? Sorry sensei, I got distracted for a moment. All Might replied while rubbing the spot where he got punched. Humph, it's good that you're distracted. You need to take your mind off finding your successor for a bit and relax. Gran Torino said while he looked at All Might from the corner of his eye. Now then Toshinori. Gulp. All Might swallowed hard as he saw his teacher build up pressure. The silence was suffocating, they stared at each other until... Ah! I forgot to buy taiyaki. Gran Torino said while he hit his hand onto his palm. The fuck sensei? All Might thought in his head, which he will never say out loud unless he wanted to be half killed by his teacher. He isn't a masochist to bring hell to himself. While they went to buy taiyaki, they were startled when a pillar of fire in the distance shot up towards the sky. All Might were shocked as he couldn't think who could produce this much fire. Even Endeavor could only manage half of that in one go. A slight conversation took place as All Might and Gran Torino looked at each other. They took advantage of the current distraction to quickly blast off into the air. All Might had quickly activated his muscle form in which he flinched as his wound on his stomach started to open. He had to limit himself unless he wanted to lose his powers even faster. Halfway there a psychotic laughter rang out as they saw the fire bear a conscience. Seeing the destruction spreading in the epicenter, Gran Torino decided to push himself further as he could see a nun and some children close to the source. Nodding at each other, All Might took hold of the children while Gran Torino took the nun and another child in her arms. Landing further away, they saw a colossal ice dragon and a cyclone of swords appear in the same area with roughly the same scale of power. Please help him. Rei-chan's not himself, he's not in control. I don't know why but he has 3 quirks that just awakened and is killing him. The nun begged in tears while in Gran Torino's arms. Gran Torino's thoughts were in panic as he knew what the information of 3 quirks meant. Quickly looking over he could be All Might's face darker than the void seething in rage as he quickly set the children down. Toshinori, don't you d. Cut off by the blast of wind in his face, he saw All Might dashing to the source. Shit, he though while quickly following after him. All for one. All Might shouted with all that he could muster. Before he saw the source of it. Crying out in pain, he saw a young boy with the features delicate like a female's, white hair and red eyes, black markings ran across his body paired with neon blue circuit-like lines, inferno claws and icicles that protruded from his body. Suddenly the fire demon spoke. Oya, the boy still awake, such a shame, I couldn't wait to devour his body, but it's fine, I can still control a part of him. All Might stood in a daze as he saw the twisted face of the fire demon, its echoing voice and bloodthirsty smile brought fear which originated from his soul. Suddenly, fire demon's blistering claw. A massive fire claw shot towards him as wherever it passed everything melted. All Might's pupil shrank quickly as it was about to hit him. Tackled put away by Gran Torino, All Might managed to survive. Looking at the evaporated claw marks in the skyscraper, he knew that if Gran Torino didn't save him he would have died. Holy shit, All Might whispered in his bad English accent, sweat dripping from his face. Snap out of it, Toshinori, and focus or you're going to die. Gran Torino shouted, getting into a defensive stance. Ho ho, another maggots joined the party, well let fry you both. Fire demons G. Flash freeze. The ice dragon shouted in his majestic voice as a torrent of ice shot towards the demon, freezing everything in his way. As the colossal titans fought, All Might watched in fear as he knew even in his top shape he wouldn't be able to beat them. By time maybe at the cost of his life but nothing more. He didn't even know such a quirk can exist and the source is only 4 years in age. Imagine what would happen when he gains full control of such power. The titans fought while throwing their extreme elements towards each other. They didn't notice the boy has stopped screaming as he looked with his cold dead eyes in a daze. Curiosity plagued All Might as he wondered why the boy was in a daze. Until the illusory figure of a tanned man with white hair and an outfit of red and black with white highlights. The figure opened his mouth while the boy copied. A faint voice echoed with a deep rumble across the battlefield, as a youthful voice copied. I am the bone of my sword. I am the bone of my sword. The neon blue lines hummed to life. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. The wind started to rotate around him. Unknown to life. Unknown to life. Sparks of blue flame ignited in a circle around his body. Nor known to death. Nor known to death. The blue fire danced in a circle as if protecting the boy. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. This aura and pressure crushed the battlefield, halting the titans in their fight as they watched the boy. Yet those hands will never hold anything. Yet those hands will never hold anything. Oh shit. The demon had lost the playfulness in his voice as he rushed to stop the incantation. Seeing this, the ice dragon knew that this could potentially keep his host alive, thus charged to protect. Halt, foul demon! So as I pray. So as I pray. The demon panicked as he saw the boy's aura reach a peak. Get the fuck out of my way. Fire demon's majestic purgatory. He shouted in a rush, unleashing a flood of hell in attempt to kill the dragon to reach the boy. In retaliation, the ice dragon cried out in authority. Ice shield matrix. Unlimited blade works. Time seemed non-existent as the sound muted. It was only at the clanking of gears that All Might and Gran Torino snapped out of their daze from watching the titans fight. Eyes wide, Gran Torino asked. Toshinori, where are we? I don't know, sensei. All Might said while looking around him, seeing an infinite expanse of swords, each feeling more dangerous than the last. The observation was cut short when they saw the boy suddenly subduing the demon. Trace on Seal of Solomon. A golden ring appeared and suddenly constricted around the demon. His fiery skin burned and smoked as the ring shrank smaller and smaller. Trying to resist, he could only cry out in pain. Urgh. Humph, demon, don't try. The Seal of Solomon is a ring owned by King Solomon that bind, banish and seal all demons. Your attempts are foolish. Do not resist and let yourself be sealed till the time of need. Eyes bloodshot, the demon looked into the cold soulless eyes of the boy. Fine, I'll go, but remember I'll be back. his smile reaching from one end of the face to the other. Keeping eye contact even when golden chains spawned from below and dragged him down a shadow-like portal. Tension stayed until the demon was completely out of sight. Only then did the boy breath heavily. Seeing this, the ice dragon determined that his job was done and thus it bowed his head. Host of mine, I shall enter a deep slumber till the fire demon escapes his binding and lend you my aid. You will be able to harness my powers with practice and thus I bid thee farewell. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement, the boy watched as the dragon faded out of sight. Turning his head to the Tio intruders, the illusory figure spoke. Oi, you two, I have a troublesome host and I can't do much without him getting him killed for his overuse in power. So I want you to help him out. And don't refuse because, well, I'll kill you before he dies. The figure spoke with a cynical smile with an array of sword pointing at the duo. Nodding weakly, the duo looked at the man fading while keeping his eye on them. Blinking, they realized they were back in the real world, surrounded by the masses in a circle as All Might quickly grabbed the boy before he fell. Looking at each other, All Might took the boy to hospital while Gran Torino followed. Laying his battered body onto the hospital bed, All Might looked at Gran Torino before saying. So what shall we do now, sensei? 6. Rewards from the misfortune. In the hospital bed, Rei laid bandaged. His eyelids fluttered as he awoke. Eve, you there? He asked in pain. Even when he asks in his mind, just opening his eyes sent torment to the rest of his body. Yes, I'm here, Rei. Thank you for staying awake the whole time even when it hurts. If you didn't, I would have never seen you ever again. She said, voice tinged in worry. Rei was surprised. Eve had never called his name directly before. Her voice heavy with worry and concern. If he didn't know better, he would have, though of a young girl, eyes tinted red after just having cried for a loved one. Rei, stop ruining my image. Come on, Eve, let me have this. He said with the biggest imaginary smile he could muster in his mind. Snicker fine, you idiot host. You could even hear the playfulness in Eve's voice. Ha ha ha, but truly, thanks Eve, if it wasn't for your voice encouraging me I don't think I could hang on. Surprised face, you could hear me. Activate comm status level divine on system designation Eve. Activating, unsuccessful. No. Rei imagined with great humor a girl rolling around, hands covering her face after thinking back to her Chiyuni, 8th grade syndrome, moments. Face red and screaming in embarrassment. Idiot host, stop thinking. Ha ha ha, fine, I'll stop, but Eve, could you tell me what happened to me? After briefing Rei on what had happened, his awakening of his powers, All Might and Gran Torino, the Ice Dragon, Demon and Emi Yashiro. Okay Eve, I have 2 questions, the first one being, was anyone killed or hurt too badly? The sister and the children from the orphanage were close to me. Don't worry host, when your powers awakened it pushed everyone away in a 20 meter radius and All Might and Gran Torino saved them after. As for the civilians, they at most suffered from what I could see, small wounds from debris. Eve, see, can you call me by my name like before? Fine Rei, so Rei, what was your second question? Well, it's basically, how the hell do I have a purgatory demon, a dragon, and fucking Emi Yashiro show up? Gosh Rei, stop shouting. Well, I can tell you about the demon and Emi Yashiro. When you had received your skills you had with them, gained the skills mentor spirits. The stronger your soul Rei, the faster they could manifest and teach you how to use the skills. The spirit's mentality are made to be programmed to what is determined as best suited to teach the skill. Such as Emi Yashiro, or Archer to be exact. The Fate series, even when he saw his past self he didn't even want to teach him anything. But with your skill spirit the main system has pulled his experience from his future self and his willingness to help from his past self. Creating what it deemed to be best to teach you the skill. Of course you still need to gain his basic recognition for him to teach you. And as for your Ice Dragon, since your soul was unconsciously nurturing the other skill spirits with the help of the main system. The main system had deemed the quirk the same type of skill, so it had done it to your quirk too, which when it was brought to life in the awakening, it had gained a soul and had seen you like the alpha/leader. Feeling threatened by a skill of the same caliber, the demon wanted to purge him so that there is one less competitor for your body. Emi Yashiro watched as a spectator until he couldn't let it continue or else you would have died. Thus helping you with the chant of unlimited blade works and summoning the seal of Solomon. He did this using his own essence to power the skill and he's resting to recover right now. Sigh. I see. So Eve, where do we go now? We can't go back to sister as the children are probably traumatized by me. And I had wanted to be their inspiration and look cool. Laughable. Don't be like that Rei. I'll tell you now that if you blacked out, the fire demon would have caused much more destruction, killing thousands, and the ice dragon would lose all reasoning and help cause more destruction. So think of it as you has saved everyone from death. Thanks Eve. Rei said with a smile filled with gratitude. No problem. Oh Rei, the quest system had issued an emergency quest during the breakout which you had completed. Do you want to see the details? Yes please. Understood. Emergency quest: stay conscious during the whole awakening. Difficulty King grade. Failure conditions: blackout. Failure consequences death. Completion rating SSS. Hidden conditions met. Gain Emi Yashiro's approval after seeing your willpower to stay awake. Complete the aria of Unlimited Blade Works without interruption. With the help of Emi Yashiro, subdue the demon. Rewards. Level 10, Rare. Observe function, World. Insight Pill 10 HRSX10, Sovereign. SSS ranking rewards. Chosen skill manual, King, allows a full manual on how to train a certain skill not beyond King grade. Status. Name, REI. Age, 4. Level, 515. EXP, 78%. Body, Common Super Rare grade. Soul, King grade. Willpower, High King grade. Skills. Unlimited Blade Works, King grade. Fire Demon Slayer Magic, Super Rare grade. Frost Domain Mutant, Super Rare grade. Holy crap! Eve, how did my body and will increase so much? I wonder if you're an idiot sometimes. REI. Your body increased since you survived the tempering the 3 powers did. And your willpower increased because you pulled through till the end. Well damn. So Eve, is there a way for me to recover faster? The faster the better, I'll need to find a safe place to go. No, not that I can recommend. The damage that was done to your body needs to be healed naturally without speeding up, or it could leave hidden injuries. You also need your body to adapt to healing your wounds like this, especially after an increase in body grade. And don't worry, Emi Yashiro threatened All Might and Gran Torino with death if they didn't look after you. Sweat drop. Wait. Did the doctors use any healing quirks on me? I made it so that there were a small energy that ran through your body which rejected anything to do with healing with exception to natural healing, an item from the shop, which I don't recommend. That's good th. Rei shounen it seem like you're a wak pua. Cutting him off was All Might shouting at the top of his lungs, only to be punched by Gran Torino in the side of his gut that wasn't injured. Folding over on the ground, All Might shook in pain. Stupid Toshinori, can't you be more considerate and not shout? Humph. Gran Tornio said with veins bulging on his forehead. Is he going to be okay? Rei asked in concern, watching the duo. Rei-chan, don't worry, I've punched him worse than this, it's fine. That's not the point, Rei shouted in his mind while his face is blank. Okay, ignoring Toshinori there, Rei-chan, what are you going to do now? Gran Torino asked while All Might slowly attempted to stand up. I don't know, I can't go back. I've injured sister and the children are probably too sacred of me. Sister probably won't want me back, after all I'm like a time bomb, you don't know when I could lose control. Rei said with self-mockery. Rei shounen, don't worry, the nun was the most worried for your safety rather than fear. But unfortunately you're right, you can't go back. However, the council have decided to put you under the care of me or Gran Torino since we held you back during the incident. Well, we were more like spectators rather than holding you back. What do you say, Rei shounen, would you like to come with us while we see if we can help you train and control your quirk? Thinking carefully, Rei decided that he will join them since they have already seen his power. Then I'll be in your care, All Might-san and Gran Torino-san. 7. Farewell and let the plot begin. 10 years has passed by quickly. After he had decided to go with All Might and Gran Torino, he went to say his goodbyes. Like he had, though the children ran away, but the sister still wished him well and told him to visit in the future. Having told Gran Torino and All Might how his quirks are currently, All Might decided that he should train with Gran Torino as it would allow Rei to control his quirk. While they were on the way to Gran Torino's house, they dropped by the agency to register his quirk. They had a quick discussion as decided that his main quirk shall be Unlimited Blade Works. Of course this didn't stop them from working on his other quirks. In addition to this, with his new function he had seen what level All Might and Gran Torino were, and honestly he was shocked. Toshinori Yagi All Might. Level 158/200, Prime. Sora Hiko Gran Torino. Level 145/180, Prime. According to EVA, average adult is around level 25 with their quirks, but All Might is almost 10 times stronger in his prime. After seeing that, he knew he had to get stronger quickly, considering to solve his family problems by estimate he had to be at least 150 in level, considering Endeavor is the second pro hero. Having known this, he pushed Gran Torino to help him get stronger. His workout for the next 10 years, which he set himself, as the plot starts then, consist of trying to regulate the temperature of his fire and manipulating it in an external form. And for his ice he had to try spread out a frost aura into a domain and freeze things without touching it. Finally, for his Unlimited Blade Works he has to multitask by creating the blades on the move while fighting Gran Torino. He had also tried to use the reality marble but failed to keep it up long enough for practical use, thus his training began with him producing blade completely while he did his fire and ice training. Present time. 2 people could be seen sparring in a private training center. Streaks of yellow and black collided every so often. Oi brat! How much longer can you keep up? Ha 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 ha! An aged laughter could be heard echoing. Only getting started Sora Jichan, Gramps, a second voice retorted. Stupid brat. How many times have I told you to not call me Gramps? I've still got years ahead of me, don't jinx it. It was Gran Torino and REI. Today was the last day for their 10-year training. REI had never managed to beat Gran Torino ever, but he was getting closer each time. Seeing how the last day was coming, REI had thought up of a few tricks to try beat him. Taking inspiration of the ice domain and the shield ability Ro AIAs, he had managed to combine the two to make a cage-like structure. I am the bone of my sword. REI chanted while using it to spread out his ice domain. Oh, wanting to end it already. I swear you brats are always so impatient. Well, let's kick it up a notch then. Seeing this, REI knew he had to corner him first. Fire Demon's flaming barricade. Using another defensive ability, he tried to cut off Gran Torino's escape by using area of effects. Ice is my body and fire is my blood. Immediately realizing that the chant REI had used so many times has changed, Gran Torino quickly put his guard up. I have frozen over 1,000 worlds. Hearing the tyrannical words, Gran Torino knew he still underestimated it when he tried to overestimate. Feeling that he had gathered enough energy, REI didn't continue his chant. It was his trump card even though it's unfinished. Frozen AIAS. A cage of ice sprang up around Gran Torino as he quickly tried to jump through the gaps in the cage until he was rebounded by a 7-petal flower colored in a cold blue energy. Looking around, he could see the gaps being filled up as the flowers release frozen mist that plummeted the temperature. Gran Torino's breath slowed as he was about to pass out from the cold until cage shattered and REI was seen panting while he warmed up Gran Torino with a small controlled flame in his palm. Heh, stupid brats learned some new tricks eh? Haha, REI-chan's learning. More than you known Ji-chan. PFT hahaha. They both laughed while they took a shot at each other. Calming down, Gran Torino said, I'll miss you, you know. Getting sentimental, old man. Let me have this stupid brat. Toshinori's waiting for you near your old place. You're getting an apartment to live in while you go to UA. Yeah, I know. Look after yourself, old man. Whatever, now go. After warming Gran Torino up, REI walked to his backpack before exiting the training facility when he suddenly heard Gran Torino shout towards him. What's your name? Confused REI looked at him. I said what's your name? Gran Torino said with a smile. Understanding what's going on, REI straightened himself out before looking at him with conviction. REI. I am REI. And remember it. Don't forget you are you. Not a demon, villain, or monster. You are REI. And I am proud of you. Nodding heavily, REI turned towards the train station with tears in the corner of his eyes. You alright, REI? Yeah, I'm fine, Eve, thanks for asking. Well, it's my responsibility, no. Ha ha ha, indeed. Shall we go say hi to Midoriya while he gets his power? Yes, when you arrive, All Might should have seen Midoriya's selfless act in trying to save Bakugo. Great, let the plot begin. 8. Meeting Midoriya. Leaving the station, REI decided to check out the status now that he's 14. Eve, status please. Yeah, sure. Also, I've got good news for you after this. Name, REI. Age, 14. Level, 1562. EXP, 92%. Body, super rare grade. Soul, king grade. Willpower, king grade. Skills. Unlimited blade works, king. Fire demon slayer magic, super rare. Frost domain, super rare. Thanks, Eve. So what was the good news? Well, having adapted to the change in body grade in these last 10 years has allowed you to reach a good standard to the point you are allowed another ability without a breakout like last time. Your foundations have also been solidified, thus allowing to use your items. Party horn, congrats REI. The fuck did you get that horn from, Eve? But that's a relief. 10 years of knowing I have items in a shop though I can't use it causes wonders for one's patience. Can you show me all my current items? Hi. Inventory. Soul Training Manual Volume 1. Body Tempering Pills X25. Healing Pills X18. Weighted Training Gear 10 kg wrists and ankles. Might Guys Youthful Training Manual Complete Edition. Magic Training 101 for Beginners. Chosen Skill Training Manual. Insight Pills X4. Soul Training Manual Volume 2. Wait, when did I get some of these? They were the rewards accumulated through the quests you have completed in these 10 years as well as a reward for beating Gran Torino. I see, so can I use the body tempering pills now? This. The things is with you having adapted to your current body, even by taking one you would exceed the effect of the pill. Eve says while her voice gets quieter as she speaks. Can I at least give it to someone if they need it? Yes, but this only applies with items in the common to super rare sections. Any higher than they would need to have a body grade of equal or higher than the item. Of course, this is when you give it to other people. You can still use a ascendant item even if you will technically waste it. Thanks, good. Oh yeah, Eve, can you add a numerical value on how many skills I can have? Like this? Skills, 3/4. Unlimited Blade Works, King. Fire Demon Slayer Magic, super rare. Frost Domain, super rare. Yeah, exactly that. Amazing. Thanks Eve. No problem REI. /////blush // D, did you just somehow vocalize a blush without saying it? REI asks with an eyebrow rose. What you on about? I didn't blush. Nope, you muse tired you're hallucinating. I'll look at you such a cute tsundere. REI teased with a joking smile. And you're just a stupid idiot REI. Ignoring her remark REI makes his way to the orphanage. Arriving, he could see the sister sitting on a bench while watching the children play. Seeing REI, she smiled and waved towards him. REI-chan? What a pleasant surprise. It wasn't long ago that you visited. Is everything alright with Gran Torino-san? HAAA 10 years and you still call me Chan. And yet everything's fine with Jiken, he sent me off so that I can prepare for UA. REI replied with a smile. That's good then REI-chan. Just remember you have to be careful if you don't put effort looking manly you'll be hit on by guys you know. Humph. They try hitting on me and they can forget walking. Sure. Sister said with a smile seeing how expressive REI is now. Even though he still struggles with strangers and people he's not used to at least it shows he can care for the precious people in his life. Oh yes Sister-san I don't think I'll be able to visit often anymore. I'll be busy in UA and trying to become a pro hero. Well I wish you luck. Knowing you I know you can do it. If I remember correctly they have a UA festival don't they? I'll bring the children to cheer you on okay? She said with a smile. Well I guess I can't afford to waste time anymore can I? REI said cheerfully when a little girl suddenly said, Ah REI Nei-chan smiled. Beautiful she cried out when the other kids looked over. Oi, Nii-chan not Nei-chan okay? Nii-chan. I'm a boy. REI said with a tick mark on his forehead. Playing around with the kids for a bit he bid farewell and made his way to find All Might and Midoriya. The kids that were a part of his generation have been adopted leaving the new generation that didn't fear him. Walking with a small smile it didn't take long for him to see All Might with Midoriya who was crying after being told he can be a hero. Am I interrupting anything? REI asked. Oh my god. Oh it's just you REI Shounen. All Might sighed in relief. Oi what do you mean by oh it's just you REI Shounen am I not welcome? Nai. Ha 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 oh yeah here meet Midoriya Shounen the person I have deemed to be my successor. All Might said lightly. Nice to meet you Midoriya, the name's REI. REI greeted with a small smile while sticking his hand out. In a daze Midoriya watched with a red face. Ha 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 it seems like Midoriya Shounen mistook you for a girl REI Xiaoqiu. Ha ha ha. All Might laughed. Shut up rabbit head. REI shouted annoyed. Getting out of a daze Midoriya realized how rude he had been. Sorry I didn't mean to I just never been near a girl. Boy. I am a boy. REI cut Midoriya off. Ah sorry. Midoriya quickly apologized. Forget it are you not a man? Don't be so wimpy and wipe your face it's covered in tears and snot. Cleaning himself up Midoriya reentaged himself. I'm Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you REI. Likewise. REI replied. While All Might watched the two, he could imagine them in the future heroes side by side helping each other. My god. Such a beautiful friendship. All Might said while he turned to Muscle Form crying. The fuck? What you crying for Muscle Usagi, rabbit? After having calmed down, the trio had decided to brief over Midoriya's training plan the American Dream so that he could be a good vessel for One for All. REI had decided to ask Eve if he could help Midoriya out using the pills. Hey Eve. Do you think I can let Midoriya use the body tempering pills without it being detrimental for his body? I'm afraid no REI. His body's not prepared to take the stress. It'll so more harm than good. He should use it after the American Dream for it to be very effective for him. But if you ask me you should let him use the weighted training gear, 10 kilograms, at this moment of time. You don't need it since your body can easily adapt to that weight with no problem. Alright thanks Eve. How do I withdraw then from my inventory? Just imagine reaching into a portal to your inventory whenever put your hands into a pocket or bag to make it less suspicious and then just tell me what you want to withdraw and it should materialize in your hand. Well seems easy enough. REI Shounen. REI Shounen. Can you hear me? All Might shouted in his ear. Oh my god. Yes I can hear you. Phew. You sat there in a daze then I had though something went wrong. All Might said in concern. Nah it's nothing I was just think about how to help Midoriya. Here Midoriya, I have a set of training gears that's for the wrists and ankles. They're 10 kilograms each and it should help you out if you start use it halfway though the American Dream. I'll give it to you now just let me get it REI said as he reached into his bag and pulled out 4 bands with 10 kilograms written on each of them. Handing over the first two REI said to Midoriya. These ones are for the wrists and these ones are for the ankles, you just put them on and you'll feel the weight. I recommend using the ankles ones straight away and then the wrist ones like I said before, halfway through or 5 months into the training. In these 10 months I'll probably drop by every so often to help you train. Thanking him, Midoriya took the weights and attached 2 straight away onto his ankles. Hey Eve, while Midoriya's got 10 months to the UA exam, it's the same with us. You think I'm ready for the skill spirits lessons yet? It should be fine REI, but I recommend you first pick Emi Yashiro as Unlimited Blade Works as your registered quirk so it doesn't hurt to get better. You can also buy another ability and let your body adapt to the power that would reside in your body before using it. Thanks Eve, REI said mentally before turning to All Might. Hey All Might, where was the apartment you got for me again? REI Shounen, it's apartment XXXX room XXX and it's here on the map. All Might said pulling out map. Watching Midoriya looks in surprise and says. REI-san, your room's next to my apartment room. At the same time All Might and REI loomed at him and said. At 9, new abilities and training once again. Reaching the apartment, REI could only watch and wonder as how All Might managed to make him and Midoriya neighbors. REI-san, you want to come in for a bit? Midoriya invented. Well, it doesn't hurt to get introduced to your mum as your neighbor and training partner, can it? Ka-san. We go a neighbor that just moved in. He's also a friend of mine. Midoriya shouted across the hallway. Walking through the kitchen door, Midoriya's mum appeared before berating Midoriya. Izuku, can't you see that she's clearly a girl? A vein bulges on REI's forehead. How can you be rude to a girl and a cute one at that too? REI's eye starts to twitch furiously. Izuku, are you afraid that I won't support your friend here being with you as a future girlfriend? Don't worry, take your time, I'll just be in the kitchen, dinner's ready soon. That's the breaking point. While he did like Midoriya, it's because he liked his conviction to be a hero and his self-sacrifice to save the kid against Muscular when he used one for all 1,000,000%. Excuse Miss Midoriya, but I'm a boy. A bona fide boy. REI said with a twitching smile. Miss Midoriya watched in a daze. Well, ain't she just like you, Midoriya-san, or is it the other way round? REI asked with a small smile, while Midoriya found it embarrassing. I'm sorry about that. Miss Midoriya panicked. Sigh, it's fine Miss Midoriya, I'm used to it. Would you like to stay for dinner? I've made plenty. Thinking about it, REI decided that this dinner should be perfect to introduce himself as Midoriya's training partner since he joined a dojo. Dinner went fast as Miss Midoriya had accepted the fact that Midoriya's going to start training. Come back soon REI-chan, Miss Midoriya said while it caused REI to almost trip near the doorway. Reaching his room, he could see that most of the things are already there. Alright Eve, can you show me the ability shop? Hi. Shop. Shop points, SP 68,300. Abilities. Common 10500 SP. Uncommon 601,000 SP. Rare 1110,000 SP. Super Rare 11,100,000 SP. High 110,500,000 SP. King 1,005,000,000 SP. To be unlocked. Your body can handle a super rare ability as your body has reached the grade. And also don't worry about breakout either since the demon is sealed until further notice. Okay Eve, can you show me super rare abilities up to 50,000 S0? I want to save some for items I might need. No problem, also shall I filter it so that only the most recommended ones are shown? Sure. You the best Eve. Hehe, of course I am. Here. Godspeed 40,000 SP. Railgun, Magical Index, 30,000 SP. Flying Thunder God 20,000 SP. Haki, Observation, Armament, Conqueror, 45,000 SP. Senbonsakura, Bleach, 40,000 SP. These are the ones I recommend right now as you need reinforcement so you can fight longer as well as movement skills. Senbonsakura is in there if you want to go for a more offensive style. Eve, can you buy Haki for me? I'll need to see the shit when I'm fighting as well as sneak attacks. After all, the reinforcement of Emi Yashiro can only do so much. Hi and done. SP 23,300. Status. Name, REI. Age, 14. Level, 62. EXP, 95%. Body, Super Rare Grade. Soul, King Grade. Willpower, King Grade. Skills, 4/4. Unlimited Blade Works, King. Fire Demon Slayer Magic, Super Rare. Frost Domain, Super Rare. Haki, Super Rare, New. The information on how to use the Haki should be in your mind, and also you'll surprisingly able to practice this one straight away since both your body and willpower's been reinforced by the incident 10 years ago. Also you have also been using reinforcing for 10 IEARS while armament is essentially the same but using willpower instead. Oh sweet. I can practice using armament while I train with Emiya. Yab. REI you just need to lay on the bed and imaging going into an open space with Emiya and you should be in your mindscape. You have this now since your soul had been strengthened by your constant practice. And the mindscape is proportionate to your soul grade. The better you are at using your soul the more you can do in the mindscape. Wait, does that mean if I train my haki and other abilities it translates into real life? Pretty much, but any training you do with your body won't translate into real life. Of course when you get better at using your soul you'll be able to train your body and it'll improve in real life. Well shit, ain't that amazing? Welp, let's get ready to meet Emiya, shall we? And with that REI got changed into more comfortable clothes, brushed his teeth and went to bed. Laying down he imagined him and Emiya entering a open landscape. Oh, my troublesome host had finally decided to come for my training. Meh, I couldn't really come before since you were injured when you helped me before. And I also wasn't ready for it. And also thanks for saving my ass back then. REI said with a smile. Hey, it's fine, without you I won't be here, would I? So let's get training, shall we? For what I can feel 1 hour out there is 2 hours in here. Emiya said while stretching his body. Oh, that's helpful. So what are we doing first? Well, I didn't have a teacher to train me and I learned through combat. I can teach techniques and what swords I have but I can't teach instinct. We'll help you get that through combat. Don't worry, if you die in here you'll just reassemble. Oh shit. REI shouted when training suddenly began. Waking up he felt both refreshed and tired, which in honesty was very weird for REI as the contradictory feelings threw him off. Don't worry REI, your mindscape just put a bit of stress on your soul, it should go away after a while. Alright, seems fair after 6 hours passed outside but I spent 12 hours training with Emiya. REI went to have a shower before he ate breakfast. A simple toast was enough for him in the morning. Dun. Hearing a knock REI went to the door and saw Midoriya. Mornin' Midoriya, ready for training? REI said while his hair was still a bit wet and stuck to his face. Gulp. Yes, I'm heading over to the beach now, wanna join? Midoriya said with a red face. Even though he knew REI was a guy it would take some time to get used to. Sure, coming in first while I go get changed. Hi. Getting changed quickly, REI and Midoriya jogged to the beach. REI had to slow down so that Midoriya didn't get left behind. REI Shounen and Midoriya Shounen, are you ready for the American dream? Hi, All Might. Midoriya shouted standing straight. Hi, REI said half-heartedly, completely different from Midoriya. All Might had Midoriya do the same in the anime, but this time with REI practicing observation haki with a blindfold. All Might would throw objects at REI while he tried to dodge. REI's schedule for the next 10 months mostly consisted of wake up, shower, eat, jog with Midoriya, haki training with All Might, jog home with Midoriya, eat, mindscape training with Emiya Shiro. Repeat. Within his mindscape, Emiya Shiro has constantly gave him combat training with the occasional lessons on what weapons that he has. His training had REI die more than a couple of times to the point that he wouldn't even flinch when a weapon flew towards him. While in the mindscape, REI slowly adapted to fighting to the death. Using the pills of insight, REI has shown huge improvements in his combat experience. The final training session begins as when his wakes up the administration test for UA starts. 10. Exam Part 1. A song of swords rang out in REI's mindscape. Flashes of neon blue clashed while REI and Emiya stared down on each other. Through these long hard 10 months, REI had made breakthroughs on how to manipulate the blades for when he uses unlimited blade works. Rays and rays of swords shot out from the group as REI and Emiya walked towards each other. Through the 10 months of training, Emiya Shiro's current personality has started to rub off him, the main change being he has slowly become accustomed to the violence and not giving a shit to it. Not wanting to hold back, the two decided to go all out. I am the bone of my sword. I am the ice of my sword. They both chanted. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. Glaciers are my body and ice is my blood. REI had slowly developed his trump card by fusing unlimited blade work and his quirk frost domain together. He had gotten this idea when he realized that unlimited blade works is like a blank piece to paper that is yet to be filled. While it did have the factory and swords, it was a wide expanse of land where he could manifest his powers if so he desired, much like the Raise Nan and how Naruto added elements to it, making it more powerful. I have created over 1,000 blades. I have frozen over 1,000 worlds. The blades present in the air fought harder than ever, more swords broke each second as they walked closer to each other. Unknown to death. Forever laid sealed. Nor known to life. Never should I awaken. As the chant had progressed, Emiya started to have blue fire and wind circulate his body and blue circuits surfaced with every step. Whereas REI on the other hand, had his body pale into a white sheen, snowflakes have started to dance around him while every step he takes leaves a frozen wasteland behind him. His swords seemed to have gained a mysterious energy as they started to be coated by a very thin crystallized armor hardly visible to the naked eye, started to overpower Emiya's swords. Seeing this, Emiya flinched as he tried to focus harder. Yet those hands will never hold anything. Yet these worlds can never hold me back. So as I pray. And so I create. Unlimited blade works. Glacial blade works. With a flash of light the two reality marbles crashed. One a hill of swords with gears and factories in the distance, another a world of ice and glaciers with enormous shadows of swords. The two marbles clashed as they tried to overpower each other. Emiya's breath slowed as the temperature slowly dropped. They were face to face as they stared each other down. Rei's glacial blade works slowly tool over Emiya Shiro's unlimited blade works. Seeing this, Emiya knew he had lost. While Rei did have his power, he had added to it and made it his own. Whereas he could only create a world that holds swords, never to create new legacies. That is the only magic allowed to Emiya Shiro. The moment he knew he lost, his unlimited blade works wavered. Seeing this opening, Rei's glacial blade works spurred on with renewed vigor, flash freezing everything in its path and shattering them into icy shards. This didn't exclude Emiya as his body broke down and vanished with a smile. Standing in victory, Rei slowly increased the temperature and dismissed his glacial blade works. While his trump card was strong, if he didn't be careful of the dangers it presented, the sudden change in temperature would kill him instantly. After a while, Rei had returned back to normal with exception of being a bit pale in skin color. He saw Emiya watching him with a proud smile. So you've really made it your own, Rei? Emiya said while still looking at Rei. Yeah, if you didn't help me I don't think I would have the same amount of proficiency with the skill. Rei responded faintly while still trying to recover from the coldness in his body. It pains me to say but my job is done. I have nothing else to teach you anymore. I am not even supposed to exist. Through the 10 months I had made some theories of my own about what I am, but no matter what I can only think of one answer. While I am Emiya Shiro, I am also you. You had used a portion of your soul to give me this opportunity and with it I was created to teach you. And once my job is done I shall disappear from here and go back to your soul. So even though the demon we sealed when you were 4 was a crazed battle maniac, you must remember that he is also you and you have to accept him as part of you. Even the worst of you is still you. Listening, Rei looked down to take in his words. After a while he looked up to see it being empty. He didn't even say goodbye, that's just like him. Asshole. Rei said to himself. Tilting his head up at the last remainder of the Hill of Swords he said, thanks. Before he faded back into reality. Watching him fade away, Emiya reappeared looking at the spot. You're welcome, dumbass. He said before he dispersed into a bunch of golden lights and disappeared for the last time. Awakening from his mindscape, Rei went to get a shower before he prepared to jog to the beach one last time. Only this time Midoriya didn't call for him. Thinking about what might have happened, he realized that Midoriya should have cleared out the last piece of trash on the beach before screaming to the sky. Quickly jogging to the beach, he saw All Might and Midoriya together and heard. Kueh, eat this. Author note, couldn't find what it actually sounded like so I improvised. Watching this, Rei decided to let All Might finish his explanation before calling out to them. Midoriya. Baka Usagi, idiot rabbit. Hurry up or we're gonna be late to the UA exam. Rei Shounen, good morning, and yes you're right. Come Midoriya Shounen, you don't want to be late do you? I believe you guys can pass with flying colors. He said while he gave a thumbs up in his muscle form. After saying their goodbyes, Rei and Midoriya quickly made their way to UA. Oh yeah Eve, can I give Midoriya the body tempering pills now? Rei quickly asked in his mind. You remember me now? Oh no, Eve's only good for the system. Eve do this, Eve do that. Humph. Ah, don't be mad please, I'm trying to not burden you too much since I can't buy too reliant on the system. But don't worry Eve, I'll never forget you. Humph, you better not. Right then, gimme a second while I check. Ito, I'm afraid you can't. I have just been contacted by the main system that the main world laws seem to reject the pills as the world laws don't allow this sort of item. Only in a world such as a cultivation world or the higher planes are you able to gift these items. Yeah. That means I can't help Midoriya. Ah, don't worry Rei, Midoriya gets plenty strong later in the world anyways. And we wouldn't be able to explain how we got the pills anyways. Fair point. 2 people could be seen running to UA. The first being a young boy with soft features like a girl since he hadn't reached maturity yet, supporting a short haircut. His white hair and scarlet eyes made him stand out from the rest. Behind him was another young boy with dark green eyes and a freckled face. They were Rei and Midoriya and they were running so they're not late for the exam. Reaching UA, Midoriya looks in awe. Whoa, so this is UA. Yep, now come on let's go. Rei replied watching Midoriya pull a face before taking a step and tripping. He knew this is where Eureka would show up so let didn't help. He wanted them both to interact with each other and ship them. While he liked her he didn't love her. He haven't planned to find love in the anime world since he had to travel to different worlds too. Hearing what Eve said earlier about the world laws, he realized that he probably couldn't take then, it's just that he was an anomaly. He also had Eve, so he's fine with her keeping him company. ///blush ///. Ignoring the weird phenomenon of blush to text, he watched as Eureka helped Midoriya up. He looked with a shit-eating grin, much like when aunties saw two lovebirds interact. Turning around, Midoriya saw Rei's shit-eating grin. WH, what you smiling at, Rei-san? Midoriya stuttered. Nodding, Rei said, go for it, I approve. EHHHISHUARRG, stop it, Rei-san. Ha ha ha. Watching this, Rei laughed while they made their way to the exam hall. While they got to their seats, President Mike started to explain the exam, but Rei didn't care since he knew what it was. What he did care was the quests he just got. Quest: on his path to God, I can't have my Rei looking weak, can I? Tasks: take first place with flying colors and impress the audience. Issued by Eve. Rewards: Soul Training Manual Finale Volume 3. Advanced Soul Training Manual Complete Edition. Lottery X5. Extra info, go for it, Rei. Eve. Yeah. Nervous. What's with the issued by you and also my Rei? Are we implying something here? Rei teased in his mind with a wide smile. While Midoriya looked in confusion since Rei's face changed from curiosity to a wide smile randomly. Ignoring Midoriya, Rei listened to a fumbling Eve. Know this System, why is my name there? Because quest issued by entity Eve had been approved and thus made into a real quest. Rei could imagine a red-faced Eve shouting out at the system. Not having time to pay attention to Rei, Eve was drowning in her embarrassment at the quest name, which was what she had said to the system, when she asked it to add this quest. Focusing back on the current situation, he could see that they were telling which area they were going to. Looking at his location, he saw that he was quite far away Midoriya, which is somewhat good for him since a lot of Class 1A was where Midoriya was. Walking out to the area with Midoriya, he wished him good luck before going to his area. But just before he left, he saw Ida berating Midoriya for trying to say hi to Eureka. Oi, spectacles! Mind your own business! Rei retorted, annoyed at Ida's stuck-up nature at the start of the series. Excuse me, miss, but who are you to support someone who distracts other people when they are trying to qualify? Are you trying to ruin their chance too? Ida said, glaring at Rei. Rei's face fell, he was pissed. The stuck-up nature of Ida jumping in even though he didn't know what Midoriya was trying to do, even though Midoriya just wanted to say hi. It had pissed him off greatly. As he was about to lash out, Midoriya quickly intervened. The thing is that Rei-san's a guy, but he hates being mistaken as a girl. Also, Rei-san, the exam's going to start. Not wanting to carry on, he nodded and ran off to his area in blistering speeds using reinforcement and armament haki on his legs. This is so that he can exert more force. Reaching his area in no time at all, Rei looked forward to acing this exam. Thinking about the destruction he's going to cause for the robots, he grew excited. This is just what I need. He said to himself with a wide smile, slowly becoming slightly similar to the smile of the fire demon from almost 11 years ago. 11. Exam Part 2. Watching the gates open, Rei sent life into his magic circuits. A force of wind pushed the participants away as he catapulted himself in the air. Trace on. Rei traced a set of chain sickles before reinforcing them with haki and launching them to the tallest building. Swinging onto the roof, Rei untraced the weapon before saying to Eve. Eve, watch me as I show the just badass this host of yours can be. He said as his confident smile decorated his face. I'm watching, Rei show it to them. Eve cried out in excitement. Recommended to listen to Fate Stay Night UBWOst Unlimited Blade works on loop while you read. It's what I did when writing this chapter. Rei brought his hands up towards the air. I am the bone of my sword. He chose to stay with the base chant as it was enough to make them watch in awe. Tracing a bow in his hands, he aimed it up. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. His voice rang out as both the examiners and participants watching in curiosity. Some decided to ignore and get points while they could. They didn't know that it was futile either way. I have created over 1,000 blades. Motes of light gathered in his hand as it slowly formed an arrow. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Solidifying the arrow, he drew it back. The arrow gave off a piercing glow as it was pulled back. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Letting the arrow loose, a line of gold and blue cut the sky in half. Yet these hands will never hold anything. Untracing the bow, he watched with an excited smile before continuing to chant. So as I pray. He willed the arrow to combust as a giant portal opened in the sky, expanding quickly to cover a wide area. It was at this point that everyone watched in dread and curiosity as the portal reflected off a desert filled with swords, distant cogs, and an orange sky. Unlimited Blade works. Taking inspiration from Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, he has used the arrow as a catalyst to summon his Unlimited Blade works. A rain of swords fell as streaks of blue trailed behind them. Pushing his observation haki, Rei controlled his blades to miss people as he targeted the robots. Countless explosions happened as dust clouds rose with each hit from the swords. The examiners watched in fear as some even dropped their pens. This power! How can this even be a quirk? Some said while others watched drenched in sweat thinking of the consequences of him turning to a villain could bring. But what All Might knew which others didn't right now was him controlling his swords so that no one was hurt. Even with your power you still made sure not one got hurt. You will become a great hero Rei Xiaonan. All Might thought with a proud father-like smile. Participants cowered in fear as when the dust rose all they saw were scraps of robots everywhere. Not one was missed. Seeing this Rei's smile grew larger. Ku ha 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 yes. This is the shit. This rush for battle. Ha 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 show me more. Rei shouted as his spirit for battle high an all-time high. Snaping his finger upwards the portal disappeared before he launched off into another area. He had left a crater on the building from the force of his jump. Bang! The grounds shook as he landed causing a spider web of cracks spread from the concrete. Forge on! He muttered while he visualized a sword in each hand. While he did like the sister blades of Emi Yashiro he felt their reach were too short. On his right hand a dark sword sprang to life. A guard of black dragon-like spines, luscious rubies, and a pristine blade. Killing intent emitted from the jewels as it gave the blade a blood-like glow. As the embodiment of my thirst for battle you shall be known as Kyoki, bloodthirst, the sword hummed in joy. On his left a golden sword was also born. With the guards of angel wings and the jewels of sapphire the blade glowed with an ivory shine. And as the embodiment of my will to protect you shall be called Tengoku, heaven, the blade also hummed with joy. Holding the newly born swords he looked towards his next prey. Exerting force in his legs he flew past the robot never looking back. After a second the robots were sliced to pieces. Using Kyoki to cut and Tengoku to block incoming attack. The sibling blades worked in flawless synchronization. Rei looked up as he saw two robots trying to block his path. Quickly holding Tengoku in a reverse grip he twisted his body through the gap of the two while simultaneously cutting them in half. The examiners watching in panic as they couldn't allow him to continue or all of the points in two main areas would all be his leaving none for others. Quickly deciding to summon the 0-point robot in his area they wanted him to stop at this colossal titan. Ha 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 you think this can stop me? Rei cried out in vigor. Let us put you to a test shall we Kyoki? Tengoku, dot. The blades vibrated in excitement. As expected of my will. Now ugly bastard fall for me. Rei shouted as he dashed leaving a streak of red and gold in his wake. Reinforcing his body with magic and haki, he disappeared from sight as the red and gold trail lagged behind him. Jumping from joint to joint Rei left destruction behind him, leaping up and coming in eye level with the robot he said, Sayonara motherfucker. Before swinging the sibling swords in a scissor motion with all his power ripping the robot with forces from two directions. Looking through the eyes of the robot, the examiners saw Rei's beautiful smile of joy as he basked in the feeling for battle before the screen went black. A goddess, someone. Whispered in the silence as they rewound the video back to Rei's smile and paused. Suddenly someone said. We need to make an exception and use these footage to bring in more people. Show the world this new talent that had graced this school. A discussion was held as while All Might ignored it as all that he could think of was. She-eat. Rei Xiaonan's going to be pissed. All Might's body shivered with cold sweat thinking of the consequences of Rei using the move he did first against him. All Might are you okay? A person asked seeing All Might shiver. No I think we shouldn't do that All Might tried to say before he got cut off. Nonsense this is the perfect opportunity to act both as a driving force for aspiring heroes and a deterrent for villains no. Sigh. Fuck All Might thought he knew they was right but he was still worried for how Rei would react. After the giant robot fell Rei went on to kill rest of the robots in the zone before he went to see Midoriya. He made it just in time to see Midoriya punch the giant robot with one for all and saving Eureka. Watching him fall Rei tried to get him but he saw Eureka already there. Slowing down he let Eureka save Midoriya before going to help. Landing next to them he saw Midoriya's battered body. He was about to talk before a blinding light showed up in his peripherals, looking over he saw Eureka puking literally rainbows. The fuck? It wasn't a sensor. Rei cried out in surprise seeing Eureka puking real fucking rainbows from her mouth. Bye. The horn sounded signaling the end of the exam. Looking down he saw Midoriya's face of all hopes being crushed. The broken look of his head really sad for him even though he knew what was going to happen. Midoriya. No response. Sitting down he decided to try cheer up his friend. Listen to me Midoriya and tell me. When you saw All Might was he recognized a hero because of all the enemies he fought? The amount of score he got on a test? Which school he went to? Or was it his smile as he rescued people in the hardest times, when he tries his best to assure everyone that everything is okay? He did it by using his charisma and confidence to give everyone a pillar to lean on in their hardest time. Did test scores or which school he went to do shit at the time? No, so stop moping around you're making me depressed God. Rei said to Midoriya as life slowly returned to his eyes. Yeah, you're right, Rei. Thanks, I needed that. Midoriya said while he wiped his tear with his okay hand. Oh yeah? Just Rei? What happened to the honorifics? Rei asked with a smile. Are this well I mean? Midoriya said panicking. I'm only kidding. I don't mind, you're my friend after all. Now let's wait for recovery girl to get you all healed up before we head home, shall we? Rei said with a grin. Which in return Midoriya gave the best grin he could back at Rei, ignoring the pain in his limbs as best he could. 12. End of exam. While Rei waited for Midoriya to get discharged, he started to talk with Eve. What do you think, Eve? Cool enough for you? Hi Rei was kikoi. Cool, loved how the people watch you as you took the points. Ha ha ha, you should have seen their faces. Eve said with bubbling excitement. Ha ha ha, it wasn't a bad harvest either. It helped me realize that I did indeed crave a good fight every now and again. It also reminded me why I loved anime. Cool shit. This exam helped me get 2 blades of mine to Kyoki and Tengoku. Ahoy. Eve nodded in approval. Also congrats Rei, you've managed to create your very own Zanpakuto. When you win for John. He, you put your soul in for it to be the embodiment of your will. And if you think about it, Zanpakutos are soul swords. So Tata your very own dual Zanpakuto. Oh shit, does that mean my powers will break out again? Rei said, standing up in dread. Idiot Rei, don't worry, since this is an ability of your own. Your own skill from your soul, so it works like a passive. It has no grade since it's a growth type weapon which gets stronger with you. Sitting back down, Rei wiped the sweat from his head. Oh thank God. Since you said it's a passive, does it come with any boosts? Hi Eve-sama here will show you. Eve said with joy. Kyoki and Tengoku grade? Created in the heat of battle, this pair of sibling swords are the embodiment of Rei Todoroki's will to fight and protect. Passive. Kyoki increase awareness, speed, strength, and bloodlust in battle when equipped. Tengoku increase defense, instinct, reaction, and slight auto guard when equipped. Set bonus. When paired, there will be a synergy between the sibling blades, causing an increase in ability and an increase in all defensive attributes. Well, goddamn, that's pretty good. Wait, does that mean I have my own Shikai and Bankai? Yep, but unlocking these will be a lot harder since they're your Zanpakuto and your soul is hella strong. That and also you ahem, clears throat, known jack shit about them. Okay, but med won't be fun otherwise. Rei shrugged. So how well did I pass the mission? Heh, here, take a look. Completed. Quest, on his path to God, I can't have my Rei looking weak, can I? Tasks, take first place with flying colors and impress the audience. Issued by Eve. Rewards. Soul Training Manual Finale Volume 3. Advanced Soul Training Manual Complete Edition. Lottery X5. Extra info, go for it Rei. Passing grade, Eve Chan is too happy to rate. Extra rewards. Twin Dragons Manual Dual Wield Sword Skill, rare. Kahoho, now they know the my Rei is not to be messed with, haha. Seemingly in her own world, Rei decided to let Eve have her moment while waiting for Midoriya. After recovery girl had discharged Midoriya, the two had started to walk home. But just before they reached there, they were cut off by All Might sliding in. Watashi wa kita. I am here. At percent dollar number percent at percent at percent at percent number dollar percent at. What the fuck, baka you Sajai? Idiot rabbit. Haha, sorry. Well, I'm here to say that congrats Rei Shounen, you have become an internet star. And also congratulations Midoriya Shounen, your selfless act had allowed you to gain 60 rescue points, allowing you to qualify for Class 1A. While Midoriya was happy beyond belief at the fact that he passed, Rei was more interested in the first part. Oi baka you Sajai. What do you mean internet star? Ito, just watch this. All Might said nervously as he showed Rei a trailer the school had made to act as a driving force and a deterrent force. He didn't want to do it, but he had to. It is better than Rei losing his shit when he sees this broadcasted on the TV in UA. The trailer shows Rei using unlimited blade works to clear out a zone before laughing and snapping his finger to get rid of the portal. His smile as he went through waves and waves of robots using Kyoki and Tengoku. A dance of red and gold before it showed the scene of him finishing off the giant robot. His satisfied face, which was what the robot had last seen, and then it ended with the UA logo and Plus Ultra. This trailer was accompanied by music and his chant for unlimited blade works. Minus all the swearing, making it child-friendly. Midoriya watched in awe as the trailer had shown Rei's most redeeming qualities. Whereas the person mentioned Rei stood with his eyes shadowed. He asked. Did you or did you not clarify my gender? This well. So you shown this to the world with effects making me even more feminine. They added fucking longer lashes to my eyes. Fucking longer eyelashes. And you posted all of this without my agreement nor stating my gender. Kill him Rei. Eve said with a murderous tone, she had wanted the world to see how cool he was, not how beautiful he was. Agreed Rei, though, while he quickly traced a blade and threw it a centimeter from the top of All Might's head. Next one won't miss. I am the bone of my sword. Rei said before bringing out Kyoki and Tengoku. Hearing this, All Might ran for his life, leaving a small crater at where he had stood, creating what seems to be a sonic boom. Come back here, bitch. I promise it'll only hurt for a moment. Rei shouted as he ran after All Might, leaving a similar crater where he had stood, accompanied by a loud bang. Kyoki seemed to be radiating more bloodlust as Midoriya watched in humor. He was used to seeing the shenanigans of All Might and Rei. Shrugging, he jogged back home, seeing All Might and Rei quickly make their way closer to the apartment while talking some details. A lot of details. Midoriya couldn't wait to start in UA. Maybe I'll be in the same class as that cute girl I saw. He thought while still hearing Rei swearing like a sailor in the distance. 13. Quirk Apprehension Test Part 1. Walking in the hallway of UA was All Might in his skinny form. His hair was a mess, arms were bandaged, his left eye was bruised and his right cheek was swollen. He did ask recovery girl to help, but she just said, "Hey, I'm not healing you this time. Take it as a learning experience. Don't upload shit without a person's approval." Making his way to the faculty where the trailer was made, he tried to talk to the staff. Looking around, he saw no one were around, so he muscled up around a hidden corner before knocking. All Might-san, how can I help you? Also, how are you this hurt? Can't recovery girl help? Sigh. Hey, it's a long story, but let tell you now. Change the trailer please, I won't be able to survive till tomorrow. All Might said with fear. What come in first and let's talk, okay? While a certain Baka Usagi was trying to make things right, Rei was thinking of slaughter. It's the Megaman, goddess. Oh look, it's her. Oh my god. She's, Kawi. Hey, why is she wearing a male uniform? Who cares, more charm? These lines could be heard being whispered as he made his way to the class. Rei got angrier by the minute, and a certain someone who said the third line is going to die tonight. Midoriya, go ahead without me, I need to deal with something. Rei said, looking at Midoriya. Sure, I'll be in class. Nodding, Rei spread out his observation haki across the school to find a banished Baka Usagi talking in a room with people. Found you. Rei said, smiling in a bloodthirsty way. Launching himself in their direction, he left the corridor in less than a second. Did you get a chill just then? Nah, must be you. Meh, oh well, a shame that I can't see the Kawi goddess anymore. Hearing that dude, Midoriya thought. He's totally dying tonight. Reaching the room where All Might is, Rei slammed open the door to see what seemed like a film crew and All Might looking at him. This makes it easier. Now all y'all fuckers listen up. I want you to at least make my gender clear in that video and remove the fucking lashes and we'll be chill. Rei said while his eyes were bloodshot from his rage. What? We can't do that. Then I'll fucking kill you. Rei said, tracing a death scythe. You can't threaten us, what we do is for the good of the school. Suddenly Rei appeared in front of the guy with his scythe around his throat. Try me, bitch. And honestly, I don't give a flying fuck for what good it did to the school. What I do care about is that if another one of those shitheads call me a girl, well, mass murder or edit a video, you can decide. Rei whispered in his ear. I'll edit it now. He said, quivering at the sight of the scythe around his neck. Good. Now Baka Usagi, I want to open ceremony to clarify the shit by tomorrow. Rei said before he left. Looking at the quivering man, All Might said. See told. Rei Shounen hates being seen as female. Welp, you do your edit while I get the ceremony done. Leaving the room, All Might looked over at Rei's retreating in concern before he walked to the principal's office. Rei walked to Class 1A to see the full roster of the class minus Eraserhead. Yo Midoriya, I done the thing I needed to do. Rei, you've done, that's good. Oh, I also need to do something. Rei said while walking up to the front of the class. So you've all probably seen the fucking video being blasted without care across the school, but I'll say it now, I am a fucking boy, and if one of you shitheads mistake me, I'll tear your world a fucking asunder. Rei said. Pussy face, what are you to threaten me? Bakugo said while he created a small explosion with his hands. A chain suddenly wrapped around him as Rei appeared with Kyoki nearing Bakugo's throat. Your worst nightmare, porcupine. Rei said. You. Bakugo said with anger. Oi, settle down or fuck off, I don't care. But get changed, we're going to the field. A certain Eraser Pillar said. Eraserhead Caterpillar. Rei shrugged, untracing the weapons he made, and walked towards the changing rooms. Hey Eve, I just thought, what shall my hero costume be? Don't worry about it, I'll deal with it with this. Author note, just trying to see if this makes it better since Eve talks while the rest of the system is in text. Is for Eve and is for system. Quest clarify part 1. Task, make clear to the whole of UA what gender you are and assert you dominance. Issued by Eve. Rewards, Unbreakable Jacket, King, Unbreakable Shirt Emiya Edition, King. Quest show Eraser Pillar who's boss. Task take first place in his test with flying colors. Issued by, Eve. Rewards unbreakable pants, King, unbreakable shoes, King, dot. Day. The cloths are black, makes a nice contrast with your hair and the give set bonus of overall increase in status. Before I forget, the unbreakable doesn't mean enemies can't hit you, it just means that it self-repairs after you rest. That helps out Eve. Hehe, so you want me to show my dominance. Hi well, they had the balls to call my REI cute when he's clearly cool. Show it to them REI. Make them know who's boss. Eve cheered. Ha, you're right, can't have these idiots see me as a girl anymore, can I? I have a plan ready for the ceremony. He. REI said as he schemed. While changing, REI saw the gazes that the guys in the class gave while he was changing. Annoyed, REI said. What? You want me to rip your eyes out? Nope, nothing. They said in union in fear. REI looked away. Looking in the changing room mirror, he could see that his body had really matured. While his overall body shape was lean, his muscles were compact and brimming with power. Reaching the field, REI listened to Eraser Pillar explain his quirk apprehension quest. But then he ignored it since he knew all of it. Hey REI. Yeah Eve, what is it? Well, I've noticed that your personality's running around for a while now. And I think I might know why. Hey, yeah, you're right, I don't think I would have threatened the people like that normally. Well, I think that because Emiya was made from your soul as well as when we left and returned to your soul. His overall though process influenced yours. It only got amplified as you accepted it as who you are. Well, I guess you're not wrong since it is a part of you. Don't worry REI. For me REI's still REI. Heh, thanks Eve. REI smiled. Oi REI. Eraser Pillar shouted. Yeah. Your turn, get a move on. Shrugging, REI moved to the spot picking up a ball. He had an idea on how to make the ball go further. Trace on. Blue sparks danced off his body while a circuit pattern spread on the ground from his feet. Tracing the bow that he had used. REI notches the ball onto a sword. Kalidborg 2. A noble phantasm that Archer/Emiya uses as an arrow. As he drew back, he flooded magic into the sword, making it surpass its limits. Pushing magic into the bow, he made the string tighter. The magic circuits thrummed to life on his arm as he pulled back slowly with force. A wisp of red energy flowed behind him, with the origin being the tip of the arrow. Fly for me! REI shouted as the sword broke the sound barrier, leaving the field cracked behind him. In this moment, Eraserhead has quickly ran over to protect the teens. The trail of red cut the sky as countless pressure circles appeared behind the arrow. A distant explosion was heard. Eraserhead's phone rang with the results. 35.2 kilometers. Their collective pupils shrank as they saw the result. Het. REI smirked. 14. Quirk Apprehension Test Part 2. Het. REI smirked. Looking back, he could see his classmates whisper with eyes wide open. You're kidding. What is that quirk? That power. Whereas Eraserhead thought otherwise. His fine control in making sure the blade was streamlined while carrying the ball. I didn't know what energy that was, but it looked like the circuits of a computer. This kid, his quirk isn't just simple blade from other worlds. No, this is something else. I can't erase his quirk either. Normally I can look at them and their quirk is gone, but this needs deeper knowledge for me to erase. Eraserhead pondered, with becoming more fearful every second. Okay, next 100M run. Eraserhead said while they walked over to the track. Stretching his legs, REI took his stance. He willed the magic circuits in his legs to thrum with life, causing neon blue circuit-like patterns to appear on his legs. He decided to use a very small amount of haki in his legs, enough so that they help him but not to the point that they show up. Start. Bang. REI had set off the moment Eraserhead finished saying start. The ground had cracked, leaving a small hill behind the crater caused by his launch. The friction caused by his speed had caused the air around him to combust. A small trail of fire could be seen flickering on the track. Phew. Breathing out steam from his mouth, the evaporated sweat caused steam to stem from his body. REI looked intimidating as the scene had made him look like a monster. Imagine the armored titan when he broke the wall. Oh my god. What a monster. The fuck is with him? Ranged, close quarter and monster-like physical power. Isn't he just like a cheat character from video games? It was at this moment they remembered that REI was defeated 2 zones of robots alone with no sweat. His look as he surpassed the sound barrier. At this moment REI had shown the class that he was powerful beyond their compare. Watching him, guys had the though of never crossing him, while the girls blushed seeing his face and his raw power. REI took first in the rest of the tests. He had used reinforcement and haki at the same time, pushing his physical limits beyond normal. With each test his classmates saw more of his physical power. Even Mineta's cheat-like sidesteps bowed in defeat. Rei got changed quickly while he asked Eve a question that had plagued his mind. Eve, why did Eraserhead do the ball throw first? Isn't that supposed to be last? I think it's because he wanted to see your control with your power? Maybe. Seems like the butterfly effect have started to happen now. Meh, I know you can beat it. Not matter what lays ahead, in front of unstoppable power it can only bow no. Eve said while trying to imitate Rei's voice. PFT. Was that supposed to be me? Hahaha, well I don't disagree. Is he gone? Kirishima asked while looking around the corner. Yeah, he's gone. Kaminari said. Oh my god. What the fuck was with him? Isn't he too powerful? Mineta shouted. Yeah, what the hell? Isn't his quirk supposed to be making blades? How did he make circuits appear on his legs? Yeah, did you see him? He went so fast he made the track set on fire. On fire? Yeah, the look of his face after though. Almost made my shit myself. Who the fuck made that video? Can't they see that he is the man in manly? How can they pollute his coolness with lashes? Let's go send a complaint. Actually I think I'm beginning to like traps. STFU Mineta. Rei-san is the man, how can you see him as a trap? Yet. Hey Midoriya-san, you and Rei seem to know each other, can you tell us what his quirk is? And how is he so strong? I don't think I can without his permission. Bah, didn't he show it off today? That must mean it's fine. Well, from what he told me his quirk is like computer circuits which he calls magic circuits. From what I could see through the months I've been with him, he primarily uses his quirk to create blades and program another world with allows him to store the blades like a data bank. With the circuits it seems to be like a computer program that can create anything as long as it has the necessary commands. When he uses his quirk he would have circuit-like patterns run across his body. From this I can see how he has some kind of energy running through them while he creates his blades. Also Midoriya started to ramble on about his observations of Rei's quirk. If Rei was here he would be surprised at how much Midoriya has guessed from the surface information of his quirk. Ano, you guys understand anything? I was lost after he said magic circuits. Me too, he was too fast for me to understand. Should we stop him? Well, he seems to enjoy it, so I guess let him continue. They discussed while Midoriya rambled on about his observations on Rei's quirk. However, Bakugo didn't pay attention. Even when Midoriya passed him in the ball throw. He was focused on where he had seen Rei before. He knew he saw someone that could be him from when he was a kid. Midoriya too, but he probably forgot. It annoyed him since some unknown kid he probably knew was so much stronger than him. Meanwhile. Oi All Might, where did this kid come from? I can't erase his quirk. Even though his is not a permanent body quirk? Why can he make blades and reinforce his body at the same time? Eraserhead, I can't tell you just yet. But Rei Shounen is beyond something we can imagine. His experience in combat exceed what I had expected. In 10 short months he changed from a Shounen that has been trained to what feels like a veteran that fought life and death battles. His mind had changed. He seemed to be slightly nihilistic now. I can only hope that the villains don't lay their hands on him. I can't imagine what would happen if All for One got his dirty hands on Rei Shounen's quirk. All Might sighed. He worry seems to multiple every day. Eraserhead nodded. I still need to tell Rei Shounen that the opening ceremony is ready and he is the representative of the new student body since he smashed the exam. Knowing the current him, he would probably clear up his gender to the press and students in the most dominate way possible. Ha 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 ha! All Might's laughter rang out as he walked away. Rei, what are you? Eraserhead quietly said before walking to the teacher lounge. Oh Midoriya, you are finally here. Hey? Hey Eureka-san and Yuita Tinya. Rei practically spat his name out. Rei-san, I apologize for my earlier behavior, but I must emphasize on how horrible it was to take all the points in 2 zones. You crushed their ideals on being a hero. Yes, so what? Bite me. And don't go telling me this bullshit of it's not fair. Why do you think there is a ranking for heroes out there? It's a competition, Ida. Hollow ideals of being a hero don't get you anywhere. You. Ida-san, Rei-san, no need to fight, we're classmates here. Eureka tried to smooth out the situation when Bakugo started to approach them. Oh Heikakan. Midoriya greeted nervously. I'm not here for you, Deku. I'm here for you, blade ass. Bakugo said. Ho, what do you want, porcupine? Rei said with a tick mark visible on his head. Have I seen you before? I can't remember and it's pissing me off. I won't forget someone with a quirk like yours, but I feel like I know you. But also, just because you beat me now doesn't mean you can beat me in the future, you hear? Whatever. Rei brushed him off. Konoyero, you bastard, Bakugo said, about to use his quirk before a blade materialized in Rei's hand and pointed at his throat. You wanna go, porcupine? Rei said without a smile. Tisk, Bakugo said before walking off. Rei-san is a member of this class, I can't watch while you threaten a classmate. Ida said. Fuck off. Rei replied while Eureka asked Midoriya. I though your name was Midoriya Izuku? I didn't know there was also a Deku in it. It sounds nice, dot. My real name is Izuku. But Deku is what Kakin calls me, is sort of an insult. Oh really, sorry. I just thought it sounded like Gonbeidaku, pun. It's you can do it, and I liked it. Eureka explained. I'm Dekudesu. Midoriya suddenly said. PFT. Oi Midoriya, what happened to it being an insult? Rei said looking at Midoriya. It was just a shame that he remembered all the shit that was going to happen to him, so he decided to enjoy what he could and as much as he could. Rei shounen. All Might called out suddenly. All Might. Eureka, Midoriya, and Ida called out simultaneously. What is it, Baka Usagi? The opening ceremony had been set up. It's tomorrow while the whole school and the press will be there. You're going to be doing your speech. All Might said while a smile crept on Rei's face. Ha ha ha, then let the curtains rise as the show's just begun. 15. Clarity. Quick author's note first. So I realized I made Rei a bit too aggressive and I realize my mistake. Noob author-san here. So hey, race a short chap on the night before Rei goes to the conference to fix that. Enjoy. Fuck. Rei shouted the moment he entered his apartment. Fuck 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 fuck. Fuck. Rei shouted in absolute pain. Rei. Stop, what's wrong? Eve, I hate it, why did I do all that? Why did I threaten to kill? Why did I point my blade at my classmates? Why do I feel so short-tempered, fuck? Even Bakugo has a longer fuse than me. What the fuck happened? Why did I change so much? Rei shouted in fear. He reflected to what he did and it scared him. He didn't even recognize himself. Rei. Listen to me. Eve shouted. Calm down Rei and let's talk, okay? Eve's voice tinged with hurt as she watched him break down. Rei. Eve, can't you see I'm not even me anymore? For fuck's sake Rei, stop it. Listen to me, you're fucking dumbass. For the first time Eve had went against Rei. Rei could only shut up while his heart felt hurt. The only person to be with him from start to finish right now was absolutely disgusted with him. Rei, can you even listen to yourself? Ever since you found out that the demon was a part of you, you changed. You tried to be him. Did you forget what Gran Torino told you? You're you, not anyone else, so don't fucking imitate that demon because you think it's you. She shouted. Rei was silent. Slowly pondering her words, he remembered his actions. He was annoyed when he though let the demon out. It's me after all. In the situations that had happened. He hurt the teachers, he hurt his friend Midoriya when he saw him threaten Bakugo. Yet he still forgave him. And most of all he hurt Eve, the sole most important person in his life right now. He couldn't forgive himself for hurting her. He remembered a quote he heard on Earth. Just because you could, doesn't mean you should. He had all this power so that he can explore, to protect, to not let anyone change him. Yet it was this power that made him change himself. Rei. When Emiya said that the demon was a part of you, he meant that it was a part you should accept but not let it run amok. Just because you acknowledge that side of you doesn't mean you should let it take over what you are. Rei. I didn't fall in love with a demon imitating idiot. A bitch that wanted to kill because someone annoyed him. No, I fell in love with the real the you. The you that wanted to explore the vast amounts of anime worlds, the one that wanted to be carefree. Rei, come back please. That was the final nail in the coffin. His heart pained listening to the confession of Eve while she cried her eyes out at the demon in his heart. He let out. Sigh. It was the most pained sigh that Rei had ever let out. I'm sorry Eve, yeah you're right, I was an idiot. Just because I could let the heart demon come out doesn't mean I should. I hurt you and I'm truly sorry. Heek Rei you heek, I was so scared, crying, heek I thought it was fine and then it got worse and worse, heek, crying, I'm useless, I didn't even know what was wrong, crying, heek and then you broke down, heek, and you started to hate it yourself, crying. Eve, don't be sad, you're not useless. You were here to help me out when I was lost. You helped me realize what was wrong with me. Eve, you saved me when I needed it the most. Crying harder. Rei sat there listening to Eve releasing her frustration. It was the least he could do since she saved him from a bottomless abyss. Sniff heek sniff. Calm now Eve. And here I was supposed to help you. But I made you waste your time listening to me sniff. Nah, it's fine, I need a moment to think too. So what was it about I fell in love with the real you? Rei teased with a small smile. ////blush////. I'm not taking it back, you known. It's true. Eve sounded nervous. Smiling Rei closed his eyes and said. I love you too Eve. Thank you for staying with me. I truly loved every moment we spent together. Really? Eve asked with uncertainty. Yet. Rei said while he started to meditate and sort his mind out. Hours went by quick but Rei and Eve enjoyed the silence they had. It felt intimate. Rei had remembered multiple ways that he could use to give Eve a body but he decided to leave it for later while he thinks about how to solve the conference in a less violent way tomorrow. 16. Puberty. Phew Rei breathed out as he stood up in his room. After the conversation he had with Eve had slightly understood what he should do. While he shouldn't completely forget the bad side, it doesn't he should let it control him. He just needed to do what he did before but have more control. He couldn't go losing his shit so much. Yesterday was, defiantly embarrassing. He, a reincarnator, broke down like a little kid. While it embarrassed him he also didn't mind, after all he and Eve opened up to each other. He had some ideas on giving Eve a body so that they could be together but right now a step at a time. Quickly arriving on campus he could see the press gather for the ceremony. Showtime he though while he spread out his observation haki to find All Might. Oi Baka Usagi. You ready? Rei called out when he saw All Might in the lounge. Rei shounen, yes I am. Everyone should be ready in the hall. Let's go shall we? All Might asked with a smile. Multiple conversations could be heard while Principal Nizu walked to the stage. Settle down everyone. He shouted as Rei made his way up to the stage. Leaving the mic for him Principal Nizu sat down with the other teachers and watched Rei. So you probably know me, some don't but I don't care. What I am here to say is that I have required each and every one of you to be here while I say this to the school and the world out there. Yeah you can say I using you press as a tool. But so what? Bite me. And so I say. Rei, from class 1A, gender male. Will now tell y'all this. I don't give a shit on what you think hero should be but I believe in myself, I'm not going to let some shitty villains cause deaths while they just get imprisoned. No they deserve much more, and so, any villains I'll met well. I don't have mercy for society trash. He said while he unleashed a bit of his conqueror haki on everyone so that they felt pressure. He had his unlimited blade works craft 2 rows of blades behind him making him look more intimidating with addition to Kyoki in his right hand while he let it spread out waves of bloodlust. Causing some fear in the crowd. Satisfied with the effect he stepped away from the stage. All Might excused himself while the conference/ceremony went on. Baka Usagi, what you need? Rei said while he leaned on the railing. Not much, Rei shounen I just want to ask is everything okay? All Might asked while he also leaned on the railing next to Rei. Yeah I'm fine, just had to sort out my mind a little. I just need some control over myself. So that's what it is. I think I get it now Rei shounen. Wait you do? Rei asked in surprise. He couldn't imagine how All Might could know about his small internal identity crisis he had. Yes Rei shounen. I believe it's puberty. Bit of a late bloomer I'll say but don't worry Rei shounen. It's normal for a teenager and their emotions to be a bit out of whack at this time. Rei stood there flabbergasted. Wait Eve does that mean it wasn't the identity crisis I had? It was just my hormone working. I think. The fuck? Rei shouted in his mind and in real life. Meh Rei shounen, I can teach you all about it. All Might said whist giving a thumbs up. For fuck's sakes Baka Usagi, I know what puberty mean it's just, I didn't think that's what I was going through. Rei said with a weird look. Well, for these things a third person standpoint finds things out more no. All Might smiled while still looking at Rei. Hey, well I mean I think? So I guess I should just try tone it down a bit. Rei asked with uncertainty. Well it's certainly a good start Rei shounen. All Might encouraged. I'll also say this now. You should also think of a hero costume soon. The quicker you do the longer time they have to make it. Thanks but I got this. I already have a costume ready. I don't really need anything fancy. After all. Isn't my blade works cool as it is already? Rei said with a wide smile. There we go see, aren't you happier getting it off your chest? All Might said with his tradition, _n, face. PFT what's with that face All Might? Rei laughed. Well it made you laugh no? All Might said smiling. Yeah it did Shugoi Usagi, cool rabbit. Haha well I still got paperwork to do so I'll be going. Take care Rei shounen. And remember talk to me if you need help on puberty. All Might said whilst he walked away. The fuck Baka Usagi? Rei shouted. He could hear All Might laugh in the distance. He really is amazing isn't he Eve? Yeah he is. Right then. Let go back to class. Rei stretched and jumped off the railing towards the building class 1A was it. Later that day Rei could see the conference on TV and newspaper. He could see how pro-heroes berated him saying he's immature and arrogant. While some of the civilians though the opposite, they supported his thought as villains have killed too many people but they just get jailed, which they could just break out and kill more. But Rei didn't care, he had more pressing matters. He wanted to train himself up a bit more before the villains' attack at the USJ. "Ne Aizawa-sensei?" Rei asked. Yeah, what is it? Can I take a few days off from lessons? I need to deal with some problems that's just come up. Yeah sure, whatever, just make sure that you have a costume for the hero training in a week's time. Eraserhead said, not caring since All Might has told him the Rei might want to clear his head for a while. You agreed? Rei said, surprised. What? Unless you don't want me to. Nai ha ha ha, see you. Rei said quickly while he left. This kid. Eraserhead showed a small smile that was gone almost immediately, returning his face back to the lazy one he had most of the time. Having gotten confirmation, Rei sought out Midoriya to tell him that he needed to do something for a week. After making sure everything was done, he went home and entered his mindscape. Ready to start training. Hey Eve, am I able to create any enemies in my mindscape? If it's just weaker enemies like the small robots in the exam, I think you can make 30 to 40 of them. Time is also 4:00 here, 1 hour out there now, so you have plenty of time to train. You just need to imagine what the enemy looks like and I'll do the rest. Let's go with fighting a large group attacking at once. Eve, will you be able to handle making one for every I destroy so it doesn't run out? Hi, no problem for me, I can handle it. Thanks Eve, let's get started. Rei said whilst he summoned Kyoki and Tengoku. He was also planning to master the Twin Dragons manual in the week or a month in the mindscape that he was given as much as he could. 40 robots surrounded him as started to utilize his observation haki and armament haki to the extreme. He made sure he didn't use anything else since he had wanted to improve his blade work with his dual swords and integrate haki better into fighting too. So for the next month he spent most of his time fighting the unending waves of robots, with the occasional break to eat, shower, and rest. Each session becoming harder as he made more and more of them, each better than the last. At the last week he had in his mindscape. The robots were already very humanoid-like with amazing agility, flexibility and fast reflexes. 17. Hero Training. Within Rei's mindscape, a battle was happening. 6 humanoid robots stood in front of Rei, while thousands laid to waste behind him. Eve, how long till school? You should have 3 minutes left to destroy these guys before you make your way to school. You should be on time. Thanks Ev. Rei was cut off by the robot blasting towards him, trying to stab his heart. Bastard! He shouted as he parried with Tengoku. Locking the robot's blade with his, Rei brought Kyoki down diagonally, cleaving the robot in half. Taking the moment the first robot made, the other 5 simultaneously blasted towards him. Using his observation haki, Rei see the path the swords came at. Seeing how the swords came at him without gaps between, he decided to take inspiration from Neji Hyuuga's Kaden, rotation, and supply it with the sword energy cultivated with the Twin Dragons manual. The azure sword energy formed the rotational dome with streaks of gold and red around him as he twisted his body with great speeds, deflecting then pushing the robots away. Releasing the dome, Rei was unharmed but panting heavily. The robots quickly formed another sword on their spare hand, making 10 swords coming for his life. But something snapped in Rei as he was able to use observation haki much clearer as he twisted his body to avoid 5 swords while parrying another 5. Not having time bask in the feeling, Rei quickly held Kyoki the reverse grip, dispatching 2 robots with his last twist and jumped back to create some space. The robots, however, had a different though as they relentlessly pursued him. Let's try this. Rei said while thinking of what Ronino Zoro used with his 3-sword, but adapted to his 2-sword style. 2-sword style? Ryu no Tatsumaki? Rei shouted as he caused a gale to pick up while his azure sword energy took the forms of 2 dragons traveling in the tornado, shredding the 3 robots that were picked up by the wind. Phew, Rei breathed out as he made his way out of the mindscape. Eve, what just happened with my haki? I think I've increased it but it also feels blocked somewhat still. I think it's because you touched a threshold of some kind but haven't broken through yet. But that's just speculation on my part. Well, in One Piece wasn't Katakuri from Big Mom's crew able to peer a bit into the future? I don't think I'm near that threshold yet, but we'll see. Oh yeah, Rei, you should get the unbreakable outfit set into the bag now just in case someone manages to see in school since it's a full outfit. Yeah sure. But I wonder which I'll be playing, hero or villain for today's training. He doesn't matter, my Rei's going to kick ass anyways. You got it. Rei said as he ran to UA. Walking to the class he greeted Midoriya before waiting for All Might. It wasn't long before All Might came sliding in walking about the hero training. Well, since we have a odd number, Rei Shounen shall be by himself since he has much more experience and control with his quirk. Is that okay, Rei Shounen? I'm fine either way. Great, now everyone, let's get your hero costumes. All Might shouted. Getting changed, Rei could see how the outfit he had would adjust to his size, making it very handy for him. So we will have hero and villain teams with everyone pairing up. Whereas Rei Xiaonan shall be the hero facing up against me and Eraserhead. Oh ho, so I'm against two pro heroes, am I? Interesting. Rei said with a smile filled with fighting intent. Everyone slowly backed away from Rei as he unconsciously released pressure which had started to suffocate them. Meh, don't be hasty, Rei Xiaonan, we're going last. So hold it in until then, okay? All Might said, making Rei lift up the pressure. His smile still on his face while he walked away to the control center and sat down. Closing his eyes, he thought of ways to defeat All Might and Eraserhead with damaging the building. But fuck the building. If a villain has a bomb, is it not better to get rid of the threat first before worrying about casualties? After all, saving a few and give the bomb a chance to blow up, or defeating the villain and stopping the bomb. The second choice would be better since I would save more people, reducing the possible casualties when fighting. Thinking to this point, Rei had decided to try to defeat All Might and Eraserhead while holding back and try not to kill them. Soon the training was done and it was his turn. His face held absolute battle intent as he smiled widely. He couldn't let an opportunity like this pass. Everyone stood in the control room watching Rei's confident steps as he approached the building All Might and Eraserhead had hidden in. With every step he increased his conqueror's haki while he approached. The windows started to crack and shatter while the lamps bent down from the sheer pressure released by Rei. This served as a warning for All Might and Eraserhead that they better watch out. While Rei was walking closer, All Might and Eraserhead was feeling the pressure increase each second. I don't think I have the leeway of holding back against Rei Xiaonan anymore. All Might said to Eraserhead while he too was slowly sweating from the pressure. Reaching the building, Rei looked up and sensed their location. Finding them, Rei spread his magic to the building, casing neon blue lines to start to encroach the building. All Might suddenly saw the lines appear in the room. His pupils shrank as he was about to call out, yet it was too late as he heard. Inkiju. Golden chains shot out from all around the room. Each origin point situated where the neon blue circuits ended. Struggling to move, All Might could only see Eraserhead being bound too near the bomb. Roaias. He heard again as several 7-petal flowers made from neon pink energy guarded the bomb. Whist, watching All Might and Eraserhead felt a pull from the chains as they were flung out of the room, causing the room to collapse. As they landed, they looked up to see the bomb suspended by the 7-petal flowers and connected by chains. Looking back over, they saw Rei in a black ankle-length jacket, black boots, pants, and a dark red armored shirt with white lines. With golden chains in each hand. I don't want to kill you, so I won't take out Kyoki and Tengoku. After all, this is training, so Inkiju should be fine. Rei said while he shook the golden chains. Oiki. Aizawa-sensei, I know that this means I won, but I also really want to fight you guys. Rei interrupted with a battle-thirsty smile. Feeling the pressure, they knew they had to fight. All Might signaled Eraserhead to support while he took vanguard. Seeing this, Rei swung the chain at where they stood. A crack was heard as the ground shattered at the force. Eraserhead was on a building with the cloth unwrapped and ready to fight, whilst All Might was already nearing Rei. Bending backwards, Rei evaded All Might's lariat as he twisted to retract Inkiju back towards All Might. Eraserhead took this moment to use his cloth to enter a tug of war with Inkiju. Rei, feeling the tug, quickly untraced the chain as he elbowed the ground quickly with haki, causing All Might to be pushed back. A cloud to dust rose while suddenly 2 golden chains shot out of the cloud in a zigzag motion. All Might quickly punched both chains just behind the tip, which caused them to divert and plunged into the ground. Rise! Rei shouted as Inkiju shot out of the ground near Eraserhead and hit him into the distance. I thought Aizawa-sensei would be tougher, but I guess he can't erase real weapons that I create nor the energy I use. What a bore! Rei said without a smile, looking at All Might. Now it's just me and you, All Might, show me what you can do. He shouted while springing a trap near All Might feet as several Inkijus rose up. Detroit Smash! All Might shouted, disrupting it, and jumped away. Not letting him get away, Rei jumped in front of All Might and launched a roundhouse kick, making All Might crash into a building. Getting up, All Might wiped some dust from his face as he stood up. While they were fighting, the class watching with wide eyes as Rei beat back Eraserhead and fought All Might to a standstill. No way! Damn, that's All Might, you know. How is Rei fighting to a standstill? No, you're wrong, All Might is losing. Rei has managed to push him back while All Might couldn't land a hit on him yet. Momo suddenly said. What? The rest of the class collectively shouted. Back to the fight. Rei watched as All Might shrugged off his hit. I really am getting weak. I can't even keep up with you, Rei Xiaonan. All Might said while stretched his right shoulder. Now I can't be losing to my student, can I? So Rei Xiaonan, I'll tell you now, for here on out I'm going to give more than 200% plus ultra no. All Might warned as his iris glowed with an intimidation sheen. Rei nodded as he suddenly saw All Might disappear from his sight. Kuah! Rei suddenly shouted as All Might punched him in the stomach, forcing him to fly back. Throwing Inkiju to the surrounding buildings, Rei stabilized himself before. He looked up to see All Might already charging to him. Rei grinned widely as he shouted. Ro-A-I-A-S. The flower sprang to life as it protected Rei from the punch. But before he could celebrate, a shattering sound out be heard. Pai. As the first two layers fell in succession, Rei knew his Ro-A-I-As couldn't hold. He knew it wasn't as strong as it could be, but he didn't know what was missing. Quickly Rei jumped away as a massive cloud of dust rose with All Might at the center. Rei flung Inkiju at All Might, but All Might quickly caught it as he swung Rei into a building. Getting up from the rubble, Rei was bleeding from his head, dyeing a portion of his hair red. Ha-ha-a-a, Rei chuckled. God damn, you really aren't the symbol of peace for nothing. Rei said while he crouched and held his hand to the ground. All Might, feeling a rumble, quickly jumped away while a pillar of gold chains shot up. The chains suddenly bent towards All Might as he jumped to another building. The chains relentlessly pursued while All Might ran. Thinking that it had gone on long enough, All Might turned and punched the air while the force caused the air to collapse, pushing All Might towards Rei. Rei quickly reacted by pushing his magic to trace God of Thunder Thor's gauntlets. Jarn Repair. Materializing on his hands, Rei pushed armament haki around the gauntlets, giving it a dark purple sheen. Rei punched out as hard as he could and his fist collided with All Might's, causing the air to collapse and rupture. A mushroom cloud appeared with the last punch as the epicenter. The classmates watched in a daze as they saw Rei, who is not older than them, fight All Might to such an extent. Bakugo watched in anger as he saw how someone his age was able to fight All Might, his idol, with such power. He felt weak. While Shoto Todoroki watched in fear and curiosity as Rei looked too similar to his mum if she was a guy. His hand traced his scar as he thought deeply on what the relationship Rei could have with his mother. Meanwhile the dust settled, showing a passed out Rei with several buildings collapsed in front of him. All Might was kneeling with one leg while his right arm was bloody. Holy shit, Rei shounen. All Might said, tired as he tried to stand up. 18. USJ Attack Part 1. URG. Rei woke up in pain. Ugh, fucking hell, my body hurts like shit. Rei said, seeing himself in bandages. Hey, at least external wounds are healed. Rei said, stretching a bit to see if anything was wrong. Hey Eve, I think I should begin the Might Guy's training now, even with haki. If I can't keep up physically, then I can't do shit, and Baka Usagi proved just that. Hi, so right now you should be able to complete around air 56%? So around the fourth gate almost 5th. Hey? Why is it so low? Though I had a super rare body. Well, even though the manual is lower in grade. The training has you training up your body all the way till world grade, you know. I mean, after all, Might Guy did almost kill Madara in his semi-ascendant form after becoming host of 10 Tails. Holy shit, doesn't that mean I hit jackpot? Half and half. After all, the training has you reaching the world body type, so the training must be hell. Even Might Guy didn't manage to do it, he had forcefully used the 8 inner gate without the proper body. It's like you with the powers. Too much and you die, hence why the 8th gate was the gate of death, since no one could train their body to world grade. They used the 8 inner gates to forcefully rank up their body for a short time, but the technique wasn't supposed to be used like that and the backlash killed them. Well, damn, aren't I fucked then? Nope. Remember the mindscape? Soon the time would be almost 8 HRS in there, 1 HR out here. N. You should be able to train your body soon in there, since your control and soul is slowly catching up to your king grade soul. Hehe, you can do it, Rei. Thanks Eve. Rei said with a smile. Then it struck him. Hey Eve. Yet. So when you said I use my soul to create a blade, it became a Zanpakuto, right? Ahoy. Since you used the blade as a catalyst to hold a part of your soul when you summon it. Eve, are you able to use soul power too? Yeah, I can. Why? Okay, help me with this. Rei said while he quickly ate a healing pill to recharge all his magic. While he couldn't give it away, he could still use it himself. Jumping into his mindscape, Rei quickly started to pump up his magic power. Trace on. Veins were bulging on his body while he quickly willed the magic power to construct this particular sheath. A golden light started to spread to every corner as the sheath was being constructed. Each step, percent and part, was harder than the last. After a while the pillar of gold shot upwards as the sheath was complete. Avalon. Rei shouted as the sheath of Excalibur were brought to life. Panting, Rei took another pill while he continued. Forge on. Using Avalon as a catalyst, he forged a spiritual body around it and using his soul control to try shape it. His eyes bloodshot while his skin ripped. The pressure of creating a body was too much, but he had to try. But before the body was halfway, the pressure became unstable and ruptured, killing him and forcing him back out into the real world. Fuck. Rei shouted as his attempt to make Eve a body using Avalon as a catalyst failed. He wanted to give her a body, and by making her use her soul energy he could create a resonance, thus allowing her to use the body. He wanted to do this because watching someone you love whilst not being able to do anything to help them was agony. So he must make her a body. "Rei, it's fine really, you don't have to do this," Eve said while she saw the pain it caused to create a body out of nothing for her. "No Eve, I want to do this. I promise to give you a body. Count on it." Rei said while the mental pressure caused him to black out once again. "Haa idiot Rei. I'll wait for you, you know? Even if it takes a million years. I'll wait for you." Eve's voice said with tenderness. Somewhere in a dark room. "Nuhahohoho. Kurogiri, give Tomura 2 more nomus from the higher batch. I have a feeling he may need it. The blade kid's not simple. The spy said that he's quirk not making blades but something else. Ha ha ha, oh how I wish to get my hands on that. All for one," eerily said whilst on call with Kurogiri, "Guy that warps the villains to us J." "Understood sir." Kurogiri responded while bowing like a butler. Ha 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 ha. "Now how will All Might deal with this when there are 3? All for one laughed while his twisted smile stretched across his face. Waking up Rei saw that he had stayed the night in the infirmary. "Eve, have they left for the USJ yet?" Rei asked while clutching his head. "No not yet. They're leaving in an hour. You should get another half an hour of sleep." Eve said with concern. "Thanks but it's fine Eve, I'll rest on the bus." Eve reluctantly agreed. Meeting up with Eraserhead and the class, Rei went towards Midoriya, realized his name had a sweat drop. "Sorry. Yo Midoriya. Your arm fine now?" Rei asked. "Hey, recovery girl healed me up. Also Rei, that was amazing. You managed to fight All Might. I saw the recording, but what is that chain? It looked different from the average weapon." Midoriya asked with burning curiosity. Thinking about it, Rei decided to tell Midoriya since he should be fine now considering he managed to fight All Might. "The chains are called Inkiju, the chains of heaven. They are supposed to be able to bind even the gods and trap them." Rei explained. How are you able to make such a diverse arsenal of weapons?" "I have a theory but I'm not sure." Midoriya said while asking Rei questions about his quirk. Since it was just the base theory of unlimited blade works, Rei decided to entertain Midoriya. "Okay Midoriya, so while I registered my ability as blade creation, it's more like unlimited weapon storage. I have a separate dimension where I would hold an infinite stash of weapons and I use the energy in my body to recreate/summon the weapon. I'm able to create the weapon anywhere within a certain area, further away than I would need to spread my energy outwards using it as a medium to summon the weapons. I'm also able to bring the dimension here provided I use an aria/chant to help act as a helper." Rei and Midoriya discussed about unlimited blade works while waiting for the departure time. During this, Midoriya had told Rei a lot of new ways to use his power. The trip was short for Rei as he was resting. Arriving at the USJ, Rei felt very unnerved. Rei went on guard the whole time while waiting for the villains. Walking in, he saw what he felt was normal first. The purple warp portal appeared bringing in villains, but what he didn't expect was 3 almost identical nomus show up. His pupil shrank as he felt the danger released from them. "Aizawa-sensei, keep an eye on the warp guy and protect the class." "I got this," Rei said, face serious. "Rei. Listen to a battle theme from here." "I listened to one but I can't find the name." "Aizawa-sensei, don't worry. I'm specialized for group fights," Rei said while jumping up in the air and traced a bow. Quickly notching Khalid Bulk 2, Rei let the arrow fly while it caused an explosion sending the villains flying. As he fell, Rei traced several Inkijus as he sent them out, piercing one villain after the other. Taking the chance of them being distracted, he sent out Conqueror's Haki as heavy as he could. The floor cracked and shattered while the villains fell unconscious under the pressure. Seeing this, the 3 nomus moved together under the orders of Tomura. 3 black streaks were seen coming towards Rei. Quickly bringing out Kyoki and Tengoku, Rei parried the first 2 nomus while the third one tried to punch him in the gut. Quickly tracing a spear towards the last nomu, Rei saw the nomu's skin harden as its spear broke on impact. Seeing this, Rei jumped back while the nomus regroup. Rei was distracted when suddenly the remaining villains that he missed tried to make their way to the kids. Tracing a chakram, Rei threw the weapon as it made a curve, slicing the villains in half. Blood and organs flew as the villains were killed. Some of the classmates collapsed and threw up seeing the blood and gore. Rei ignored this as he was being pressured by the nomus. As he retreated, Rei sent out waves and waves of weapons at them. However, it was futile as the third nomu blocked it all with his body. Rei frowned as he knew he had to get rid of him first. Launching himself in their direction, he saw a nomu extending his hands towards him like what Luffy from One Piece does. Jumping up over the hands, he held Tengoku in reverse grip while he copied Levi and twisted his body as he traveled up the nomu's arm. Reaching the main body, Rei sent a wave of concentrated azure sword energy at the nomu, cleaving him in half. Turning around quickly he blocked a punch from the first Nomu as the force sent him crashing backwards. Digging his foot into the ground, he slowed his flight as the ground was cracking due to this. Looking up he could see the Nomu he bisected reconnecting his two halves. Frowning, Rei looked on as he was back to square one with 3 Nomus alive and kicking. Fuck. Rei cursed as he looked at that regeneration. His eyes grew cold as he decided to show the class his real quirk as he dropped into a defensive stance. I am the ice of my sword. 19, USJ Attack Part 2. I am the ice of my sword. Rei said while in a defensive stance. Wait, that's different to his normal aria. Midoriya said when he heard the chant. Glaciers are my body and ice is my blood. Rei continued to chant while he pushed his haki to help him parry against the 3 Nomu's attacks. Jumping backwards Rei used each of his swords to occupy a Nomu while he traced Inkiju chains to try bind the last Nomu. It didn't bind the Nomu but had served to buy time for Rei. I have frozen over 1,000 worlds. Why is it all ice-based? Shouto Todoriki said while his eyes widened at the chant. It can't be. He thought. Rei's skin became more pale as cold mist fell from his body. Forever laid sealed, never should I awaken. The first Nomu smashed the ground as the earth broke and shot upwards pushing Rei up in the air. Roai's. Rei said while he blocked the hands of the second Nomu being outstretched. Yet these worlds can never hold me back. Nearing the end of the chant. Rei's surroundings had started to freeze over and ice crystals formed from the moisture in the air. Landing back on the ground. Rei held his hands to the ground while a multitude of weapons shot out in every direction with him in the middle. This kid, why does he have 2 quirks? I feel like if I tried I can probably erase this quirk, why is that? Eraserhead though while still keeping his eyes on the Kurogiri. And so I create. The first Nomu rushed out of sight as it tried to punch Rei in the face. Glacial blade works. With a flash of cold mist the class found themselves in a frozen wasteland. The galaxy of different colors shone above them as the stars flashed. Light snow fell as they shivered from the cold. Looking over they could see huge ice mountains and large shadowed swords in the distance while the land was covered with blue crystallized swords which the detail still remained from before but the material was changed. Beautiful. Some of the girls muttered while they looked at this strange land that Rei had summoned. Looking over they could see Rei standing pale and almost like he was made from crystal. Hey Rei breathed out as condensation could be seen. Around him stood the 3 Nomus with ice that encased their whole body. Walking over to the second Nomu whose regeneration was on another level, Rei held his hands to the chest. Zetiriado, Absolute Zero, Rei muttered as a huge mist covered the Nomu before dispersing and reducing the Nomu to crystal dust. Walking over to the third Nomu, Rei repeated his actions like before and reduced him to dust. Finally looking at the last Nomu he saw neon red lines appear while the Nomu's eyes glowed an ominous red. Rei move! Eve shouted when suddenly the ice encasing the Nomu shattered and shone a Nomu with red lines all over his body. Quaya! Rei was punched in the gut before he even knew what happened. His haki couldn't even detect the Nomu coming closer. Flying into the frozen forest Rei stabbed Kyoki and Tengoku into the ground to stab Lisa himself. Rei was suddenly grabbed by the shirt when the Nomu flung him back out into the open. Rei smashed into the ground as he coughed up blood. Shit! Rei said getting up shaking from the impact. While he was in his glacial blade works his pain receptors dulled but he still felt the force behind the 2 attacks. The Nomu walked out again while smiling mockingly. Rei's face fell with cold fury. This is my domain, how dare you mock me? Rei said voice cold with anger. Collapsing his hand together, a giant cage of ice rose from the ground in an instant forming a cage around the Nomu. Frozen AIAS. Rei shouted as he used the move he did against Gran Torino, but this time he had reinforced it with 3 layers of Roaias. Using this moment Rei flashed over to the Nomu and cut downwards with Kyoki, he was able to pass frozen AIAs with no problem as in this state he was a part of the ice. The blade didn't reach further than an inch before the Nomu elbowed viciously into Rei's face sending him backwards. Fuck. What's with this defense? Rei said getting back up. Tima Naichi and at dollar number and a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Taking the chance of the Nomu being trapped. He asked. Eve, did you hear that? Yeah, I think it's Kyoki giving you permission for Bankai. Wait, what about Shikai? I think the Bankai is your first release. Wait, that means you can go further than Bankai. What? The anime didn't have anything like that. I think that when the main system added these powers there had to be a way to ascend past a threshold. Everything has a limit and by breaking that it means you have begun to discover the path to becoming a ascendant. Hearing this Rei nodded. While it was dangerous to get distracted he could only hope Frozen Arya held on long enough for him to get his Bankai from Kyoki. Rei untraced Tengoku while he placed his hand on Kyoki's blade and closed his eyes and focused. Reopening them he could see that he was in a battlefield with empty armor, arrows, blades, and broken flags everywhere. Looking behind him Rei could see a person who looked like himself but with red hair and carried a guandao, Chinese poliarm with a blade at the end. Search it up. I didn't want to give you your bankai yet Rei, but Teng Oka was so pushy in helping you. The figure said while he sat facing away from Rei, it was Kyoki. But then again I don't think you'll be able to cut him down without it. So thank Teng Oka when you see her. Kyoki said turning around. Tima ni Kinoka Waki, unrelenting bloodthirst, that is my bankai name. He said while pushing out Rei back into the real world. Soon another figure appeared. She was in gold and white armor with a sword on her waist. Is that good enough for you sis? Kyoki asked the figure. Yeah thanks Nii-chan. I didn't think Rei would need our bankai so soon. Tengoku said. Yeah me neither. The enemies are getting a lot stronger now. Kyoki said. Back to the real world, Rei had just been pushed out by Kyoki. Looking up he could see the Nomua breaking out of the cage and ready to charge at him. Holding Kyoki forwards, Rei's hair had slowly gained red streaks. Bankai! He shouted while a pillar of red shot up in this frozen world. Tima ni Kinoka Waki was heard originating from the pillar, dispersing the light. Everyone could see Rei with a guandao decorated with the patterns of a dragon along the pole. The blade held the dragon's head and the pommel of the guandao was fitted with a red jewel. His outfit was fitted with some small dark red armor while his torso held a slim dark red chest plate. Summoning a wall of ice quickly, the Nomua crashed into it causing a loud crash before Rei held Tima. I'll use this when talking about Rei's bankai, behind him ready to cleave upwards. The blade hummed with a red glow as Rei inserted energy into the weapon. Hey 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 hey! Rei shouted while bringing Tima upwards causing a blood-red sword energy to fly forwards while continuing to expand, eradicating the Nomua and cutting a distant mountain in half. Rei's bankai dispersed returning him back to his original state. Panting heavily Rei looked over to where the main plaza would be. He could see Tomura whispering the word cheater over and over while Kurogiri was panicking as he couldn't leave with warp. Snapping his fingers a neon blue spear could be seen hovering next to him as he held his hands out to grab the spear. A neon energy spread around him as he held the spear ready to throw. DBOLG! Rei shouted before a flash of blue passing the sound barrier was heard piercing through the heart of Tomura and Kurogiri killing them. Using his control over Glacial Blade Works he then gathered all the bodies together before using Zetiriado to erase them. Slowly increasing the temperature he retracted his reality marble and looked up. He could see the pale faces of his classmates seeing death for the first time, face of Eraserhead and Shouto Todoroki clearly asking for answers and he could see the faces of fear directed towards him. Ignoring the looks he weakly walked back to Eraserhead. I need to talk. Both Eraserhead and Shouto said at the same time. We will, when All Might's here. Rei said voice quite. 20 answers. Sitting in a room was All Might, Rei, Shouto Todoroki and Eraserhead. So what do you want to ask? Rei said looking at the two. What's with your second quirk? Even though I can't erase your first quirk I can defiantly erase your second quirk. Eraserhead said looking serious. Well the ice quirk is a quirk by your standards. But, my weapon's creation is not a quirk so you can't erase it. Rei said not clarifying unlimited blade works. Then what is it, your weapon's creation? Eraserhead said curious. Not saying. So Todoroki what do you want to ask? Rei said turning to Todoroki. Why do you have an ice quirk? Why do you look so close my mum? What's your connection? Todoroki asked in rapid pace. Okay, All Might you should know this too. So I was an orphan but I was taken in by a nun. When she took me she heard my mum say something about my mum having a sister and giving me her name. Rei. Which is quite neutral. But what's more is that the nun said that she heard my full name was Rei Todoroki. Rei lied to Todoroki and All Might. So if I'm correct Rei Shounen you could be a relative of Todoroki Shounen? All Might asked. Yeah. Rei said looking at Shouto Todoroki waiting for his response. So you could be a secret love child that was abandoned by your mother at birth, who is related to my mum. Shouto said in a serious tone. If that's what you want to believe. Rei shrugged. But I think it's about time I look for my mum. Rei said standing up. By the way Todoroki, you know anyone with the name Rei in your mum's side of the family? Rei asked even though he knew the answer. Only my mum was called Rei. Shouto said eyes slowly widen. Then I'm your cousin Todoroki. So I'm going to go get some answers of my own see ya. Rei said walking away. Rei Shounen wait. All Might said face serious. Did you really have to kill? You know I may need to arrest you. All Might. They are villains who have probably already killed. If I tried to not kill them I'll probably get killed by the three monsters. That and also, I can't stand seeing them kill people and get away with it. So arrest me if you want but know this, no prison in this world can hold me back. REI said looking at All Might with a cold face. REI then walked away without turning back. REI Xiaonan. All Might said with a tired look. Walking away from the room, REI decided to eat a healing pill to regain his stamina. Eve, do you know which way the hospital with Xiaodo's mum is? Yeah, let me just get the main system up. Hospital holding REI Todoroki is northwest from here, traveling in a straight line. Hey Eve, you think you can get the system a map function? It would be quite helpful. Hi Eve, here will show you what I can do. Eve said with vigor. Soon REI could see a map in the top corner of his sight with a red line going northwest. When you don't need it, I can make it go away too. Hehe, nice going Eve. Now shall we find Miss Todoroki for some answers? Reinforcing his body with haki and magic, REI dashed in a straight line towards the hospital. After reaching the city, people in could see a faint blur of black and white skipping across on the buildings going towards the hospital. Arriving at the location, REI went straight to the reception and asked the lady. Excuse me miss, do you know which room REI Todoroki is in? I'm her nephew and I'm visiting her for the first time. Yes. She is in room XXX floor X. She stuttered nervously with a blush. Thank you. REI said before going towards the room. So handsome. The receptionist daydreamed before her collègue tapped her shoulder, snapping her out of it, and they continued working. Walking to the door where his auntie would be, REI knocked gently before walking in. Looking up, he could see a woman with long white hair and looking out the window. Hello. REI said softly while trying to not startle her. Yes, and who are you? She said looking over with a questioning look, seeing a young man looking eerily similar to her. I'm REI. REI Todoroki, I want to ask you a question. REI said while he slowly sat down on a chair. A question you say, and what would that be? She said curiously at the fact that the boy had the same name as her. I'm trying to find my mother, who I believe is your sister. Why do you think that? She questioned. I was left at an orphanage while the nun said the woman holding me said her sister's name was REI Todoroki. And I was named after her. So you're Yumi-chan's son? She replied in nostalgia. Do you know where she is? REI quickly asked. Shaking her head, she said. Unfortunately no, I haven't seen her since 16 years ago. But last time I remember seeing her was when she was sent to a place in the Kamino ward. Apparently she was going to a lab to do with allowing multiple quirks to be hosted in a single body. They took her because of her intelligence, my father had told me when she left. REI's eyes widened at the hint of multiple quirks. Could it be Nomu's? REI thought. Thanks auntie. No problems REI, if you find her could you bring her here? I would be nice to see Yumi-chan again. Of course. REI said while excusing himself. After exiting the room, REI's face fell with a frown. Eve, could Mum be working with All for One in the Nomua factory at the Kamino ward? Most likely, after all in the fight between All Might and All for One happened there. Shall we get All Might to fight All for One while he isn't as weak as he was in the anime? I think we should. After all, while All Might fights All for One you can be looking for your mum. Eve said seriously. Yeah, let's check if All for One is there before we go find All Might. REI said while he departed for the Kamino ward. On his way he could see the news being broadcasted about the USJ attack. The news had it showing information about him killing the villains. How he was also a villain for dropping to their levels and killing them. Tisk, stupid bastards. Why let them run free, able to cause more damage when you can get rid of them? REI said with a hateful glare. He could see how the news states that he ran away after the crime and police are looking for him. Next it showed his image at the ceremony to show what he looked like. Serves the villains right. Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to run free. No, we should be the better person and arrest them. We shouldn't drop down to their level. Are you stupid? You won't be saying that if the villains killed your friends or family. Discussions could be heard about this while REI himself didn't care what the world thought about him. Suddenly sirens ran out while REI was then surrounded by police. He looked at them without a smile. What do you want? REI spat out. REI, student of UA. We would like a chat with you at the station. Please follow us without resistance. The chief said while people recognized who REI was. And if I don't go? REI sarcastically. Then we will brand you as a criminal and use force. As if you can even stop me. REI said while he summoned several blades floating in the air while his hands were in his pockets. The wind caressed his hair as his disdain for the police was evident in his eyes and his sarcastic smirk. He was like a king, above the world, while the blades pointed at the policeman like his royal guards. Down. REI said while the conqueror's haki pushed the police down to the floor and slowly bent the lamps. Not bothering to look at the police, REI went in the direction of Kamino ward. Sending energy into his legs, he jumped onto a building before snapping his fingers. The blades disappeared and the pressure was also lifted. REI left his spot in a blue flash which could be seen going towards Kamino. URG need backup, target has acted in violence, ran in the direction of Kamino Ward. The chief said with difficulty before passing out. 21. Trap. Arriving at the Kamino Ward, the sky was dark. Rei stood at the tallest building with the wind blowing against him. Eve, you know where the Nomua factory is? I going to see if I can interrogate anyone there for some answers. Yeah, it's OU map now. Be careful, Rei. Don't worry, I don't plan on dying yet. Rei said while he jumped off the building, free falling before using some chains to swing himself towards the location using the night as cover. Rei went unhindered. Soon Rei arrived at the warehouse. Focusing, he tried to sense any personals wandering around alone. Bingo! Rei muttered, finding just what he needs. Using his magic circuits to dampen his footsteps, he traveled silently through the factory. Approaching the man, Rei spread out his haki one last time to check if anyone's around. Positive that there is no one, he placed a hand around the guy's mouth before dragging him away. Clutching the guy's neck, Rei removed his other hand from the guy's mouth. I will ask you a question and you will answer, okay? Rei asked with a dagger pointing at the guy's eye. Terrified, the guy nodded. First, is there a lab here that experiments on interacting multiple quirks into a single body? The guy nodded. Now do you know of a woman whose surname is Todoroki? The guy shook his head. Frowning, Rei continued to interrogate. Are there multiple female workers here? The guy nodded. Do you know where they work? The guy nodded again. You will show me where they work. If you lie though, I'll kill you. Rei said, eyes ruthless. The guy nodded frantically. Good, now go. Rei said as he disappeared into the darkness. The guy made his way to the facility where the female workers are mostly stationed. It's here, the female workers are mostly all here. The rest are in the rest area left from here. The guy said quietly, shaking with fear. Good, now scram. Rei said while looking into the workplace. He was looking to find anyone with white hair, which was distinctive to the Todoroki lineage. Peering through the door, he could see 3 females with white hair. He frowned since all 3 of them were either too old or too young to be a mum. He went to the rest area before leaving with the same results. Fuck, where could she be? You think she's in a cell of some sorts here since she's maybe valued, but she left to bring you away. So they captured her. I'll go check now. Rei said while waiting for a female worker to pass by. Repeating what he did with the guy, Rei questioned her. Oi you! Is there a containment area here? She avoided his gaze. Rei's face fell. Answer me, woman. Don't test my patience. He said with a ominous gaze. She continued to ignore. Fine. He said while he held her mouth. With his spare hand he created a blade and started to slowly cut her arm off from the shoulder. Her muffled screams ran out in pain while her body tried to resist. Stamping his foot into her stomach, he continued to cut. Finally cutting through, he saw her with a defeated look, tears stained her face while her eyes bloodshot. I'll ask again. Is there a containment area? She nodded weakly. Where? She used her remaining arm to point weakly in a direction. So straight on. She nodded. Rei let her go while he dashed silently to the local. He is going now, sir. She said before she passed out. Running in the corridor, Rei could see a door in the distance. Entering the room, Rei could see a giant empty hall. Before he could do anything, the lights turned on. Ha 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 ha. You idiot. You actually trusted a person working at my labs. Ha 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 ha. I don't know if you're brave or just plain stupid. All for One's face showed on a screen. Shit. Rei though before looking up. Oi ugly bastard. Since you clearly know I was coming, you should know why I'm here. Rei said with a hateful glare. Listen to battle music. Ha ha ha, yes I do indeed. Here I'll show you, ha 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 ha. Rei Todoroki, meet your mother Yumi Todoroki. All for One said with a crazed voice while the spotlight shone on a woman battered and chained to a wall in a cross shape. Rei's eyes widened as he saw his mother looking like that. She weakly looked up at her son. Her eyes teared up as she never thought she would see her son after almost 15 years. Ha 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 ha, remember the arm you took from my worker? Here, let me return the favor, ha 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 ha. All for One said while a guillotine blade dropped down and cut off one of her arms. Urgh. She screamed out in pain. Why, you motherfucker! Rei shouted, face crumpled in rage. Launching himself to save her, he tried to cut her chains. A fist suddenly appeared in his way as he was hit backwards. Rei! Yumi called out in pain, seeing her son being injured. Urg! Rei groaned as he stood back up. Ha ha ha, don't be hasty now, we have plenty of time. All for One said, watching the show. We can't let you get your rewards first, can we? Ha ha ha, come young hero, show me what you can do. Suddenly waves and waves of weaker Nomuas appeared, charging at him from all directions. You know, Rei shouted while he tried to fend off the waves. That these cannon fodder cutting up some Nomus, Rei summoned Kyoki and Tengoku before launching two Azure Sword energies towards the crowd. The dust settled showing the areas being filled up by more Nomus. Can't hold me back. Rei blocked an incoming attack before he stamped down hard causing ice spears to extend all around him killing more enemies. All for one. Tracing Inkiju, Rei let it rampage around like a dragon skewering multiple Nomus. Untracing Kyoki and Tengoku a bow appeared in his hands. Rei jumped back and created a large ice pillar giving him the high ground, drawing back the string of azure energy coiled around him. Slowly, the azure energy formed a arrow. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Forming two more arrows Rei draws back even more preparing to shoot. Jumping up he gives himself some space to see the whole wave of Nomus. I offer thee this. The energy grew brighter while All for One watches with interest seeing Rei use a chant on his bow. Phoebus Catastrophe. 3 rays of neon blue lights shot out before each splitting into 100 arrows each filling the air with blue dots. Countless explosions rang out as Rei took this time to rescue his mother. Sending out his haki, Rei could see a large part of the warehouse was destroyed with Phoebus Catastrophe. The dust cleared while Rei could be seen carrying his mother. Mum, this might hurt but it should help, okay? Rei said gently while he formed ice around the wound to stop the bleeding. Son, run. She said weakly. It's fine mum. I got this. Your son is strong after all. He said while giving her his best smile. Ha 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 ha. All for One's laughter rang out as Rei could see him floating in the air. Clapping his hands All for One said. Ha ha ha, bravo, bravo. Just what I expected from you. Your quirk has my complete undivided attention now, ha 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 ha. Now tell me Rei Todoroki. Can you protect her whilst fighting me? Ugly bastard. You got it wrong. It's not a question of can I protect her. No, it's a fact that I will protect her. So prepare your last will. Rei said whilst sparks of blue shone around him tracing a multitude of weapons. The ice spread from his feet covering the ground. Stamping down the weapons all turned to All for One. Because you're dying today. 22, All for One Part 1. Because you're dying today. Rei said while all the weaponry shot towards All for One creating an array of neon blue lines. Ha 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 ha, confident are we? Metal like skin x8, Gale Force Manipulation x9. All for One said while a sphere of wind appeared around him, pushing the weapons away. Any weapon that went through were deflect by his skin. Tisk. Stamping down once more, Rei created Gi Bulg whilst charging it with energy. The weapon started crack as the energy surpassed its limit. Gi Bolg. Rei shouted activating the weapon causing a shockwave to appear as the spear disappeared from sight. Split body. All for One said while his body split into 4 parts. No use All for One, Gi Bulg never misses. If I want your heart I'll get your heart. Rei said darkly. Who All for One said as the spear lodged itself into his chest. Ripping the spear away All for One tried to head but failed. Oya? I can't heal kahohoya ha ha ha. Then I don't need it. Wa. Rei said when his pupils shrank seeing All for One blast a hole in his chest where the wound was and used black oil-like substance to fill it up. Kahahaha, I don't know how you did it but this should keep going for a while, pressure bullets x12. All for One says shooting out air bullets. Fuck. Rei cursed as he ran holding his mum. Each step he traced a weapon to act as shield while he thought of what to do. Using ice, Rei launched a large iceberg towards All for One. Repulsion Force x7 All for One said creating a giant shockwave as the ice was blown away by the force. The fuck? Did he just use Shinra Tensei from the Deva Path? Rei thought seeing the repulsion force. Attraction Force x4 Rei then felt a strong pull as the gravity was drawn towards All for One. Tisk attract this. Rei said creating several swords in front of him. Next he traced 6 chains of Inkiju from his back to help act as his extra arms whilst he holds his mum. Rei traced 2 shields and 2 sword one on each chain whilst the last 2 acted to help him protect his mum. Rei then used Inkiju to try pierce All for One from 2 different directions while he was attracting his earlier made swords. Gale Force x10 All for One said whilst the wind sphere around him caused the weapons to be deflected. Pumping energy into his legs, neon blue circuit-like patterns spread out from Rei's foot. The circuit extended straight forward causing a slit of neon energy in the ground. While he was doing this All for One was fending off the waves of attack that the Inkiju chains were pushing on him. All for One looked over to see a giant neon blue line. Block this! Rei shouted as he traced the biggest weapons he had ever, the shadowed out swords in the distance of his glacial blade works. They were the 1,000 feet swords that couldn't be used normally. If people wasn't paying attention to the fight, they did now as a giant 1,000 feet sword shot up into the sky. Heroes started to gather seeing this. Hey Rei panted heavily. Ho ho, impressive young hero, ha 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 ha. But I wonder, did you really think that would hit me? All for One said. No, but this should. Rei said while using the 1,000 feet sword as a catalyst. He traced million of weapons from the sword, all pointing towards All for One. Now, your defense or my 1 million pieces of weaponry. Let's see what happens, shall we? Rei said as the turret of weapons began. The never-ending streaks of lights littered the air. Taking this chance, Rei used a healing pill to regain some stamina. Looking around, Rei could see the surrounds become a wasteland with hundreds of Nomos dead on the ground. Suddenly heroes start to appear looking at him. Rei, please come with us. You are under arrest. One of them said. Oh, are you fucking serious? Can't you see that this is a villain's hideout? Rei shouted, annoyed. Fuck it, make yourself useful and take her away. She's injured and I use ice to stop the bleeding. Rei said, walking up to them. They backed away and prepared to fight, watching him approach. Are you fucking kidding me? Useless bastards, I'll protect her myself then. Rei said, turning back to All for One. Jumping up onto a building, Rei placed his mother down before he traced a bow and Khalid too. Drawing back, Rei waited to the weapon shower to stop. The dust cleared to reveal All for One with his tuxedo ruined and with some light scratches on his body. Releasing the arrow, another explosion was heard as a small mushroom could appeared. Kuku, ha 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 ha, not too shabby, young hero. Another million should do something worthwhile, ha ha ha. All for One's sarcastic laughter rang out. Tisk. Stop this at once or we heroes will use force. Oh my god. Time and place. Can't you see what's around you? Rei shouted, absolutely pissed. These people must have a mental problem. A sudden pressure bullet exploded his head while the heroes around him backed off scared. Now trash, like you shouldn't interfere. All for One said without any playfulness in his voice. He looked back towards Rei and smiled. Now shall we resume? You shouldn't leave your mother there, we might accidentally hit her after all. Ha 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 ha, All for One said with mocking laughter. Rei, face serious, picked up his mother again whilst looking at All for One. I am the bone of my sword. Oya, are we doing this now? Finish the chant, I'll let you, ha 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 ha. All for One said arrogantly. Ignoring him, Rei continued the chant. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 weapons. Nor known to death. Nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet these hands will never hold anything. And so I pray, unlimited blade works. Finishing the aria, Rei brought everyone into his world. The heroes panicked and looked around to see a desolate landscape with swords looking like the tombstones of people. Ho ho, so this is what it looks like from inside, interesting. All for One said, looking around. Die. Rei said, and suddenly a multitude of some of his more powerful weapons pulled themselves off the ground and slashed towards All for One. All for One tired to block in front of him with repulsion force only to have them untrace and retrace behind him, stabbing into his back. He useless. All for One said while he teared the blades out and regenerated. Is this all of your power? Or are you holding back for your mother dearest in your arms, ha 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 ha. Rei sighed before retracting unlimited blade works. For enemies like All for One, the human/weapon wave tactic won't work. He also didn't want to use glacial blade works while he was carrying his mum, as the coldness from his body will kill her. Spear like bones x2, extending limbs x4, All for One said when his arm shot forward with a spear extending from his palm aiming for his mother's head. Shit. Rei cursed while he launched himself sideways away from the spear path. Suddenly turning towards him, the spear continued its pursuit. Tisk, Roaias. Rei shouted out as the 7-petal flower appeared before him, shielding him and his mother. Oya, is this another quirk? Or is it a part of one? Oh, all of your quirks, I want them. All for One said with a psychotic grin. Too bad you'll never get them. Rei said before he traced a demonic sword. Demonic sword Gram. Kai Hao, release. The sword morphed into a neon azure energy sword before splitting off into multiple swords. Azure lighting thrashed around him as the weapon rotated and pointed at All for One. Heaven's Wheel of Destruction, Bulwark Gram. Rei said while he looked at All for One with ruthless eyes. Go. The swords shot forward with much more power and the azure flashes of lights cut into All for One before Rei appeared in front of him with one hand holding his mum and another aimed towards All for One with the azure lance pointing at him. The lance flew forwards, piercing through All for One. Rei then released a white azure energy blast encompassing All for One. 23, All for One Part 2. I was listening to 2-Step from Hell battle tracks when writing, so I recommend to listen if you want, or any battle theme. The dust cleared to show a injured All for One missing a arm that is burnt and the wound closed up, unable to be regenerated. Rei quickly jumped back while panting from magic overuse. Hey ha 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 ha. Yes. Show me more of your potential, hero. All for One shouted in a crazed matter as black and red matter appeared to replace his arm. Recognizing the matter as what All for One uses to steal quirks and add them. Rei backed off since if All For One decided to give him a quirk, he will die because he can't handle it. As he jumped back the black matter was already where he had stood hitting him if he stayed. Ha 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 ha. All For One laughed as he looked over to where the heroes are. Oh fuck. Oi shitheads, run quick. Rei shouted as he didn't want All For One to get more powerful. However, life had other thoughts as All For One shot his black matter towards the group of heroes. Erg. They collectively screamed in pain as the red line in the matter glowed brighter. Shit, isn't that what Nomu did in our fight? Rei thought, seeing All For One slowly morph as the neon red lines appear on his body. Rei quickly jumped backwards as he felt danger. True to his instinct, All For One was already there, smashing the ground, causing it to collapse. As huge cloud of dust shot upwards as Rei was thrown out, holding his mother to protect her while he took on the impact. Kuah. Rei spat out a mouthful of blood as All For One punched him in the back. Quickly twisting his body, Rei kept his mother safe when he crashed into the building. Ha 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 ha, admirable. Still managed to take the brunt of the attack without letting your mother get hurt. Why do you persist? All For One said, slowly walking out of the dust. She gave me life, she still worried for me even when she hadn't seen me for 15 years, she wanted to stay behind for me to run. If I didn't repay her for all of her kindness, what kind of a son am I? Rei said, standing up, weakly, body battered and still holding his mother in a way to protect her. Why bother with her? You have all this power that can be used with a flick of a finger, but you hold back because of this woman. All For One asked, annoyed. Yeah, after all, she showed me a mother's unconditional love. Rei said while eating another healing pill, leaving him only 2 left. So I will use my everything to protect her. Rei said with conviction. Then let me crush your everything. All For One said, about to use his pressure cannon. When suddenly, a blur of red, white, yellow, and blue showed up, punching All For One away. Rei smiled seeing him. Everything is fine now, Rei shounen. Why? Because I am here. All Might said with his smile, looking at Rei. Ha ha ha, took you long enough, All Might. Rei said with a smile. Oigaki. You've gotten strong in the time I haven't seen you. A cheerful voice said. Looking over, Rei could see Gran Torino smiling at him. Yeah, indeed I have Sora Jiken. Rei said. Ha ha ha, don't call me Jiken, I still have years ahead of me. Gran Torino said. Hey Sora Jiken, can you take my mum away from here? I got some payback to deliver. Rei said, showing Gran Torino his mum passed out. Sure kid, give him a first-class express mail. Gran Torino said, trusting Rei and taking her from his hands. Yeah. All Might, it seems like the first time we fight side by side. Rei said, standing up next to All Might. Yeah. Rei shounen, let us go take him down. All Might said. Ha 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 ha, All Might, so you have come. I didn't think I'd have to use this so soon, but it seems like I have to use this to have a chance against you and the young hero. All For One said, eating something. Rei, this is bad. He just ate a world-ranked core. Eve shouted. Wait, what is that? Rei questioned, hearing Eve's panic. A world-ranked core is the core of a world rank being by combat level. By eating the core raw, it will boost the user up to world rank combat level for a short time. But if the body is not strong enough, they will become a mindless monster that can destroy the world. Eve quickly explained. Got it. Rei quickly thought before turning to All Might. All Might, this is bad. We have to defeat him now. Rei said in a panic before launching himself at All For One with Kyoki and Tengoku in each hand. Before he could even get close, a shockwave pushed him back. All Might quickly catched Rei as they looked at All For One, whose body is writhing as if there was a worm underneath him, continuously growing larger. Shit. This isn't supposed to happen, what's going on, Erg? All For One shouted in pain. Rei shounen, what's going on? All Might asked, seeing his arch-nemesis slowly grow in size. He's turning into a monster, All Might. This is much more powerful than you can imagine. If left alone, he could destroy the world. Rei said, looking at the colossal beast that is about to take shape. Standing up, Rei untraced Tengoku before holding it out. Bankai. The red pillar shot out to the sky while All Might has to look away because of the brightness. Tima Nichi no Kawaii, Rei said as the lights disappeared to show him in his Bankai form with his Guandao. All Might, I want you to help evacuate everyone near here. At this point I'll hold him back or he will kill all of us. Rei said without looking at All Might. But Rei shounen, that's suicide if he is as strong as you say. All Might said, looking at Rei. Shaking his head, Rei looked at All Might before saying. All Might, right now the people need their symbol of peace. I can almost guarantee that this monster is on live by now, there will be panic, so just help the people while I go kill this monster. You can also save people from the effects of our fight, and also promise me this. Keep my mum safe. Rei said, smiling. But seeing the iron resolve Rei held in his eyes, All Might sighed before saying. Just be careful, we don't want your mum to be awake with no one there, do we? Thanks, All Might. Rei said before charging to the monster. Let's do this, Tima, Rei said while the Guandao shook in agreement. Compressing energy into his legs, Rei took off like a red rocket. Stabbing Tima into the half-formed monster's torso, he cleaved upwards, generating a red sword energy before the wound close. Wielding the Guandao as best as he could, he quickly used trace on the Guandao used by Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms to get his experience and techniques. Swinging the blade, Rei made hundred of deep cuts, making his way to shoulder. At this point the monster had finished forming. With the wings of a black dragon, 6 pairs of eyes on his face, 3 rows of teeth, 2 legs, a long tail and spiral horns. One can tell that this is a demon dragon. Rei don't use Tima on it. The demons use the same energy, so it would just heal them. Shit, I'm guessing holy attribute would work then. Indeed. Rei jumped off the shoulder to land on a nearby building. Placing Tima on his back, Rei traced his bow once again, but this time he traced the holy sword Caliban. Please watch me as I bring you victory. Sword of selection. Grant me power. Rei said while notching Caliban to the bow. Golden lights danced as the string was pulled back. Cleave the wicked. Caliban. Rei shouted as the sword was launched towards the dragon, causing a mass of explosions to happen. The explosions settled to show the dragon with not but a slight burn on his skin. Oh fuck. Rei said as he saw the dragon looking his way. His wings unfurled as the dragon slowly flew up into the air. Opening his mouth, a black flame shot out towards Rei as the dragon flew closer to him. Seeing this, Rei quickly jumped off onto another building before he saw the whole building evaporate without any ash. Rei's pupil shrank as he witnessed this power. Refusing to back down, Rei tried to trace all the holy swords that he could manage right now without legendary holy swords like Excalibur. Sending them towards the dragon, the blades shattered as they came into contact with the skin. Rei. Tengoku is a holy element. Use her Bankai. Tima said in his mind. How the fuck do I use her Bankai? Rei thought in his head. Go to her space, dumbass. Tima shouted back. Looking at the dragon, Rei could see the dragon looking back at him. You wanna ask him if I can have a break? Rei said, seeing the dragon approach. Rei, I'll give you one chance to get my Bankai. A female voice said in his mind. Go for it, because at this point nothing works. Rei said while he continuously sent holy weapons at the dragon while jumping across different buildings. Do you know the meaning behind my name, Tengoku? She asked. You should know that already. No. Rei replied. Yes, but do you understand why you called me it? She clarified. Hehe, of course. I put everything I had in creating you 2 sibling weapons after all. Rei said with a smile while dodging the dragon's attacks. Now Rei, tell me why you have called me Tengoku, heaven, she said, waiting for his answer. Because on my path of God, I shall protect those who are close to me with my own heaven. I shall bear the attacks as the shield. That's why I infused you with my will to protect. Indeed. Now hear my name, for I am Nanatsu no Tengoku, the 7 heavens, she called with authority in his mind. Jumping up away from the dragon's attack, Rei traced Tengoku and held it towards the sky while he shouted. Bankai. Nanatsu no Tengoku. The clouds parted as a holy light descended onto Rei's body. Tima Nikinokawaki and Nanatsu no Tengoku merged as they were meant to be used together. His overall outfit changed into a white, gold, and red color scheme, with his Guandao becoming a long sword decorated with red and blue jewels. 14 golden wings unfurled from his back as the light brightened the sky. God! Everyone whispered as they saw the young man flying in the sky with 7 pairs of wings and the lights descending on him. Looking up, All Might could see Rei in his new form. Rei Shounen. Tengoku no Dejeki, Heaven's Smite, Rei said as golden lightning gathered in large quantities around him. Go! He said as the lightning pierced through the dragon's body like nothing. Rei then willed 5 pairs of his wings to become swords as he said. Go so no Saigai, 5-layered calamity, sending them towards the dragon as it ravaged his body. Snapping his fingers, they shot up before becoming 5 huge golden energy swords. Begone! They simultaneously stabbed down as 5 streaks of light were seen before a blinding explosion. The explosion causing the dragon to crumble into ash within the light and disperse, leaving a injured All for One on the ground. Gliding down, Rei looked at All for One. Rei Shounen. All Might said, landing beside him. Don't kill any more, you've done enough. All Might said, looking at Rei while the heroes slowly surround him. Rei looked around him and then back at All for One. Kahahaha. Rei, All Might. The universe is so much bigger than you think, this world is but a mere speck in the vast space. All for One squeezed out. Die. Rei said before anyone can do anything. He cut down with Tima, silencing All for One forever. All the heroes except for All Might jumped Rei, while he sent Conqueror's Haki, causing them all, -1, to smash into the ground with a resounding bang. You dare try attack me when you did fuck all. Rei said, face cold, looking at the heroes. Shut up, criminal. You killed and destroyed the city in your fight. One of the heroes squeezed out. The live cameras zoomed in onto Rei as they could see his handsome face cold and ruthless. What I did was save this city. If I let the guy go, do you think any prison in this world can hold him back if he became that dragon again? Science, but one hero suddenly had the guts to shout. You're still a criminal. You killed him when you can apprehend him, you're no hero. Shut up, you faker. Heroes are people who take responsibility for what normal people can't do. You all are idiots playing heroes. Villains kill, they rob, they rape, and they turn this world asunder. We heroes have to be the people who sacrifice ourselves to keep the people safe. We are people who don't mind killing to keep the world clean. One extra villain out there could mean another life lost while all you fakers take the hero name like a game. Oh, don't kill, you say, take him to jail, you say. Don't make me laugh. You're no hero. You're just a waste living his shitty dreams of a fake hero. I don't care what you think of me. But I will kill people if I have to. One less villain means another life saved. Rei said while this was broadcasted to the world, causing everyone to think about it. Remembering a quote from Earth, Rei said. Because if I don't go to hell, who will? Rei said, closing his eyes and turned his head upwards. Reopening his eyes he spoke. I will kill if that means people are safe. 24. Demon. The aftermath of the fight was shocking to say the least. The civilians had their views changed of heroes, they felt great respect for the young teen who decided bloody his own hands while keeping him safe. They called him Seraphim for his conviction to kill villains and his appearance when battling the dragon. All Might and Rei also had a short talk as All Might disagreed with Rei's views. Rei Shounen, while I do commend your resolve, I don't think killing is the way. All Might said in his weakened form. All Might. Everything needs a balance. By being a hero we balance it by the burdens we carry. We cannot just shrug off the burdens saying they're in jail, it's fine. What if they break out? What if because of your carelessness, a family was split apart by the villain killing a member of that family? We should shoulder that burden of killing evil at the root to keep the peace. Rei said, countering All Might before he turned away to find his mother. All Might was left there thinking about his ideal symbol of peace. On further notice, the council had wanted to arrest Rei, but the people had started a revolt saying that they didn't want a true hero being jailed, they wanted villains to be who have killed to be dealt with the death. The council could only compromise by saying if the villain has killed, the heroes are allowed to use lethal force, and that if they are not killed when taken to jail they will be killed by the council. Appeased, the civilians had been much more happy, while the villains are deterred with a time bomb like Rei lurking around that will kill them instantly and the heroes not being afraid to kill them. However, for the heroes many had quit seeing how they would have to kill, but the remaining ones are people who have been determined to dirty their hands for the civilians. Rei on the other hand was sitting next to his mother waiting for her to awaken. The doctors were not able to give her arm back, so Rei decided to trace Avalon out into the real world. And surprised the sheath had managed to heal her arm but could not be integrated with her. Seeing this, Rei decided to try heal All Might, but because he had the wound for so long he couldn't manage to heal him. Sighing, Rei decided that he held off for long enough. Eve, I think it's time to talk to the demon again. Are you sure, Rei? Yeah. Okay, but remember Rei, be careful. Eve said in worry. Of course. Rei said, entering his mindscape. Come out, Seal of Solomon. A golden ring appeared while the black portal expanded, showing the fire demon chained up. Kakik, so my host has finally decided to see me. Oh, it's been what, 15 years? The demon chuckled darkly. Yes indeed. Rei said, ignoring the demon's playfulness. So what brings my host to me after all these years? I want learn the full fire demon slaying arts. Rei said, sitting down in front of him. What makes you think I'll just teach it to you? The demon said without smiling. I don't, I just think that I should interact with the ugly side of my soul after all. Rei said. The demon looked at Rei questionably. Don't be surprised. Emiya told me all about you spirits being a part of my soul. So at this point I want to understand myself more as well as you. After all, I might understand how the demon slaying art works more by understanding a demon. Rei said while the demon still silent. Tracing out Kyoki, Rei said. You know? I have a feeling that you're my battle crazy side, no? I like my battles so far. Each moment brings me joy. Of course, I also believe you are my violent side too. So when I made Kyoki I put all of my battle intent, bloodthirst, and my violence in here. You could also say that Kyoki is your blade. Rei said, showing Kyoki to the demon. Ha 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 ha, so you already accepted the ugly side of you, what took you so long? The demon said with a slight smile. Just had a wake-up call by Eve, you know? That, and also had a bunch of shit to deal with. Rei shrugged. Ha 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 ha, but you know, unlike Emiya and the Ice Dragon I don't go away. Well, that's something new. Rei said, looking at the demon. Ha 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 ha, well you see, when you sealed me with Ring of Solomon you guys probably forgot what else it does. By sealing me into your body, since your reality marble is your inner world, the ring has infused my bloodline into yours. But it had repressed the appearance part of the bloodline. So technically you're a demon and I now reside in your bloodline. Ha 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 ha. You've became my descendant. The demon said, laughing in joy. It wasn't his psychotic kind either. Wait, so if I decided to kill you I'll be killing my own bloodline in return, kill myself? Rei said, flabbergasted. Ha 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 ha. Indeed. The demon said in mischief. Why are you like this? I thought you wanted to take my body years ago. Rei asked a question that had plagued his mind. Well, we demons are mischievous entities after all. That, and also you were such a pussy I couldn't stand it. My host was such a pussy bitch, I should make him fear me so he mans up and gets stronger faster. Was my thought process. The demon said with a smirk. Wait, didn't you pick a fight with the ice dragon though? Rei asked again. Ha ha ha, stupid prideful prick, though he was same level as me. I can increase rank, you know, magic grows with you after all. Think of it this way, a newborn kid at full strength looks at you with arrogance when you show same strength as him. So of course I'll try fuck him up. Ha ha ha, the demon said, laughing. Hey. Rei said. So you'll just be here? Rei asked. Nope, you can either summon me since I reside in your bloodline. I won't be here, but unlike Emiya I can come back when you want to. The demon said. So can you like undo this chain, cuz it hurts like shit, you know? The demon gestured at the chains. Sure. Rei said, undoing it. Ha ha ha, idiot. The demon said, startling Rei as he stood up quickly. With Kyoki ready. Ha 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 ha, you should have seen your face. The demon said, sitting back down. Are you fucking serious? Rei said as the corner of his mouth twitched. No, but seriously, when you're dealing with demons don't be too trusting. The demon said seriously. You could have told me that without scaring the shit out of me. Rei said, sitting back down. So I should be fading to your bloodline soon. The demon said, looking at his arm fading. You don't need any help from me with the Demon Slayer arts magic, it is shaped by your imagination and will. The lass you call Eve, don't betray her by taking more girls, okay? The demon said with a smile. Of course, what do you take me for? Rei retorted. Ha 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 ha. Good luck in making her a body, and also my name is Lucifer. Lucifer said while he faded away. Back in the real world, Rei opened his eye. Rei? You okay? Yet I just realized that the demon was Lucifer. And he was not what I expected. Rei said, still trying to understand everything that just happened. As long as you're okay. Eve said with relief. Looking over, Rei could see his mum waking up. Mum, careful. Rei said, helping her up. Rei. 25, departure. Rei. She called out softly. Mum, don't push yourself. Just rest for a while. Rei said with care. Shaking her head, Yumi studied Rei carefully. You've grown handsome, Rei. She said with a beautiful smile, seeing her son grown up. Yeah, I have. But before it was more feminine than handsome, you know. Rei said with a small laugh. They had mistaken me as girl. The recordings of me had my lashes become longer. Rei explained his situation to her with a small smile. Haha, Rei, have you met any family yet? Yumi asked him. Yeah, I met my cousin. Shouto Todoroki and Auntie Rei Todoroki. Rei explained while helping his mum with some food. Ah, so you met Nei-chan. How is she? She asked in reminiscence. She's currently recovering from some trauma, but other than that she's fine, mum. She also wanted to see you when we have time. Rei explained. Shall we go today? Yumi said with excitement. We should be able to go today. Oh yeah, Rei, how do I have my arm back? I don't think anyone has a strong enough healing quirk to heal a amputated limb. She said, moving her newly grown arm. They don't, mum. An ability of mine can heal wounds and recreate limbs provided that the wound hasn't sealed up yet. Rei said. He slowly fed her the last of her food. Rei, you have multiple quirks? She asked in worry that her son was tampered by All for One. Yeah, but they were with me from the start. I have my weapons creation, ice, and fire. Rei said, demonstrating his powers. But that doesn't explain how you could heal me. She asked, still confused. Legendary weapons from myths are still weapons and they are real. It was one of them that helped me heal your arm. Rei explained while tidying up the containers. So mum, why were you held by All for One for all these years? Rei said after clearing up everything. Yumi tensed up before she decided that Rei should know. I was held captive because I was too valuable to be killed or let go. I was the one who gave him the theories to how he could incorporate the multiple quirks on a Nomu. He knew I had so much more ideas in my mind, but he couldn't access them with a quirk, but after enough time he would be been able to. Yumi said. So mum, you created the Nomus, Rei said looking back at his mum. Yumi felt hatred for herself for creating the monstrosities. Hey, forget it mum, just don't let anyone else know, okay? Rei said with a comforting smile. And also, I believe that you wanted to do it for the world. Rei said helping her up. Rei. She said with a shaky voice. Shall we go meet auntie? Rei helped give her a coat. Yet. Taking his mum downstairs to the entrance, he could hear people whispering. Oh look, is that the Seraphim? Oh my god, he's so handsome. Is that his mum? So caring. And many more to follow. Meh Rei, you've become quite a lady killer, haven't you? Yumi said with a smile. Rei shrugged, neither agreeing or disagreeing. Mum, do you want to experience what it's like to fly? Rei asked. Since he is going to leave for another world soon, he should show his mum his best side. Funny, as a kid I had wanted to, but now I don't think about that anymore. Yumi said with a shake of her head. Let me help you then. Rei said with a smile as they walked out. Mum, stay back for a second, okay? Rei said walking up to an empty space. Sorry Tengoku, but let me give my mum a present, okay? Rei asked Tengoku in his mind while he summoned the blade. I don't mind. Tengoku said in his mind. Bankai. Nanatsu no Tengoku, the seven heavens, ... Rei said while a holy light descended onto him, catching everyone's attention. The light faded once more to show Rei in a light white and gold outfit, without any swords and 7 pairs of wings. Clamoring could be heard as people recorded Rei in his form. Mum, shall we go? Rei asked with his hand out. She said absent-mindedly. Holding her in his arms, Rei spread out his wings before they took off in a moderate speed towards the direction of the hospital where Xiaodo's mum was. Rei, though you only had 3 abilities? So what's this one? She asked while marveling at the feeling of flying. You can say this is the released or powered up state of one of my weapons. Rei said while he took her into the skies. It wasn't long before they arrived at the hospital. Rei landed gently before releasing the Bankai form. Walking back to the reception, Rei could see the same receptionist again. Hello again, we are here to visit Miss Todoroki. Ah, of course, same room. She said with a light blush. Thanks. Rei said before taking his mum to meet her sister. Oh my god. He remembers me. The receptionist said to her colleague. Arriving at the door, Rei knocked gently before opening it. Once again Rei Todoroki sat looking out the window. Nei-chan. Yumi said softly. Yumi-chan. Rei Todoroki said turning back. Mum, you two talk for a bit, I need to deal with something. I'll be back soon. Rei said, gesturing his mum to catch up with her sister. Be careful. Leaving the hospital, Rei sent magic into his legs as he made his way to the orphanage. On his way there, Rei started to talk to Eve. Hey Eve, since we essentially reached the top in this world. What world are we going to next? You let me just get the main system up on the next world you can go to. Host's next world choices are as followed. 1 DXD. 2 One Piece. 3 Danmachi. Please host consider carefully before choosing, as host will need to reach the apex before being allowed to transfer again to another world. Eve, what's your opinion on these worlds? Well, you know that I don't mind any since I'm with you. But if I were to say One Piece sounds fun, no Danmachi is too, DXD will be fun too, but too many girls will want you. But Eve rambled on as she thought of the pros and cons. Rei smiled hearing Eve. Soon he was nearing the orphanage as he could see that it was break for the kids. Slowing down, he landed near them in an empty spot. Hi Sister San. Rei said waving at sister. It's cool/handsome Nii San. All the children said running to him. Ara Rei San has become very handsome now, no more mistaking as a girl anymore. Sister said with a gentle smile. Ha ha ha, no, not as much anymore. Rei chuckled as he fended off the kids. Unfortunately, Sister San and the kids can't see me win the UA festival anymore. Rei said. Meh, it's fine, the children liked watching you save the city, oh Seraphim San, sister said as the children begged to see it. Don't ask Rei, it's your power. You can use it as you see fit. Tengoku said before he could even respond. Thanks. Rei thought while he told the children to stand back. Bankai. Nanatsu no Tengoku. The holy light descended once again as 14 golden wings spread out. Wow. The children watched in awe. Ca. Can I touch the wings? A girl asked. Yes you can. Rei said as he crouched down. Having allowed the children to play for a bit, Rei spoke up. Sister San, I'm going to a place so far away I don't think I can come back here anymore. Rei said quietly. I see, Rei, shall we take a picture with the children so they can remember you? Sister asked with a smile. With pleasure. Rei said before everyone gathered to take a picture. After bidding farewell, Rei flew towards Yue to see All Might and Midoriya. Seeing them in a room, Rei decides to land outside before walking towards the room. Knocking on the door, Rei said, "Oi baka Usagi, open up." Opening the door, All Might could be seen in his weakened form. "Rei Shounen, come in." Walking in, Rei decided to cut to the chase. "All Might, Midoriya. I'm just here to tell you that I'm leaving for some place far away and I don't think I can come back. While we have had different views, I still see you as friends." Rei said, looking at them both. Rei Shounen, it's fine. Everyone has opinions. It's just a matter of perspective and experience, so don't sweat yourself. And remember, be safe out there. All Might said with a smile. N_N, this face. Rei, thanks for saving the city and the class in USJ. And be safe out there. Midoriya said with a small smile. Thanks guys, see ya. Rei said, leaving the room. Time for the final stop. Rei thought as he flew towards Gran Torino's house. He could see Gran Torino eating taiyaki when he arrived. Ha ha ha, Soraji-chan, you still loving taiyaki? Rei said with a chuckle. Hat, kid, what brings you here? Gran Torino said, looking at Rei. Just some goodbyes. I don't think I'll be able coming back. Rei shrugged. Ha ha ha, then be safe out there and remember what I told you when you left last time. Gran Torino said with a smile. Of course, I'm me, not anyone else, right? Go on, kid. Gran Torino said, smiling at Rei as he left. Returning back to his mum, Rei decided to come clear with her. Mum, there are places out there, much larger than this world. Different powers, different people, and different adventures. I'm going to go there and see for myself. Rei said, looking up towards space as he and his mum was leaning on the balcony. Hey, you're not asking a question, are you? Then just promise me you'll be safe. Yumi said with a caring smile. Thanks, mum. Rei said as he hugged her. Take care, son, and remember I love you. She whispered. Yeah. Rei said before he took off into the air. Eve, you ready for the next adventure? Of course. Eve said with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, the next world shall be 26, One Piece. Ha 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 ha, the next world shall be One Piece world. Rei said as the system registered his answer. Hi Rei, are you gonna be a pirate or marine? Eve asked. Maybe start as pirate, after all I can get more training in Haki with Whitebeard or Shanks. Rei said after some thought. Host has selected One Piece world, please choose time of transfer. How about a bit before Shanks shows Whitebeard his missing arm? Rei said. Rei, you can also try join Shanks or Whitebeard's crew. Yeah, that would be fun since they were the main focus in the war for Ace's execution. System set time of travel as few months before Shanks meet Whitebeard. Also try make me arrive near Shanks. Rei said in his mind. Understood, may host step into the portal. A golden portal appeared before Rei as he proceeded to step in. Ha ha ha, adventure, adventure, adventure. Eve was excited like a kid since this was a new world for her. Even if she knows what happens, she also wants to experience the world. Meanwhile, everyone else watched Rei as he stepped into a portal. Take care, son. Yumi said, looking at where Rei disappeared from. From this day a legend was born in Boku no Hero world. A legend about a young angel from heaven donning 14 golden wings and purging the demon dragon to save the world. The Legend of the Seraphim. After entering the portal, Rei could see distant orbs with the faces of the main characters of the respective series. The galaxy of colors hung above them. The world passed behind him as he traveled towards his destination on autopilot. Ah, Shugoi, amazing, this is my first time seeing this, Eve said in awe as she looked around the space. Host has exactly 5 months till destination. 5 months, hey. Hey Eve, how long do you think the difference is in the mindscape? Right now from what I can see, 1 hour out here is 10 hours in your mindscape. So 10x faster. Once you reach 12x faster you should be able to train your body with Might Guy's training. Nice. So Eve, what about my stats after this world? Forget about levels and just use ranks for combat instead, is that okay? Rei asked since he was used to having ranks instead. High status is being updated now. Name, Rei Todoroki. Age 15. Bloodline origin demon. Combat rank, King/half-step world. Body, half-step high. Soul, half-step world. Will, half-step world. Skills, 4/4. Unlimited blade works, King. Fire demon slayer, half-step high. Frost domain, super rare. Haki, half-step high. Passive. Kyoki Tengoku. Stage 1 Bankai, Tima ni Kinoko Waken Anatsu no Tengoku. Stage 2. Stage 3. Summons. Lucifer weakened, half-step world. Thanks Eve, this is a lot better. No problem. So right now I should use this time to train up my soul to increase time difference in the mindscape, then use the rest of the time to train in Might Guy's manual. I know. Why not talk to the Ice Dragon now, considering you can try increase soul by training in your ice manipulation using your soul strength? Eve suggested. Yeah, let's do that. Also Eve, remember the complete training of a chosen skill manual, King, should I use it on my frost domain? Nope, for elemental skills like frost domain you can just get another ice skill equal to or stronger to evolve it. Such as the bone-chilling flame from Battle Against the Heavens. Wait, I don't know that anime. It's not an anime REI, it's a novel. Eve explained. The fuck? I thought that it was an anime system. No. Oh my god, Baka REI, Divine Anime World System. You get to go to the world, but that doesn't limit to anime powers, you know, since it's not a divine anime power system. Eve said, causing REI to widen his eyes. Holy shit. REI muttered, knowing that novel powers can be at his disposal too. Yeah. You should train now, you know? A lot of time is wasted in the mindscape while you're here, you know. Oh shit. Thanks, Eve. REI said while he enters his mindscape. Humph. Baka REI, don't make me wait too long. Eve thought while she watched REI about to summon the dragon. Why have you called for me, host? The ice dragon said, curious as he couldn't see the demon anywhere. Don't worry about the demon, he's no problem now. REI said, looking at the dragon. Then for what reason have you called me out, host? The dragon said, looking back down at REI. Shrugging, REI said. Just some training with my ice quirk, I want it to be a bit more diverse. The frost domain is already diverse. Or rather, it's a matter of controlling what is in your domain. Using soul power you can freeze anything within your reach without touching them. So now it is just a problem of control. The dragon said after some consideration. Host, you know, when you go into glacial blade works and your body becomes ice. You can also go into the body status without actually unleashing it. With enough control you should be able to go into the ice mode so your body is completely ice and use your domain to regrow your limbs. The dragon reminded REI. So what do you suggest I do to increase it? You first spread out your domain and try freeze things as far as you can. By using it more you should be able to increase the range. It's like muscle, the more you use it and push beyond the limit the more powerful it becomes. Nodding, REI sat in a meditative position while spreading out his frost domain, an area 13m wide spread out from him. The temperature slowly dipped. Now try freezing a pole at the edge of your domain. Using that pole you build on it past your domain. Ice started to gather at the tip of the pole, slowly increasing outwards. REI's face was scrunched up in concentration as he tried to extend the domain further. After it had went past the domain by 10 centimeters, REI's concentration broke as he puked out blood. The dragon's eyes widened seeing this. Shit. Host, I believe that the maximum range is stuck at 13m. I see. REI said, wiping the blood away. No matter, host. Shall we strengthen what is in the 13m then? The dragon said, thinking up of ways to do this. Host, try to decrease the temperature of ice within your domain. Imagine the atom slowing down even more. While you have your Zetyriedo, absolute zero, you forcefully apply it by using your body. We shall train for you to use it within your domain without physically touching the person. Sitting back down, REI started his training by doing everything in his domain. From having robots attack him while he used his domain to counter-attack through making ice spikes, to creating ice within the robots. Which the last one had small success but not enough for it to affect anyone. REI also trained to keep his observation haki out for as long as he could and integrated it with his domain. This allowed him to feel everything within 8 meters very clearly, and from 8 meters to 13 meters the feeling was dampened. 1 year and 8 months passed in the mindscape. Within this time REI would often chat to Eve about what they would do when they reach One Piece world. In addition to this, REI had managed to lower the temperature within 2 meters of his domain to 128 degrees Celsius. 145 degrees above absolute zero, with it being 273 degrees. While it couldn't freeze down to absolute zero, REI would be able to affect every close quarters combat person in his domain easily, albeit a few exceptions. REI breathed out cold air as he lowered his body temperature down to 128 degrees Celsius. I'm still far away from absolute zero without glacial blade works. REI said, standing up and increasing the temperature back up slowly. It was today that he had felt something change with his soul. Hey REI! The time has just increased to 12x difference. Eve called out, seeing the change in the mindscape. Eve, doesn't that mean I can go train my body now? Yep. Once you get far enough in the training you should get the passive True Hachiman Tong Kao. Great, about time I increase my body. It hasn't changed in grade since I was 4. REI said, standing up. Hey let's do this. REI said, bringing out Might Guy's Youthful Training Manual Complete Edition. 27, Arrival. HN. Ha, fuck, one more. REI said as he was training with Might Guy's training manual. He needed to destroy his body over and over with intense training. He had to train till his body shredded from the inside and let natural recovery heal him. While it was simple, Rei had to keep destroying his body without letting it recover completely. It was also during this training that his new bloodline was proven to be very useful and terrible for this training. It was useful because the natural recovery was astounding, but it was bad because Rei had to work a lot harder for him to destroy his body. With the increased time difference, Rei had spent 3 years doing his body training, which increased his body from half-step high to king. Rei had also used the true Hachiman Tong Kao every time he trained, which allowed him to destroy his muscles faster. Through using it continuously, Rei is able to open up to the 4th gate with no repercussions. Rei, are we there yet? I'm so bored, Eve asked, her initial excitement dimmed a bit. I think we should be soon. Rei said, stopping his training. May host prepare for landing. There's your answer, Eve. Rei said with a small laugh. Ha ha ha. Finally. My vigor has returned. Eve shouted as she saw that they are about to arrive at their destination. Returning back to the real world, Rei could see the orb with Luffy's face on it approaching. A portal opened up as Rei approached. Host will arrive near where Shanks is while he sets off to meet Whitebeard. Rei said as he stepped in the portal. Holy phew! Rei shouted as he lost his footing and plunged downwards towards the deck of a ship not far below him. Bang! Really? I know my body's stronger, but this... Rei muttered as he looked up. Rei could see Shanks and his crew looking at him shocked during their party. Hi. Rei said awkwardly. Who are you? Shanks. Asks, face confused. I'm Rei, sorry to intrude, Rei said, patting his body. Shanks suddenly started laughing. Ha 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 ha. How the fuck did you appear here? The party resumed while Shanks walked closer to Rei. So Rei, how did you drop onto my ship in the middle of the ocean? Shanks asked whilst eating some meat. Text in my head called a system. Rei said seriously. PFT, ha 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 ha. Oi Roo. Pass us some meat for Rei here. Shanks shouted towards Lucky Roo and handed Rei some meat. Hey, wanna party with us till we get to the next island? Shanks asked. Oi idiot captain. Stop asking a stranger to party with us. Ben Beckman said. Ha ha ha, it's fine, right guys? Shanks shouted to his crew. Yeah. They shouted back. Wow, they really are hyper, aren't they, Rei? Eve said, watching these guys. Indeed. So Shanks is it? Rei asked, pretending to not know him. Yeah, what is it? Shanks said while passing him some meat. Where are you going? And when is the next island? Rei asked, taking a bite from the meat. His eyes widened, tasting the meat. Hold shit, this is good. No wonder Luffy eats so much. Rei said to Eve. Rei. Stop tempting me, I want to eat too, Eve complained, seeing Rei eat. Don't worry, Eve, we have plenty of time in this world and it should give me enough time to make you a body. Hehe, you better. Can't wait to try this food. Oi Rei, Shanks said, watching Rei blank out eating food. Oh yes, so where you going next? Rei said, turning back to Shanks. Strange one, aren't you? Ha 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 ha, well, we're just about to go meet Whitebeard. Shanks said, gulping down some beer. I know this may be a bit weird, but can I tag along for a bit? Rei asked, eating some more. Oi white hair kid. Are you even strong enough to tag along with one of the 4 emperors of the sea? You'll be killed. Ben said, looking at Rei. I can handle myself. You can test me. Rei said, looking back at Ben with fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha, that the spirit, Rei. Hey Ben, I'll test his spirit, okay? Shanks said as he looked at Ben. Sure. Ben backed off. Hey guys. Idiot captain's testing the kid's spirit. Ben said, getting them to ready themselves. Say Rei, are you ready? Shanks said as he stood up opposite to Rei. Anytime. Rei similarly stood up. Bang. Shanks' Conqueror's haki crashed into Rei's body as the floor started to splinter. Fuck. Rei said, about to kneel. Releasing his own Conqueror's haki, Rei stood up straight once more. Oh, high qualities of a king I see. Shanks marveled as he saw the collision of haki in the air. Black and red sparks flashed in the middle as the pressure increased. Releasing more Conqueror's haki, Shanks started to overpower Rei. Shit. Rei started to sweat as he slowly bent down. Arrg. Rei stamped down hard, slowly pushing himself against the pressure. This collision continued for a minute before Shanks went full power to see how Rei would handle it. As the full pressure hit him, Rei refused to give up, eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched hard. Rei put everything he could into resisting until the floor collapsed beneath him. Crash! Ah, my ship! Shanks shouted, seeing this. Ha 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 ha. The crew laughed, seeing their captain being an idiot after that tense collision. Fuck! Rei shouted as he climbed back onto the deck and sprawled himself out. Really, the floor fell, I haven't lost yet. Rei said panting heavily. Ha 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 ha. Rei, I didn't think you would have Conqueror's haki too. Shanks said patting Rei's back. Let's go again, I won't lose this time. Rei said looking at Shanks. Hey kid, you did good standing up to idiot captain's pressure to this level. Ben said with a appreciative smile, Rei's willpower against Shanks had earned him his respect. Hey fuck. Rei said tired. Say Rei you wanna join my crew? Shanks asked Rei with a wide smile. I'll be fine, but I'll tag along once in a while if that's fine. Rei responded. Guys, I've been rejected. Shanks fake cried to the crew. Let's party to cheer me up. Shanks shouted. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. The crew laughed. Ha 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 ha. This group of people are really funny, aren't they? Eve laughed. Yeah. Rei said as he slowly stood up and sat by the walls. Oh yeah Rei, your willpower has been pushed into the world rank, congrats. Eve congratulated Rei. Ha ha ha, thanks Eve, but goddamn I'm so tired right now, fuck Rei said. Oi Rei. Come on and join in. Shanks shouted over to Rei. Coming. Rei said back as he walked over. This world really is fun, isn't it? Yeah it is. Rei though when someone suddenly shouted. Guys. Marine fleet in front of us. Party crashers, guys you know what to do. Shanks said as he knew these guys were sent by the world government to stop them meeting Whitebeard. Yeah. They responded as they got to battle stations. Hey Shanks. You think you can leave it to me? Rei asked walking up to Shanks. You think you can deal with it? Shanks asked curiously. Yeah you can back me up if I miss any, is that okay? Rei said tracing out his bow. Where did that bow come from? Shanks said looking at the bow. Don't worry about it now, watch. Rei said while drawing the string back. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Rei chanted while he gathered energy for 5 arrows. The azure lights caught everyone's attention as Rei aimed towards the sky. I offer thee this calamity. Rei said pulling the string to its maximum strength. Phoebus catastrophe. The 5 arrows shot off as they exploded with a neon light separating into 500 arrows raining down of the whole fleet decimating them. Shanks and the crew watched with their jaws hitting the ground seeing Rei easily destroy a fleet alone. Ha ha ha, haven't he lost my touch? Rei said as he watched with a smirk. 28, meeting Whitebeard. HQ come in. The fleet is about to intercept Red Hair pirates. The transponder snail in Sengoku's room spoke up. So it's time, attack with full power. Sengoku said to the fleet. Understood sir, wait what's that? Sir 5 lights have been seen flying up shot by a white-haired kid. The arrow split UUOH my god the snail cut off midway. What? What happened? Sengoku shouted with eyes wide open. Quickly using the camera snail Sengoku looked at what they saw last. 18 with white hair, pulling back the string of a bow letting 5 arrows fly, with a blinding light the sky was filled with arrows. Sitting with a heavy thud Sengoku looked shocked. What the hell was that? He muttered before calling his assistants. Call all of the vice admirals and admirals for a emergency meeting. Sengoku shouted. It didn't take long for everyone to gather. Playing the clip Sengoku showed them the new person on Shanks' ship. You're kidding. What fruit did he eat? Could it be duplication? Silence. Sengoku shouted to quiet them down. Today a fleet was decimated by a single kid. We shall place a bounty on his head, his power is too mysterious. He is also dangerous because he is on Red Hair's ship. Sengoku said sternly. Ma-ya-ya, let's put a bounty on him. He could be troublesome. Kizaru said to Sengoku drawing out his words like always. I say a bounty of 700 million. Garp said. Oi Garp, isn't that too high? A vice admiral said. No Garp is right, a kid that can destroy a fleet easily can't be weak. Since we don't know his name he shall be White Archer. Bounty 700 million. Sengoku said zooming in onto his face in the video to make his bounty picture. Meanwhile, Shanks and the crew are staring at Rei as he decimated a fleet. Oh my god Rei, ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed out. Hey Rei, are you sure you don't want to join? Shanks asked again. Oi Capt, you dismissing my Sniper King position already? Yasop said to Shanks. Ha 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 ha, don't worry Sniper King san. My main weapons aren't the bow, I'm more of a close quarters combat person. Rei said untracing his bow. So Rei, what fruit did you eat? Was it duplication? Lucky Roo asked still eating. Yeah Rei, that was cool, ha 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 ha, I bet Sengoku didn't even know what hit him. Shanks said with a wide smile. I don't know what the fruit was, but I can create any weapon even from legends and I can still swim. Rei said, tracing different weapons to float around him. Whoa, that's some versatility there. From what I can see, you ate a paramecia type fruit. But goddamn, you can still swim. Shanks asked, gobsmacked. Yeah, ha ha ha, but my main weapon are these two beauties here, Kyoki and Tengoku. Using this ability I made these two swords. Rei said, showing them the sibling blades. With what I can tell, I'd say these blades are around the same quality as the Seijo Owazumano, 12 supreme grade swords. Shanks said, inspecting the blade. So Rei, what are gonna do if you're not joining the crew? Lucky Roo asked. Ito, maybe just wander around for a bit to find some adventure. I'll hang out with people that seem fun. Rei replied, untracing his blades. Hey Shanks, you got any way that I can improve my observation haki? Rei asked, deciding to see if he can get some tips from a master. Ha 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 ha, sure. But I don't really know how except that we try hit you and you dodge. Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed out as he scratched the back of his head. Oh, well, can you guys try hit me as fast as you can while I am blindfolded? Try attack me quite fast so that I'm forced to see better to dodge. Rei said, suggesting the idea. Hey you guys! What do you say we give Rei a hand here? Shanks shouted to his crew. Yeah. For the next few weeks Rei had never let his blindfold off. In the first week he could see the attacks, but only at the last second, which he had to make his body react quickly. However, in a fight this last-minute panic reaction can only get you so far. So Rei started to push himself to see more, in which by the 4th week he had started to dodge a majority of the attacks. By the 8th week Rei was dodging everything they did, albeit they were holding back a little. Hey Rei! This is as far as we can go without actual death matches. You need to fight life and death battles which will have you push past a boundary to the next level. Even if we increased the speed of our attacks, it'll do nothing right now. Shanks said as he stood up. Is that so? Well, thank guys. Rei shouted to the crew. Ha 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 ha. No problem Rei. They shouted back in union. Ha 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 ha. Rei chuckled. Guys, serious time, Whitebeard's ship is showing up. Shanks said as he stood at the front of the ship. Oya, so Whitebeard's ship is showing up. Rei said as he leaned over to the railings and undid the blindfold. Blinking his eyes to get used to the light, Rei could see the huge ship of Whitebeard. The Moby Dick. This colossal ship took the appearance of a whale due to the front design of the ship. Rei, stay back for this, Whitebeard is not a man you want to piss off. Shanks cautioned Rei. Meh, it'll be fine. Rei said with a grin. The 2 months he had with the crew made him a lot more playful, which could also be due to Lucifer in his bloodline. Ha 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 ha, well, just don't piss him off. Shanks said, laughing. As Shanks' ship docked next to the Moby Dick, Shanks' playful aura had completely disappeared as he released his Conqueror's haki with every step he took towards Whitebeard. Rei hit himself as he sent energy into his legs. Jumping up to the top of the sail of the Moby Dick without anyone seeing him. Sitting down on the sails, he watched as Whitebeard and Shanks talked. Rei had loved this scene when he watched it, how Shanks talked about losing his arm for the new era. Looking around, Rei could see all of the legendary figures in the war to save Ace. Marco of the Phoenix, Diamond Juzo, Flower Sword Vista and many more. Oigaki, kid. If you're going to watch, get down here first. Whitebeard said, looking up at Rei. Ha 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 ha, I've been found out. Rei said with a grin. Jumping down, he could see people watching him in caution. Ha 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 ha, chill guys, I'm just here for fun. Rei said, sitting next to Shanks. Oi kid, who do you think you are to sit here in front of me, Whitebeard? Whitebeard said, looking at Rei. Ha ha ha, just a curious person, say this has been bugging my mind. Why do you call yourself Whitebeard when you have a mustache? Rei said, smiling widely. Shanks watched, jaw hitting the deck. Ha 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 ha, are you making fun of me, Gaki? Whitebeard threatened as he pulled out his weapon and attacked Rei. Tracing out Kyoki, Rei blocked it. The haki clashed as more people were knocked out. Ha 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 ha, no, but just curious, so Whitebeard wanna go for a fight? Rei said with his battle-loving side showing up. 29. The man called the strongest? Rewrite. Battle music. Blocking Whitebeard's Bicento, Rei jumped back into combat position. He Gaki retreating already. Whitebeard taunted. Ha ha ha, nope, just preparing to face off against the strongest man. Bankai. Tima ni kinokaweki, Nanatsu no Tengoku. Rei shouted, causing a storm to appear where he stood. Releasing his world-ranked Conqueror's haki, the pressure almost caused some of the captains to pass out. Ah, this is new. Shanks said, feeling the pressure of Rei. Emerging from the storm, Rei was wielding his long sword and 14 wings behind him. Hey White Mustache, don't be surprised if I show more powers, okay? Rei said, locking a iceberg towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes widened seeing this. Bringing his arm up, a white glow encased it. Hey, hey, hey! Whitebeard shouted as the ice broke apart. Tilting his Bicento backwards, he clashed with Rei's long sword. Che! Rei disappeared from where he stood and flew upwards. Oi Shiruhige! Whitebeard, don't disappoint me now. Rei shouted as he traced the demonic sword Gram into his long sword, combing the two. 5-layered wheel of destruction, Bulwark Gram. Rei shouted as the Gram-infused long sword split into a javelin with 5 pairs of his wings transformed into swords rotating around the javelin. A golden azure energy coiled around the weapon as Rei gathered the energy in his hand, launching the weapon towards Oyji. Old man/father, Whitebeard's crew shouted, seeing the attack approach Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha. This is nothing, for I am Whitebeard. He shouted, punching towards the air with both hands clad with white. Crack. The skies torn asunder as the two attacks met. Hacky collision sparks appeared at large as the sky parted by the force. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, you don't disappoint. Rei shouted, seeing Whitebeard block his attack. True 8 inner gates. 4th gate open. Rei shouted as an azure aura danced around him. Whitebeard. Rei shouted as he dropped like a falcon. Seeing this, Whitebeard's Bicento was covered in a black substance as he brought it up above his head. Meeting Rei's attack, Whitebeard took half a step back. Ha 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 ha, brat, you've made me take a step back, ha 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 ha. Whitebeard laughed out with battle spirit. Pushing Rei back, Whitebeard drew his hand back for it to be covered with another layer of white. Oh shit! Rei said before using Roaias to dampen out the force. I am the ice of my sword. Glaciers are my body and ice is my blood. I have frozen over 1,000 worlds. Forever laid sealed, never should I awaken. Yet these worlds can never hold me back. And so I create glacial blade works. Rei shouted as he transported everyone to his reality marble. Whitebeard. You're in my domain now. Rei said, looking at Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha, Gaki. But this is meaningless before me. Whitebeard said with a wide grin. One quake to break the world. Whitebeard shouted as the air cracked, forcefully tearing the reality marble apart. Ha 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 ha, is that all you got? Whitebeard shouted, standing straight. Tisk. Whitebeard. Let me show you what else I have then. Rei shouted as fire started to flicker on his body. What? How does he have fire? Whitebeard's crew shouted, seeing this. Oi, you're kidding, more powers. Marco. Said, eyes wide open, pupil shrinking in shock. Hey Whitebeard. I'll show you my full power now. Rei shouted as he integrated all of his powers together. His wings lit up with icy blue flames, which was the result of his ice and fire demon powers. He had taken inspiration from Eve's description of the bone-chilling flames to do this, while his 8 inner gates aura increased to the 5th gate, causing an azure aura to glow brighter than every 6-layered grand calamity extinction. Rei shouted as 6 pairs of his ice-fire wings turned into 6 colossal javelins pointing at Whitebeard from 6 different angles, while 6 magic circles appeared beneath them. Each radiating with neon blue, neon red and gold. Goo! Rei shouted as the javelins struck down. Ha 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 ha! I'll show you why I'm called the strongest. Break! Whitebeard shouted as cleaved his Bicento upwards, coated with his fruit. This conqueror's haki drummed as it reinforced his attack, causing Rei's 6-layered grand calamity to be bisected into 2 parts, missing the ships. You're kidding. Rei said, eyes wide, watching the person who is called the strongest destroy his strongest attack like nothing. Rei fell as he ran out of stamina. Rei! Shanks shouted as he caught him. Ha ha ha, thanks Shanks. Hey, Whitebeard really is a monster. Rei said, tired, looking up at the tall body of the world's strongest man. Rei knew this world was so much stronger than the Boku no Hero world. This man was a milestone he had to pass. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard laughed. Oi Gaki, I'll admit you have the power to sit in front of me. Whitebeard said with a wide smile. Ha 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 ha. With your capabilities, I can say you are close to being the 5th emperor of the sea. Whitebeard's voice rang out before he sat down, with his body deteriorating faster. Oyoji! Marco shouted, running to help Whitebeard. Oi Whitebeard! Want me to heal you? Rei asked, as he didn't want this legendary man of this world to go before he surpassed him. Ha 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 ha, can you even do that? My problems come with age, ha 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 ha. Whitebeard laughed. I can, but the most I can do is help you improve your body condition so it doesn't deteriorate as fast. Should give you a few years more. Rei said, deciding to try heal Whitebeard. Tracing out Avalon, golden lights flew as the sheath was created into the world. Walking up to Whitebeard, the sheath started to release a neon blue line entering Whitebeard's body as the wounds started to heal. Ha 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 ha, Gaki, you really are fully of secrets, aren't you? Whitebeard said with a roaring laugh. Oi Gaki, would you like to join my crew as one of my sons? Whitebeard asked. Oi Shiruhige. I asked Rei to join my crew first. Shanks said in a joking manner. Urusai, shut up, red hair. Whitebeard said with a side glance. Ha ha ha, thanks but no thanks. I want to conquer this world in my name and not under someone else's. Rei said with a shake of his head. Ha 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 ha. Then it is truly a waste to not have you in my family. Whitebeard said with a laugh. Hey, if you need me just give me a shout, I'll come. I have a feeling that you might need me soon. Rei said, hinting towards the war. I'll see. Whitebeard said. Now, Whitebeard, I believe I have said everything I want about Teach and Ace, so I'll take Rei and leave now. Shanks said, helping Rei up. Ha 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 ha. Go on. Whitebeard said, drinking his wine. Back on Shanks' ship. Fuck. Rei said, hitting the railing. Don't worry Rei, that was the man who was mid-sovereign combat grade in his prime. Right now you're world grade, but you're not far from him. Eve encouraged him. Sigh. I know, but it's just frustrating how wide the gap was. Rei though. Rei. Shanks said, leaning on the railings next to him. You did good fighting the strongest man to that extent. Thanks Shanks, it's just frustrating how he destroyed my strongest easily. Rei said with a tired sigh. Meh meh Rei, don't worry, the taste of defeat makes a man whole. With this you know the sour feeling of defeat. Now use this feeling to fuel your training to become stronger. Shanks said with his hand on Rei's shoulder. Ha 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 ha, I guess you're right. Rei said with a shallow laugh. You do right then, I have the strongest man in the world to surpass. Rei said, standing up with determination to surpass Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha, that's the spirit. Party. Shanks asked with a smile. Heh sure. Rei replied. Now guys, let's party. Shanks shouted out. Yeah. Ha 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 Rei, they're really hyper, aren't they? Taking the chance to party anytime and every time. Indeed. Rei thought before joining the party. 30, Monkey D. Luffy. Hey morning Eve. Rei said as he woke up. It has been a month since his defeat with Whitebeard. Right now he was waiting for the news of Ace's capture and Blackbeard being called the new warlord. Hi morning Eve replied. Walking out to the deck he could see the crew awake but serious. What's up Shanks? Rei asked Shanks, whose face was serious. Rei, you. Shanks slowly said. Are you okay? What's with this atmosphere? Rei said, looking around. Got a bounty. Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed out suddenly. Ha 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 ha, your bounty is already higher than some of the crew, ha 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 ha. Shanks said, pointing at the crew behind him. Oh, that it. Rei deadpanned, underscore. I thought it was something serious. Rei said while stretching his body a bit. Ha ha ha, here take a look. Shanks said, handing him a poster. Wanted White Archer. Bounty 700 million. Unknown member seen on red hair Shanks' ship. Can destroy fleets easily. Ho ho, 700 million is quite the high number. Rei said, looking at his poster. Ha 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 ha, indeed. Shanks laughed before his attention is taken by a bird dropping some newspaper. Fire Fist Ace captured by Blackbeard. Execution in Marineford. Blackbeard is the new warlord. 3 of these titles showed up. So it's too late. Shanks muttered, reading on how Blackbeard had beat Ace and took him to the Marines. So Shanks, what are you going to do now? Rei thought with plans of his own. Hey, I don't want to fight, but it seems like Whitebeard might go to war with the Marines for Ace. Shanks sighed. Shanks, you sound like you know Ace. Yeah, he is the brother of a kid named Luffy. Ha 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 ha, he was a funny kid shouting out about his dream of being a pirate king. But in him I saw the fire to get it done. Shanks said, reminiscing about the past. I see, welp, I want to see the kid that you recognize as a candidate for being the pirate king. Rei said with a smile. What do you mean? Shanks questioned. I'ma go meet him. Rei says as he summons out Tengoku. Bankai, Nanatsu no Tengoku. Rei said as light emerging from his body, creating 14 golden wings. Hey Shanks, if Whitebeard calls, tell him I'll see him at the Marine headquarters, okay? Thanks for the trip these months Shanks. I don't know how to repay you, so when you see me again give me a shout and I'll come. Rei said, turning to Shanks. Ha 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 ha, don't worry Rei. Just be careful out there. Shanks laughed. Of course, hey guys. I'll see you soon. Rei shouted as he took off into a golden light. Eve, you ready to meet the protagonist of One Piece? Rei asked. Ha ha ha, about time. Say Rei, you gonna save Ace as well? If you do, then Luffy might lose his motivation in training for 2 years. Eve said with careful consideration. True, although it may be bad for Luffy, I think I'll let him see Ace get punched before I go heal Ace. Enough to keep him alive but not enough to make him wake up. Rei said, thinking up of his plan. Now let's go to the marine ship to find Hancock and Luffy before they goes to impel down. REI said towards Eve. Hi location is on the map now. Eve said displaying the map in REI's vision. Ha let's go. REI said increasing his flight speed causing a streak of gold to be seen by many pirates. Luffy. Hancock said as she watched Luffy eat the titan amount of food. Her face became serious as she felt someone come into her haki range at a very fast speed as well. Luffy say hidden for a second. Hancock said as she excited the room. Everyone there is a person approaching at a fast speed. She says while stepping onto the deck. Hi. The marines shouted while Momonga looks at the incoming speck of light. As REI closed in he could see the marines on guard about him. Releasing his haki he knocked out all of them including Momonga so that he can talk to Hancock. Who are you? Hancock said serious as she saw him knocking everyone out with such a strong haki. I'm REI and I'm here for Monkey D. Luffy. REI said looking at her. Who are you on about? Hancock lied. Don't lie, I know you have him in your room. REI said landing on the deck. Looking closer Hancock could see a teen/young adult, with white hair, piercing red eyes and a lean body shape clad with small amounts of white and gold armor. On his back was 14 golden wings. REI walked towards Hancock's room. Slave arrow. Hancock said using her devil fruit on REI. Ice shot up behind REI protecting him as he said. Useless. Oi Luffy. REI shouted into the room. Opening the door Luffy's head stuck out. Who are you? Luffy asked confused. Ah. Luffy careful. Hancock said watching Luffy's confused expression. I'm REI, I'm a friend of Shanks and he was worried about you. REI said undoing his bankai to show his real appearance. Haha you know Shanks. How is he? Luffy asked eager. Hearing this Hancock decided to let them talk. He's fine just partying a lot. By the way I'll be helping you save Ace. REI said to Luffy as his eyes shone with glee. Thank you. Luffy said before Hancock cut in. You're White Archer. Seen on Shanks' ship with a bounty 700 million and can destroy a fleet easily. Era? You know me? I'm flattered. REI said as he smiled. Hancock just say that you beat me away, I'll be hiding below and behind the ship. Luffy I'll see you inside okay? REI said while destroying any snails around the ship. But aren't you a fruit eater? The sea will drown you. Luffy asked. Ha don't worry I'm a bit special. The sea won't do anything to me. REI laughed as jumped into the sea. The Sea Kings had tried to attack him only to be warned off by his haki. It wasn't hard for REI to enter as all he needed to do was wait for Luffy to be discovered before heading in. The guards had tried to attack him but his Conqueror's haki was enough to knock them out. Using his observation haki, REI managed to avoid Magellan and find Luffy in level 1 with Buggy. Walking over, he sees Luffy and Buggy running away from the Blue Gory. Oi Luffy! REI called out as traced several blades sending them forward to kill the Blue Gory. REI! Luffy shouted. Haha, come on Luffy! Aces is probably lower down. REI said as he walked. Oi who are you? Buggy said staring at REI. Just a friend of Shanks helping Luffy out. REI Kaye's back. REI was confused as he couldn't hear a response. Turning around he could see Luffy and Buggy falling towards the Crimson Hell. The fuck? REI said as was surprised at how fast they fell to the Crimson Hell. Ha. REI they managed to ignore you and fell to the floor below. Eve laughed at the stupidity. Hey fuck's sake. REI thought as he jumped down following the duo. 31, Impel Down Part 1. Jumping down REI could see a red forest where the grass and the leaves are like blades. Using his haki REI was able to step on the grass easily. Oi Luffy don't go ahead without me. REI said looking at the duo. Ha sorry. Luffy laughed whilst holding onto Buggy to avoid the blades. Ha forget it, the hole to level 2 should be in the middle. REI said activating his Bankai. Nanatsu no Tengoku. 14 wings unfurled themselves behind REI as armor started to appear on his body. Luffy, Buggy grab on. I'll take you there. REI said extending his hand out. Grabbing the hand REI flew towards the hole and went straight down to the second layer. Whilst flying REI had a thought and decided to tell Luffy that he won't be joining for the next part. Luffy, I need search for someone lower down in the floors quickly so you and Buggy go ahead okay? REI said looking back at Luffy and Buggy. I thought you were coming to help Ace. Luffy asked looking at REI. I am, just that I need to sort out something that's on my mind quickly in a different part of the prison. REI explained as they approached layer 2. Well see you soon then REI. Luffy said as he took off with Buggy. Now let's take out the trash of layer 6 shall we? So Blackbeard comes for nothing. REI said towards Eve. Yet. Or better yet, kill the more powerful criminals and leave some of the weaker ones for Blackbeard. Ha 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 ha, he'll only have weaker criminals for crewmates. Eve schemed. Ha 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 ha, that'll be grand. Rei said as he flew off in blinding speed to the lower floors. Passing the third layer, he could feel the temperature rise exponentially as he could see people starving as he flew past. Summoning a thin layer of ice on his body, Rei continued onto the fourth layer. The surroundings tall with flames as the room was dyed in red. Oh, this layer really is hotter than I thought. Rei said as he flew further. Ahoy! This layer isn't called the fiery hell for nothing. Eve agreed. Hey Eve, I think I have an idea to incorporate the Fur Demon Slayer and Unlimited Blade Works together now. Rei said as he approached the exit down to the 5th level. Oh nice, now you have both fire and ice versions of the Unlimited Blade Works. We should get you a 5th power soon after this war. Eve suggested. Indeed I should. Rei said while flying down to the 5th layer. Landing, Rei looked around to see a constant expanse of snow. Wolves started to gather as they surrounded him. Oi small fry, you want to fight me in snow and ice? Rei asked as he looked at them ice cold. The wolves ignored as they growled at him. Then die. Rei said as ice spears erupted everywhere around him, piercing all of the wolves around him, dyeing the white landscape crimson. Ito Rei, we should hurry down before Hancock and Magellan go to see Ace. Eve said as Rei approached the 6th layer. Sure thing. Rei said, dropping down into the 6th layer. Sate, well, which one shall I kill first? Rei said with a bloodthirsty smile at the criminals on the 6th layer. Snapping his fingers, 3 swords appeared as he aimed it towards the 3 future members of Blackbeard's crew in level 6. Now then, 3 for appetizers. Rei said as he sent the blades out. Flashing with neon blue lights, the 3 blades pierced into the members, pinning them to the wall. Kuah! They all shouted as the blades stabbed their bodies. Oh hiya! Such tenacity! Rei said as he looked at the 3. Stamping down, he created 3 crimson spears. I'll let you experience this. Debolg! Rei said as the spear destroyed their hearts. Ha. I think this will be enough for now. Rei said as he felt Hancock and Magellan coming closer. Jane, ca. Rei said as he disappeared from where he stood, leaving a mental trauma on the prisoners. Rei, why did you do that? Eve asked, wondering about Rei's psychotic display. Well, if I left a mental image on them, they would want to fight to get out even more. Fight harder, so Blackbeard will still think they're capable and take them, ha 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 ha. Rei laughed, imagining Blackbeard picking mentally broken crewmates. PFT, that would be funny, making him think he got capable men. His reaction will be priceless. Eve laughed. Exactly, now let's wait in layer 5 for Luffy. Back at layer 5, Rei leaned on a tree branch as he thought about his next power. Say Eve, how many system points do I have now? Ito, you now have around 2.7 million points. How? When? Why? Rei shouted in surprise. Last time when he checked he only had 23,300 system points. Remember the world-class beast you killed that all for one turned into? That gave you around 1 million points. Reaching the apex of Boku no Hero World gave you around 1.5 million points. And finally the training and fighting accumulated over the years gave you 200k worth of points. Eve explained, looking at the points log. Holy shit, doesn't that mean I should kill stronger people and conquer more worlds? Exactly. That's why you are encouraged to reach the apex of worlds. Well damn. That means I have enough for world-ranked abilities. Rei thought in wonder. Also, with you gaining the Origin Devil bloodline, you unlocked the bloodline shop. So you can also buy bloodlines now. Seriously. Rei thought about the bloodlines in animes and other sources. Right now the system is compiling all of the bloodlines available. You want to see them? Show me them later when the system finishes compiling them. Luffy's coming over now. Rei said, looking towards Luffy and Bon, who entered the forest near where he killed the wolves. Watching them, he saw the duo pass out before the Okama people come out to bring them away. Here we go. Rei said as he silently followed them into layer 5.5 Nukama Land. Arriving at Nukama Land, he could see men dressed in woman garments everywhere. Okay, holy shit, this is worse than seeing it in an anime. Rei said, freaked out by this layer. Ara, young man, welcome to Nukama Land. A Okama person said, almost touching Rei up. Oh my god. Rei shouted, jumping backwards. Rei, let's get out of here. Eve said quickly. Anini, look at you, that body, that face and that skin, aren't you perfect to become an Okama? A tall man in women's stockings and underwear said. Don't you fucking dare touch me. Rei warned, slightly shocked at what he sees. Goddamn, seeing people in the screen and experiencing it are two very fucking different things. Rei said to Eve. Ah. Everyone, we have the perfect Okama in the making here? Let's help him awaken. A person shouted, drawing all of their attention to Rei. Oh shit! Rei said, guarding himself as he couldn't kill them since they were essential. Using ice he could only freeze the people attacking him. Even so he could only hold back since he didn't want to harm them too much. 10 HRS went by with Rei fighting every second of it. Hey Rei panted heavily, still on guard. The Okama people took turns fighting and eating. This human wave tactic proved beneficial in increasing Rei's combat ability by him holding back while he defends. Eyes bloodshot, Rei sees Bon waking up. Oh my god, finally! He said, regretting that he entered since they locked the place down. Now that Bon's woken up, Rei would be able to go see Luffy's treatment with Bon and Ivanko. The stage changes as a man with a head bigger than his torso shows up. Supporting lavender hair, arrow-shaped jaw, a pink V-shaped bikini with fishnet stocking. Ivanko enters the stage. Taking the chance that everyone is distracted, Rei jumps onto a roof beam and watches, catching his breath. Ha-oh-haa my haa god! Rei said between pants. Nay Rei, so I've been thinking. If these guys want to be female, then why doesn't Ivanko use his Emporio female hormones to turn everyone into a woman? True. Rei thought while he saw Ivanko turn a guy into a woman. Oya? Whitey hair boy is such a perfect specimen for us. Ivanko said, looking at Rei. Rei's danger instincts kicked in as he dodged to the right, missing Ivanko as he shouted. Emporio female hormones. I swear to God, if you turn me into a woman with that, I will kill you in your sleep. Rei shouted, sweating at that close call. 32, Impel Down Part 2. Rei managed to get some rest as Ivanko took them towards Luffy's treatment area. Hey Eve, has the system finished compiling the bloodlines? Rei asked, excited about a new power. Hi, displaying affordable bloodlines, so not all of them okay. Bloodlines world grade. Uzumaki. Zeus. Zeref. Alucard / Dracula. GOL.D Roger. Are these all the ones I can afford? Yep. However, 2 of these bloodlines have been added here because this will be your first world grade ability. Sate, Eve, can you explain advantages of them? Hi, it's on system menu now. Uzumaki large chakra, sealing talent, chakra chains. Zeus lighting control, longer lifespan. Zeref ability to use any magic, immortality warning power will lose control often unless user disregards all life. Alucard / Dracula true immortality, intangibility, blood control, dead army, absorb souls, turn body to mist, gravity manipulation, more to be seen. Warning, user must absorb blood every few years or user will enter hibernation for 20 to 30 years. Powers are weakened, which will increase as host increases in power. GOLD Roger maximum talent in Haki, see King manipulation. Eve, isn't Alucard's bloodline too powerful? Rei asked in shock, seeing the benefits of the Alucard bloodline. Yep. It's a half-step sovereign bloodline after all. It was on the high end of the world rank, so the system decided to include it as an option for your first world ability, Lucky Rei. Eve explained. Then of course I'll pick the Alucard bloodline. Rei said, wondering why the system still gave him choices even though Alucard was the most beneficial one that Rei could see. Hi, the process of integration should take till the end of Luffy's treatment. But Rei, I'll warn you, while you may be immortal you can still be sealed away. Eve warned sternly. Nodding, Rei took the warning to heart. Oi Ivanko, I'll be refining me body a bit, is there another room like Luffy's? Rei asked, looking at the Okama Queen. Of course, it is just on Vth side over Vth. Ivanko said, pointing at a door. Thanks, also lock it as heavy as you can. Rei said, stepping into the room. Okay. Ivanko said, nodding, wondering why he would need to lock it as heavy as he could. Hey Eve, you ready? Rei said, sitting down. Hi, anytime, remember try not to pass out for maximum effects. Eve said, about to integrate the bloodline. Yeah, now go ahead. Rei said, preparing for the bloodline. Arrgh. He screamed out as it felt like all his blood vessels were just torn out of his body. His skin ripped as red lines traced all of his veins while his eyes became bloodshot. Oi Rei, if you are integrating with a bloodline you could have told me. I was woken up with such a nasty surprise. Lucifer called out from Rei's mind. Not the AHG time. Rei shouted, body twisting in pain. Fine, here, this should help dull the pain a little. Lucifer said, snapping his fingers, which helped Rei dull his pain receptors before going back to sleep. Arrgh. However, even if it was dulled it still hurt like lava poured in Rei's veins. He started to thrash around the area hoping to distract himself to no avail. Arrgh. Rei continued to shout as the bloodline integrated into him. As it was a bloodline and not a skill-turned bloodline like Lucifer was, Rei didn't gain a mentor to help him explore the bloodline. Time ticked by as both Luffy's and Rei's screams continued as the observers became unnerved as they could hear Rei hitting the room causing heaving banging sounds to echo. As the time hit 20 HRS into Luffy's treatment, all fell silent as blood poured from Luffy's cell. Luffy. Bon said on the verge of tears, thinking that Luffy's dead. Don't worry. Luffy's not dead yet. Rei suddenly said behind Bon, who in turn was shocked at how Rei appeared behind him without sound. V what? How did he get out from the room? V the door is still locked. Ivankov thought, looking at Rei in shock. Food. Luffy shouted out from his room. And there we go. Rei said with a smile before walking off into a corner. Eve, so this is Alucard's bloodline. I know currently I have true immortality, weakened regeneration, slight increase in body power, intangibility / turn to mist and weakened blood manipulation. Rei thought, moving his body around to get used to it. Yep. The rest will be unlocked as you get stronger. Eve replied. But damn, watching Luffy eat all this is both amazing and fucking disturbing. Rei said, looking at the meat 3 times the size of a car disappear inside Luffy's room. Indeed, Rei, you also need to absorb some blood soon. Eve said, cautioning Rei. Yep, but not now, no way in hell am I going to drink the blood of an Okama. Rei said, shivering. Oh, Luffy's back. Rei thought, approaching Luffy. Oi Luffy, you okay now? Rei asked. Rei. Yep, we need to go save Ace, he's still below us. Luffy said, showing the Viva card. Any Eva-chan, are you going to escape as well? Bon-chan was looking to save you. Luffy said towards Ivankov. No, not yet. That man has yet to move, the commander of the revolutionaries, one of the most wanted people in the world, VMY companion, Dragon. Ivankov said, revealing Dragon's name. My dad then. Luffy said, hearing about Dragon. Ha 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 ha, Luffy can't tell the atmosphere as always. Rei thought as he wondered about whose blood he should take. Ito Eve? You don't mind if I suck the blood of Chief Guard City, right? Rei asked, since he really didn't want to drink some old man's blood by the neck. Fine, I don't want you to suckle on the neck of some fucked up looking dude from desperation. Eve said, knowing that Rei needed to drink blood. Thanks Eve. Rei smiled as he tried to curb his urge until they saw City. Right Rei, let's go to save Ace. Luffy shouted towards Rei. Hi, I'm coming now. Rei said, jogging after Luffy. It was easy entering level 6, with the 4 of them. Rei, Luffy, Ivankov, and Inajima. Ayakuxi. Luffy shouts out as he enters level 6. Luffy, I believe Ace had already been taken away from here. Rei said, walking towards the cell which held Ace. See, Ace isn't here. Rei said, turning back to Luffy. They took him through the elevator, go quickly. Jinbe said, seeing how Luffy fits the description Ace gave about Luffy. Thanks. Luffy shouted before running to the elevator, only to be held back by Rei. Rei, what are you doing? We need to go save Ace. Luffy said, struggling. Luffy, do you think they can't see us? There are camera snails everywhere, and the moment you enter that lift they can kill you easily. Rei said, looking at Luffy seriously. We will need to climb back up to the top of the prison manually. Rei pointed towards the exit. URG, fine, let's go quickly. Luffy said, about to run. Take me with you in that case, I want to save Ace-kun too. And I will gladly die to save him. Jinbe suddenly called out. Warlord Jinbe. Ivankov said, looking at Jinbe. Luffy, you should take him. He will be a great help to save Ace. Rei said. I'll wait for you at the entrance level 6, okay? Rei said whilst walking off. Fucking hell. Rei said as he felt an increase in urge to drink blood. We'll need to hurry Rei, since this will be your first drink of blood. Eve said as Rei walked to the entrance of level 6. Yeah, Luffy should be here soon. God damn, I almost went for his blood then. Rei said, shaking his head. Soon steps could be heard as they arrived. Alright, come on, let's get out of here. Rei said as he stood up. 6, we'll need to gather the people at Nukama Land first. Ivankov said with Inajima nodding. Fine then, me, Luffy, Jinbe and whoever the fuck this guy is will go to level 4 first. Rei said, pointing at Crocodile. Guys, grab onto me, I'll bring you guys there quickly. Rei called out, preparing to leave. Luffy then stretched his arms around Rei while Crocodile and Jinbe grab onto Luffy. Pumping energy into his legs, neon blue circuits appeared as he dashed off with a resounding bang. Grab on tight. He shouted, sprinting while Luffy was shouting out in surprise. It didn't take long for them to arrive back on level 4. Seeing City Rei though. Meal time. Luffy, go ahead with Jinbe and this guy. I'll take care of this chick. Rei said, stopping. Sure. Be careful, okay? Luffy said, continuing to run. Sate, young lady, care to show me your neck? Rei said with a wide smile showing his fangs. You shall call me mistress, you trash. She said while she sent her whip towards Rei. Ha 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 ha, feisty. Rei said as he turned into mist. Haki wouldn't work on him since this isn't a Logia fruit. But he also can't attack in this state until he increases his strength and control of the bloodline. What the hell? City said watching Rei turn to mist and drift towards her. She had used Haki but it didn't work. Why won't Haki work? She shouted as she tried to hit him repeatedly with Haki. Ha 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 ha, I'll dig in now. Rei said flashing at full speed behind City and bit down into her neck. Arg! She shouted feeling her blood being drained. She tries to claw at Rei's face only for her arms to held by his while he drained her. It wasn't long until she stopped moving and died. Ah, that was the shit. Rei said wiping his mouth. Glad I didn't stay near Luffy or I would have killed him. Rei thought. Indeed, the first feeding would be the biggest one you have but from now on it should be more controlled. Eve explain. That's good then. Now let's go join the war. Rei said as he ran towards where Luffy would be. 33. Uncrowned Emperor. Running towards Luffy, Eve spoke up. Rei, you know that if you leave her there she's probably gonna become a ghoul, right? Yeah, I know, but having a ghoul cause some mayhem and impel down will give me some extra souls of the inmates captured. Rei said sprinting towards Luffy. Indeed, most of them were real trash of people anyways. Eve agreed. However, Rei suddenly paused. A wide smile appeared as he found Magellan closing in on him. Ha 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 ha, Magellan, let's have a quick fight, shall we? Rei said turning around. White Archer, I've no time for you. Hydra! Magellan shouted forming a poison hydra. 3 purple dragon heads shot towards him each from a different angle. Ha 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 ha, these little things won't work, Magellan. Rei said snapping his fingers and extending his frost domain causing the hydras to freeze mid-air. What? Magellan said eyes wide open. I need to go but I'll give you a hint to save this prison. You should be worried about City-chan, ha 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 ha, Rei said as he turned into mist flowing through the walls and into the sea. Let's tell Luffy that I'll go ahead first. Rei thought flying towards Luffy. Landing next to Luffy, Rei said. Luffy, I'll go ahead to save Ace, okay? Rei. Yes, please hurry. Luffy replied hoping that Rei would reach Ace quickly. Ha ha ha, of course. Rei said as he turned back into mist and flew towards the Gate of Justice. Hey Eve, what you say about me showing the world a flashy entrance? Rei asked with a toothy grin as he passed the Gate of Justice easily. Ha ha ha, that will be great. Their face seeing you with multiple powers will never get old. Eve replied laughing. Ha 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 ha, indeed. Rei said as he approached Marineford. He could see the crescent-shaped island with the army of marines preparing for war, the 50 battleships standing guard, the 7 warlords and the important figures of the marine. Suppressing his presence as much as he could, thanks to Alucard's bloodline, Rei sat on the roof of the tallest building in Marineford looking over to the great ocean. Well damn, this view really is quite beautiful, won't you say, Eve? Rei said marveling at the view. Yeah, it's a shame is trash like the world government or celestial dragons are running the place. Eve said enjoying the view. Say Eve, what you say about cleaning them up? Forget One Piece and the whatnot, let's clear up the world government and the marines. People like Garp or Aokiji can run it well enough. Rei said thinking about his goal for this world. Yeah, we should also clean up some of the more powerful trashy pirates like Big Mom or Kaido. Eve suggested as Rei thought it over. Yeah, once we do that we should be at the apex of this world. Rei said watching the sea waiting for the Whitebeard alliance. Say Eve, I just realized but aren't I supposed to be allergic to the sun with Alucard's bloodline? Rei asked. You forget about your origin demon bloodline? It suppressed the allergy to the sun so you're fine. Eve said. I suppose. Rei said shrugging. Looking into the distance, Rei could see the shadows of the Whitebeard alliance appearing one by one. The sirens screamed as the marines prepare for war. Continuing as a spectator, Rei could see Whitebeard create 2 tsunamis with his fruit powers towering over Marineford. Ice Age. Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals, shouted as he froze over the ocean and the tsunami. Whistle. Well, I'll be damned, this shit is impressive when you see it in person. Rei said as he stood up. Sate, let's go meet Whitebeard again. Rei said to Eve as he jumped down catching everyone's attention. Where did he come from? Garp said looking at Rei. How was he here? We couldn't even detect him. Sengoku thought face decorated with a serious frown. Landing next to Whitebeard, Rei looked up and said. Yo Whitebeard, mind if I thin out the marines a bit? He asked with a grin. Grrrr ha ha ha, kid be my guest ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed as he watched Rei. Ha ha ha, then tell your sons to step back while I do my thing. Rei said. Jumping down Rei looked over at Aokiji and shouted. Oi Aokiji! I'll borrow your ice for a second. Hold on, what does he mean by borrow? Aokiji said before his eyes widened at the sight of Rei crouching down and colossal ice spears shot out killing marines everywhere. How does he have ice abilities? Sengoku shouted watching Rei heard the marines. Standing back up, Rei traced his bow as he prepared to use his favorite ability to thin out armies. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Rei said gathering energy for 6 azure arrows. Seeing this Sengoku's eyes widened in horror as he thought about what's going to happen. Spread out quickly. He shouted in hopes of less casualties. Unfortunately, the marines were too occupied with the spears to focus on Sengoku. Seeing that the marines are pretty much gathered, Rei pulled the string back as far as he could while he said. I offer thee this calamity, Phoebus catastrophe. Letting loose the arrows, 6 neon lights flashed American Samoa. It separated into a barrage of 600 arrows. Countless screams echoed as the arrows reaped the lives of the marines. Jumping back onto the Moby Dick, Rei retracted the bow and ice. As the ice retreated, the world was shown with the slaughter of marine soldiers. Impossible. No way. What a monster. Whispers rang out within the army of marines as they witnessed the massacre of soldiers. Some even kneeled in defeat seeing this. Grrrr haha, oi kid, how did you use Ice Boy's ability against him? Whitebeard asked looking at Rei. Hahaha, well, my ability is fundamentally different from his, I just used his ice as a catalyst for me to use my powers. Rei explained to Whitebeard. Sitting down, Rei watched the war progress as Kizaru also joined in trying to attack him and Whitebeard only to be stopped by Marco. Hahaha, you know what, Whitebeard? I'ma go fight for a while, sitting around isn't for me. Rei said standing up. Grrrr, so you're joining the war already? Whitebeard said looking at Rei. Of course, Bankai. Rei shouted as a light descended onto him causing everyone to look over towards him. Nanatsu no Tengoku. Tima ni Kinokaweki. Rei shouted as the light parted to show his form. 14 golden wings spread out as he flew into the air. 5 pairs of wings separated into 5 blades. 5-layered calamity. Rei said as the blades grew in size. Pointing the swords downwards, people started to look in worry. Ice Dome. Aokiji shouted, creating a makeshift defense against Rei. Useless, now be gone. Rei shouted as the swords dropped down causing huge explosions which shook the whole island. The dust cleared showing the broken dome with Aokiji panting heavily encased in ice. There were no blood, only ash, corpses were never whole as they were scattered around Aokiji. Hey Yuu, you're pretty dangerous, aren't you? Kizaru said as he appeared behind Rei. Hahaha, thanks for the compliment. Rei said turning into mist making Kizaru's attack fail. Oh hiya. Kizaru said in shock as even infused with haki he couldn't hit Rei. Oi, Kizaru. Take a break won't you? Rei said as he reformed behind Kizaru kicking him with haki forcing him crashing down into Marine Ford. Now then, let's make it even better, Rei said while he slowly glided down. Oi pirates, watch yourselves. Rei said as he snapped his fingers, causing neon blue lighting to spark everywhere as swords begin to form. Like a commander, Rei brought his hand down signaling the attack. Streaks upon streaks of neon lights covered the air as the swords cut down onto the cluster of people below his. Isn't this too ridiculous? Vice Admiral said watching the slaughter. We underestimated the white archer too much. They said with slight amounts of fear. His strength is no less than the 4 emperors of the sea. Sengoku said as Garp looked at Rei seriously. He is the uncrowned emperor. 34. Marine Ford War Part 1. Watching Rei slaughter the marines made Akainu's face frown. Standing up he turned a portion of his body into magma. Pointing his arms upwards, Akainu shot off multiple projectiles that headed towards Rei. Ha 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 ha, oi red dog, getting a bit hasty are we? Rei called out seeing the magma approach him. Ha 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 ha, red dog, let me show you that magma isn't everything. Rei shouted as royal purple flames burst into life coating his wings. Turning 4 wings into 4 flaming javelins, Rei aimed them upwards shooting off into a streak of purple. As the javelins collided with the magma, it started to burn the magma slowly reducing it to ash. What? Akainu stood shocked as his prized fruit ability was shown useless against Rei's purple fire. How many abilities does he have? Isn't this too much? Marines whispered as their wills crumbled. Sate, red dog, can your magma beat the fire of a demon? Rei said trying to weaken Akainu's will. Tisk. Akainu clicked his tongue in annoyance before sitting down again. Party pooper. Rei said before looking around only to see the 7 warlords fighting their fair share of fights. What shall I do now? Rei slowly flew upwards watching the fight. However, before he could even think about the question he had to block Garp's incoming attack. Boy, pay for the lives of the Marines. He shouted, causing REI to be hit backwards, crashing. Tisk forgot about Garp. REI said, standing back up. Readying the longsword form of Tima, REI launched towards the marine hero Garp. Oi, marine hero! Show me how strong you are! REI shouted as Tima collided with Garp's haki-coated fist. Sparks flashed as Garp quickly punched forward with his other fist. Quickly turning his body to mist, REI tried to avoid the punch. However, it came as a shock to him as Garp's level in haki had allowed him to hit anything he wants, even REI in his mist form, which wasn't a Logia fruit ability. Being forced backwards once more, REI spits out a mouthful of blood at the punch. Fucking hell, how can he hit me? REI said as his regeneration did its job healing him. Just like observation haki, armament haki has a higher level too. This case being Garp able to hit anything he wants, even a non-Logia fruit ability like your mist form. So be careful REI, because right now in this war I believe only Garp is able to hit you. Eve warned as REI recovered. Thanks for the warning, Eve. REI said, increasing his pace towards Garp. Now let me get some payback. REI said, disappearing into a blur. Garp had also disappeared like REI, only for them to collide in the middle, causing the surrounding ice to crack and break. REI transformed 4 of his wings to 2 swords, helping him in combat. Flashes of gold appeared as Garp jumped back to avoid the swords. Pumping magic into his body, he reinforced it for him to become faster, turning into a golden blur chasing after Garp. REI shouted, causing a azure sword energy to rip the ice as it approached Garp. Grabbing the energy, Garp spun around, returning the attack back to REI. Dodging to the left, REI had a battle frenzy smile. GARP! REI shouted as he sent ice spears and swords towards him, only to see Garp easily punch all of them, turning them to smithereens. Ha 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 ha, Garp, you really are the man who has cornered Gold Roger multiple times. Even as a old-timer, your power is ridiculous. REI said as he ran towards Garp once again. Tracing several swords in the air, multiple flashes of neon energy appeared as the swords shot towards Garp. Garp pulled a fist behind him as a black and red aura appeared on his fist. Punching forward, huge shockwaves erupted in succession as they tore the swords apart. Oigaki, petty trickery won't work on me. Garp said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Indeed. REI said as he traced out a new sword. Holy light erupted outwards as a sword slowly materialized in REI's hand. Decorated with blue and gold, Excalibur was brought into the One Piece world. Feeling his sword quiver, Mihawk looked over to see REI holding the holy sword in his hands. That sword, it is beyond the 12 supreme grade swords. Mihawk said, staring at REI's sword. But it is lacking something. He continued, not bothering about his surroundings as he cut down more pirates. Ha ha ha, Garp, you should feel honored. This is the first time I will use this sword. REI said, pointing Excalibur at Garp. Now are you ready? REI said, wielding Tima in one hand and Excalibur in another. Turning all of his wings into swords, REI had 7 golden swords float around him as they pointed at Garp. HN anytime, brat. Garp said, coating his fists in dark red haki. REI shot off towards Garp as 7 swords attacked in synchronization, causing a dance of golden energy to appear. Pushing his observation haki to the limit, Garp avoided and parried these swords while REI swung down with his twin blades. Crashing into the haki-coated arms of Garp, the force created caused everyone in the radius of 20 meters to be pushed back. Bringing Excalibur above his head, REI swung the sword down while he made Tima cut towards the left. Feeling the danger, Garp retreated in time to hear REI shout. Excalibur! A golden energy erupted from the sword, causing a deep ravine to appear where Garp stood. Oh hiya! You managed to dodge at the last second. I'm surprised. REI said with a grin as he stood in a combat stance. Just as they were about to fight again. Kuxi! They suddenly heard, looking up they could see Luffy and the guys from Impel Down falling. Garp looked on with his mouth wide open in shock. Ha ha ha, Garp will carry this on later. REI said, turning into a golden light as he flew towards Luffy and the group. Hold on. Garp said, trying to chase after REI, but he was too late as REI was already beyond his reach. Che! Garp said as he walked back to where Ace's anger and sat back down. Garp! It's your family again. Sengoku said with a vein on his head at how Garp's grandson Luffy had crashed down onto the battlefield. Ha 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 ha, Luffy, you're finally here. REI said, landing next to Luffy. Yet and it's time to save Ace. Luffy said, looking at Ace's platform. Emporio female hormone. Ivankov shouted suddenly. Quickly dodging upwards, REI shouted in a panic. Don't fucking touch me. VWHY, do you dodge? Such a fine specimen, be true to yourself and become a woman. Ivankov said, standing back up. Fuck no. REI said as he flew upwards and saw Luffy blocking Crocodile's attack. Let's see, Kizaru will be a cocky bastard during this and asks Sengoku if he could kill everyone, let's fuck him up during this. Rei said with a wide mischievous grin. Turning towards Kizaru, Rei prepared to attack. I'll be the one to become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted. Taking this as a signal, Rei blasted off towards Kizaru as he is about to speak. I can execute every single one of them, right Sen? Dynamic entry. Rei shouted, cutting Kizaru off and kicking him through the marine headquarters. Yo Sengoku! Rei said with a grin. You! Sengoku said, about to attack when Rei turned into mist and flew back. Ah! The marines shouted, seeing Rei attack Kizaru out of nowhere and disappear like the wind. Grrrr, ha ha ha, oigaki, nice kick. Whitebeard said, seeing Rei give Kizaru the dynamic entry. Ha ha ha, would have tried to save Ace if Sengoku wasn't there. Rei replied, materializing next to Luffy and Whitebeard. Now then, Luffy, you ready to save Ace? Rei said, looking forwards. Of course. Luffy said, crouching down. 35, Marineford War Part 2. Ha 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 ha, Luffy, follow closely. Rei said, taking off first, preparing to kill any marines that were in front or near Luffy. His 14 golden wings spread outwards as he flew past the pirates and into the marines, slaughtering out a path. Snapping his fingers, rivers of blood gathered into a ball in Rei's palm. Clenching his fist, Rei absorbs the blood and now had a small army available to be released to the world. Now everyone! Come out! Rei shouted as a flood of crimson spread out. From the blood, countless people rised up. What the hell? Marines shouted fearfully as they watched the undead army approach. Snapping his fingers once more, Rei equipped each of the undead with a weapon from Unlimited Blade Works. Why is this world so unfair? Marines buckled under the fear as the tsunami of undead flowed towards them. URG, this takes quite a bit of stamina, doesn't it? Rei said as he huffed. Yeah, while it's good for large armies, it consumes a lot of stamina. The longer you have it activated, the more it takes. It should be ignorable once you become stronger. Eve explained to Rei's question. Thanks, Eve. Rei said, snapping his fingers, and brought the army back. Phew, say Luffy, I'll sit down for a second, okay? That last one took a lot out of me. Rei said as he sat down on the ice. Yeah, Rei, I'll go ahead. Luffy said, running forward. Some marines had tried to attack Rei, but he had easily killed them while recovering stamina. Suddenly the ground shook as Rei looked at the source. Holy shit! Rei said as he saw Whitebeard using his fruit, which had caused the seabed to rise. Yay, this is the strength of a weakened sovereign. Eve said, looking at the devastation. Ice split into ravines while the marine headquarters shattered. Ha ha ha, the war should be ending soon. Rei thought as walls rose up surrounding the ice-covered ocean. So Red Dog is going to rain magma down on us now. Rei said, standing up. Looking forward, he could see Akainu standing straight as his arms turned to magma. Pointing upwards, magma shot into the air. Kahoho, let's spoil his plans a bit, shall we? Rei said, tracing his bow back once more. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Rei chanted, using his fire demon magic as the arrows instead. Purple fire rotated at incredible speeds, forming several flaming arrows as Rei notched them in and prepared to fire. I offer thee this calamity. Rei pulled the string back as far as possible while magma fists started to appear, raining down into the main area. Phoebus catastrophe! Rei shouted as the arrows shot towards the magma. Exploding with neon lights, the initial arrow formed 100 more, each coated with purple flames, burning the magma to ash. Yeah! The pirates shouted as Rei shot down all of the magma fists. Tisk! Akainu clicked his tongue as he saw Rei counter his magma once again. Forget it, ready the cannons. Sengoku said as the cannons mounted the walls surrounding the main area. Fire! Sengoku shouted as countless explosions occurred. Ignoring the screams, Rei looked around to find Jinbe, who's about to toss Luffy towards the three admirals. 1v3 situation, I can't kill them if I fought them together. But if I spread them out and fight them in 1v1 situations, it'll be easy. Rei though, as he unfurled his 14 wings. Shooting off in a golden light, Rei approached where Luffy is quickly. Suddenly, a colossal current of water shot up into the sky with Luffy in the center. Gasps could be heard as they saw Luffy drop down in front of the three admirals with a large mast of a ship. Chasing after Luffy, Rei could see Kizaru kicking Luffy away. Oi, three slaves of the world government! Entertain me for a while. Rei said as he cut his sword infused with haki towards Akainu, who quickly dodges the slash. Aiming his spare palm towards Aokiji, a spear of purple fire shot towards him, causing him to quickly dodge as he knew the fire was bad news. Exerting his observational haki, Rei twisted his body to avoid Kizaru's kick as he responded with his own kick, causing Kizaru to be hit backwards. This had happened in an instant as everyone watched Rei fight off three admirals. Come! Rei taunted as he turned his wings into two swords, one ice and one fire. Sending the fire one towards Aokiji and ice towards Akainu, Rei ran towards Kizaru swinging Tima. Kizaru had to dodge to the left as he knew with his level of armament haki he would be cut through, so he could only dodge. Ha ha ha, oi Kizaru, dodging already? Try to take my attacks head on, okay? Rei talked to him while swinging his blade in attempt to disrupt his mental state. Switching Tima into reverse grip, Rei slashed the sword downwards. Kizaru quickly twisted his body away only to be greeted by Rei's leg which he brought over his body when he swung Tima. Kicking Kizaru, Rei had sent him tumbling into a wall. Turning towards Aokiji, he could see that he was barely coping with the Fire Demon Slayer magic as the heat melted his ice quite easily. Ha ha ha, Aokiji, can't freeze my fire. Rei taunted as he coated Tima in purple fire and swung towards Aokiji, causing him to retreat rapidly. Rei suddenly brought Tima behind him as it clashed with Akainu's fist. Ha 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 ha, red dog, you'll get your turn, be patient. Rei taunted once again, disrupting Akainu's mental state as vein could be seen bulging on his forehead. Pushing Tima upwards, Rei broke Akainu's guard before roundhouse kicking Akainu in the chest, sending him flying. Ha 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 ha, is that all you admirals got? Rei asked with a laugh. 3 attacks suddenly shot towards him the moment he finished his sentence. Rotating himself clockwise, Rei projected purple fire and azure energy, forming a rotational dome protecting him and deflecting the attacks to another admiral. Ha 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 ha, it not enough slaves of the world government. Rei called out as he stopped the dome. The dust cleared as it showed 3 slightly injured admirals staring at Rei. Not injured enough yet. Rei said as he looked at the conditions of the admirals. Inkiju. Rei called as golden chains shot from him, surprising the admirals before latching onto their, bringing them to their knees. Sate, what shall I do with you guys? Rei asked with a smile like a demon's. Let's see. Rei said, walking towards Kizaru. Since you like kicking so much, I'll do you a favor and remove one of your arms. Hey, it's more incentive to use your legs, no? Rei said, slashing Tima, cutting the right arm of Kizaru off. Erg. Kizaru shouted as blood flowed from his shoulder. Now, red dog. Rei ignored Kizaru as he approached Akainu. But before he could do anything, Garp appeared punching towards him. Quickly retracting in Kiju, Rei blocked the punch with Tima. The force caused him to shoot towards the walls. Bang! A loud clashing sound could be heard as Rei hit the metal walls. Oi Garp! Can't you see I was dealing with red dog over there? Rei shouted, getting out of the crater in the wall. Execute Fire Fist Ace! Sengoku suddenly shouted as the executioner blades were about to hit Ace. Stop 3 it! Luffy shouted, unleashing his Conqueror's haki all the way to the platform. People started to fall as Luffy resumed his run towards Ace. Ha ha ha, finally, now the war has entered the final stretch. Rei said, looking at Luffy. 36, Marineford War Part 3. Ha 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 ha, now then, Luffy should be going to Ace around now and Garp would be there too. Rei said as he flew upwards overlooking the whole battlefield. Kizaru won't be able to use his fruit to cut the key to Ace's shackles anymore. Rei said in realization. Let's bring Sengoku away first. Flying towards Sengoku, Rei created a ice lance from his palm as it thrusted towards Sengoku. Colliding with Sengoku's haki-coated arms, Rei pushed him away from the platform. Yo Ace! See ya soon! Rei called out as he passed Ace. Bang! The grounds cracked as Sengoku stood up from the impact. Yo Sengoku, I'll occupy you for a little while. Rei said as he flew towards Sengoku, swinging Tima at him. Dodging easily with observation haki, Sengoku punched towards Rei's face. Quickly bringing Tima's hilt guard upwards, Rei blocked the punch. Digging his heels into the ground, he stopped himself, shooting off like a cannonball before he twisted the hilt guard, causing Sengoku's arm to go upwards. Following the motion, Rei cleaved the blade upwards, creating a azure sword energy which is about to cut into Sengoku. However, just before it hit, Sengoku had transformed into a golden Buddha, rendering the attack useless. Oi, Sengoku! Already using your fruit? Rei said, going back into a combat stance. Humph! Sengoku ignored the comment before bringing his palm towards Rei. Rei quickly dodged sideways as a dome of pressure landed where he had just stood. Ha ha ha, dangerous! Rei said before he flew towards Sengoku's head. Pumping magic into his legs, he also reinforced it with haki before kicking Sengoku. Bang! A loud collision occurred as the kick only caused Sengoku to turn his head. Tisk! Rei clicked his tongue, seeing his kick deal minimum damage. Using his wings to fly backwards, Rei quickly dodged a strike from Sengoku's palm. No more playing around. Rei said as he exerted force into his body. True 8 inner gates, 4th gate open. Rei said as a green aura exploded from his body. You're kidding, he was playing around with the admirals. Some marines said, seeing Rei release his pressure. Now then, Sengoku. Let's go again. Rei said as he retracted Tima and approached Sengoku, ready for brute force combat. Punching out with his fist, Rei collided with Sengoku's massive body, causing the fist to sink in before Sengoku was knocked down. Oi Sengoku! Stand up! Rei shouted as he run-shed towards Sengoku. Bringing his heels up, Rei kicked downwards, which caused Sengoku to quickly dodge while retracting his Buddha form. The heel hit the ground, causing large chunks earth to break apart and shatter. Taking this chance, Sengoku turned around, punching his fist towards Rei, who quickly twisted his body horizontally to avoid the hit. Using the momentum from the spin, Rei launched a uppercut towards Sengoku. A trail of smoke could be seen shooting upwards as Sengoku was hit. Turning back into Buddha form mid-air, Sengoku pushed his palm downwards. Coating his arm in armament haki, Rei punched back in response. The vibrations rang out as they put a huge amount of stress in Rei's arm. The skin started to rip and blood flowed out. Holy shit, this is an attack you shouldn't take head on. Rei said through gritted teeth. Turning his body into mist, Rei escaped from the impact area. Rematerializing, Rei quickly traced out his bow and Khalid Borg 2 covered with purple fire. He drew back the string before shooting it towards Sengoku. Boom! Khalid Borg 2 hit Sengoku's torso as a huge explosion was set off. The dust cleared, showing Sengoku injured in his Buddha form. While the damage wasn't fatal, it was enough to cause pain during a fight. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted upwards, causing everyone to turn head as Ace was freed from the sea stone shackles. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku, seems like our fight will end for now. Rei said as he undid his fourth gate and untraced the bow. Wei Urg! Sengoku tried to stop him, but the injury on his body caused him to flinch for a second. This second was all that Rei needed to fly towards Ace and Luffy. Yo! Rei said, landing next to them. Ha ha ha, Rei! Luffy said, looking at Rei. Thank you for distracting Sengoku. Ace said as he looked at Rei. Ha 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 ha, don't mind it, but can you do me a favor and shoot some fire at me quickly? Rei asked with a laugh. Why? Ace replied, confused. Ha ha ha, you'll see. Rei said mysteriously. Shrugging, Ace followed instructions and shot some fire towards Rei. Opening his mouth, Rei ate all of the fire, easily regaining some more stamina. Everyone watched with eyes wide, seeing Rei eat Ace's fire. Ha ha ha, thanks for the meal. Rei said, wiping his mouth as purple fire exploded into life on his body. Now then, shall we go? Rei said, turning around to a shocked Ace and Luffy. Luffy and Ace continued to look at Rei shocked. Oi guys, come on, we need to get out of here. Rei said once more, snapping them out of it. Yeah sure, let's go. Ace said as he and Luffy followed Rei. Releasing his conqueror's haki as he walked, Rei created a easy path for Ace and Luffy. The Marines backed off, seeing Ace and Luffy being guarded by Rei. How could I let this happen? Sengoku said, watching Rei, Luffy, and Ace escape. While Garp on the other hand stood up preparing to fight Rei. He had to at least capture him for all the lives he had taken. Launching himself towards Rei, the ground crumbled from his step. Rei though, before he saw Garp launching himself towards him. Grabbing Garp's extended arm, Rei tried to throw him away with the momentum. Using air step, Garp stopped himself and shot towards Rei once more. Luffy, Ace, go ahead. I'll take Garp, don't worry, I won't kill him. Rei said as he ran towards Garp. Their fists collided once more as Rei attempted to knee Garp in the stomach. Bringing his hand to block Rei's kick, Garp grabbed Rei's leg before he slammed Rei into the ground. Bang! A crater was formed from the force. Stabbing Tima towards Garp, Rei made him let go of his leg. 8 inner gates. 4th gate open. Rei shouted as the green aura exploded out once more. Shockwaves formed as Rei and Garp continued to trade punches and kicks. Boom! Bang! Crack! Devastation occurred as Rei and Garp fought. Blocking a punch from Garp, Rei took this chance to give Garp a right hook. Connecting the punch, Garp was sent backwards as he flipped mid-air, landing safely. Garp charged in once more. Bringing his arms up, Rei blocked a punch that would have hit his head. Rei tried to grab Garp while Garp did the same. Sparks appeared as the armament haki clashed. Gritting their teeth, Rei and Garp had a small contest of strength. Luffy's cry of agony could be heard, cutting the fight to a pause. Looking over, Rei could see Ace with a hole in his chest and Akainu with his magma arm through it. Shit. Garp will continue this some other time. Rei said quickly as he need to give Ace Avalon to save him. Hold it. Garp shouted, grabbing Rei's arm. Let go Garp. Family or duty, pick one. Rei shouted, kicking Garp as hard as he could in the torso. This caused Garp to be hit backwards as Rei shot of in a neon green light. Red dog. Rei shouted as purple fire coated the swords he traced, sending them towards Akainu. Oh shit! Akainu said, quickly retreating from the flaming swords, not letting him be hit by them. Jinbe! Grab Luffy and get away from here. Rei shouted as he didn't want Luffy to see him save Ace. Otherwise Luffy would lose his motivation for training in the next 2 years. Grabbing Luffy, Jinbe quickly ran off while Akainu tried to chase. Ignoring that, Rei quickly landed next to Ace who laid still. Come on! Rei said as he traced Avalon which started to heal Ace. The sheath had sent neon blue strings which could be seen fixing Ace's hole in his chest. Oh my god! I made it in time! Rei said lifting Ace onto his shoulder. Looking around, Rei saw Whitebeard who has started to beat the ever-living crap out of Akainu. Flying over there Rei landed next to Whitebeard while Akainu was punched away. Oi Whitebeard! Ace should be fine now, I got him. Rei said in a voice only Whitebeard could hear. Thank you, Rei. Whitebeard said weakly as his time was coming. Hey Whitebeard, I can heal you now and it should last you for a while. Rei said suggesting to heal him. Shaking his head Whitebeard said. It's fine, it was a good life, I will have to die someday anyways, why run from it? I shall be the boat which will carry my sons to the next era, grrrr ha ha ha, just make sure Ace is safe and I'll be happy. Whitebeard said with a smile as he walked closer to Akainu. Whitebeard. Rei said looking at Whitebeard's back. Turning around, Rei took off with Ace on his shoulder. 37, Marineford War Finale. Rei took off with Ace on his shoulders. Turning around he could see Whitebeard give Akainu one last devastating blow towards his ribs. The power which Whitebeard had put behind his punch had caused the entire marine headquarters to shatter. Holy shit, I still wonder how the fuck Akainu survived a dead-on punch like that. Rei said as he watched the devastation occur. But, unfortunately for Akainu, I'll finish the job. Rei said ominously looking at where Akainu fell. Rei watched as Whitebeard soloed the marines using his fruit. Taking this chance, Rei observed how Whitebeard fought and absorbing knowledge about his abilities. Zay ha 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 ha. A sudden laughter rang out as Blackbeard appeared with his crew. However, this time his crew wasn't as intimidating due to the loss of the more powerful members. Fat bastard still has the balls to come here even with his shitty crew. Rei said as he flew upwards. Just as he was about to fly in to help Whitebeard called out. Rei. This is my fight. Let me teach this foolish son a lesson. Whitebeard shouted. Fine Whitebeard I'll wait. Rei said as he watched the fight from above. He had wanted to help but he respected the man's wish. Rei watched as Whitebeard fought Blackbeard. Blackbeard's ability had allowed him to cancel Whitebeard's, but Whitebeard's experience had overcome it easily. Just as Whitebeard was about to hit Blackbeard, Blackbeard pulled out a gun shooting Whitebeard in the stomach causing him to stop midway. Eyes wide, Whitebeard stood as he was bombarded by a rain of bullets until they ran out of ammo. Hey, Whitebeard, the strongest man, such a shame. Rei said watching Whitebeard's last moments. A shame indeed. Eve agreed whilst looking at Whitebeard. The least I can do is stop Blackbeard from taking his power. Rei said just as Whitebeard confirmed to the world that One Piece is real. My turn now. Rei said landing next to Whitebeard with Ace on his shoulder. Oi fatty, I know what you're planning and I can say with confidence that I will bury you here with him. Rei said emitting his conqueror's haki. Who are you? Blackbeard shouted startled by the sudden appearance of Rei. Your worst nightmare. I am the fire that lights up the underworld. Rei chanted as he is about to unveil the Fire Demon Slayer integrated unlimited blade works. Purple fire erupted in a circle around him. Purgatory is my body and lava is my blood. A pillar of purple fire shot up towards the sky as the pressure increased. I have ruled over all layers of hell. A spider web of purple fire spread out turning anyone who touches them to ash. Never submitted, never retreated. Lighting started to flash as the skies turned dark. This change had petrified Blackbeard, who then ordered his crew to attack but they couldn't get close with the fire spiraling out of control. Have made worlds cower with my blade. The fire started to compress as the intensity increased. Opening up his palm towards the sky, the neon orb of purple fire gathered. And so I fight, demonic blade works. Rei shouted pointing the orb downwards as it exploded with a purple light. Bringing everyone into his reality marble. As the light settled, everyone in the world could see a landscape of purple fire. Countless demonic blades stood tall emitting bloodlust. The fire flickered as they gave off a scream-like sound. Humongous volcanoes stood in the distance spewing out lava. Now Blackbeard, I welcome you to your grave. Rei said snapping his fingers. Fire-coated chains shot out from the ground chaining up Blackbeard's crew. The purple fire caused them pain which made them unable to concentrate on getting out. Slaughter. Rei said as the demonic blades unhinged themselves from the ground and shot towards Blackbeard's crew. They all shouted as their flesh slowly turned to ash. Turning his head Rei looked towards Akainu who had climbed up from the trench now stood injured. Now Red Dog, I think I've held off killing you long enough. Rei said as fire started to form into several demons. Kishishishishi, the demons laughed sinisterly as they carried the demonic blades. Red Dog, how long can you last? Rei said as the demons charged towards Akainu. However, he thought becoming magma would make him safe. Red Dog, each of them are made from my fire, can your magma survive it? Rei asked as he watched Akainu slowly get ripped to ash. I cannot die yet, justice is on my side. Akainu shouted as he tried to defend against the demons. Let me change that, you disillusioned fuckhead. Rei said, walking towards Akainu. Stamping his feet down, Rei created a rotational dome of fire which everyone can see Akainu in. The dome slowly closed in as Akainu can only watch in horror. Nuuu! Akainu shouted as the fire burned him to ash. Sate, shall we end this war? Rei said as he retracted his reality marble. Pirates leave, Ace and Whitebeard are dead. Marines fuck off, Akainu and your headquarters are fucked, so go recuperate or some shit, I don't care. Rei said looking around. And if anyone want to fight, I'll grant them a quick death. Rei said ominously as he walked away carrying Ace. Unfurling his wings, Rei flew upwards while he searched for Luffy's hat. Finding the hat, he grabbed it before looking for where Luffy is. Shanks should be here soon, I'll let him sort out the war while I take Ace away. Rei thought while he flew towards Jinbe and Luffy. Jinbe, this is Luffy's hat, give it to him when he wakes up. Rei said, handing Jinbe Luffy's hat. Finishing what he wanted to do, Rei flew off towards a nearby island. Kneeling down quickly, Rei panted heavily as the final reality marble took everything left of him. He was glad that his bluff worked, or else he would have been fucked. Fucking hell! Rei said, laying on his back. Looking over at Ace, he could see that he was mostly fine and just needed some sleep. Rei was just about to rest when the newspaper hit his head. What the fuck? Isn't it a bit quick for the news? Rei said, looking at the headlines. War of the Best. Appearance of the uncrowned emperor. What followed after was sections on how the war was tied due to the addition of one anomaly. A young man looking around 18 to 20, had killed 48% of the total marine force in the war, killed Admiral Akainu, injured Admiral Kizaru and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. While also fighting Garp to a slight advantage. The world government has issued a bounty of 2.5 billion bellies. The world has recognized him as one of the emperors even without a crew. Holy shit, 2.5 billion in one go. Rei said, looking at his new bounty. WANTED. Uncrowned Emperor Rei. BOUNTY. 2,500,000,000. Seen on the ship of red-haired Shanks and killed Admiral Akainu. Uncrowned Emperor Rei is most defiantly above Admiral combat level and upper levels of the four emperors. Multiple powers, sources unknown. Current known powers, ice, purple fire, undead army, weapon creation, and sudden increases to body power. Highly dangerous, proceed with caution if met. The only thing left to do is train Ace up a bit for 2 years, keeping him hidden from the world, kill Kaido and Big Mom. And finally collapse the world government. Rei said, making a mental note. So Rei, quick question. Are you going to teach Ace Haki or Fire Theory to increase his fruit powers? Eve asked about Rei's plan for Ace. I have 2 years to train him. I should focus on giving Ace Haki training first while teaching him Fire Theory in between. Rei said after some though. But first sleep because I'll have to explain my plans to Ace when he wakes up. Rei said as he laid down on his back. 38, 3D2Y. Waking up once more, Rei looked over to see Ace still resting. I'll go look for some food. We also need to leave this island since it's quite close to Marineford. Rei though. Ito Rei. Eve suddenly asked. Yeah, what's up, Eve? The Gura Gura no Mi, Yami Yami no Mi and the Megya Megya no Mi have all respawned into the world. Doflamingo has the Megya Megya no Mi while the Gura Gura no Mi is on this island and the Yami Yami no Mi is in Marineford. Rei, what do you plan to do with them? Eve asked, curious. Megya Megya no Mi Doflamingo can keep for Dressrosa. I think I'll take both the Gura Gura no Mi and Yami Yami no Mi. Who can I give Yami Yami no Mi to? Rei thought while he stood up to look for the Gura Gura no Mi on the island. Looking everywhere, Rei couldn't find it at all. Even the map function couldn't find the fruit, and soon the sun began to set. Sigh. Oh well, I'll find it sooner or later. Rei said, making his way towards Ace since he could feel that he's woken up. Arriving on scene, Rei could see Ace about to eat a pear-shaped devil fruit. Eyes wide, Rei charged towards Ace. Don't eat that, you fucking idiot! Rei shouted, punching Ace and grabbing the fruit. Oi, why the hell did you punch me? Isn't that just a normal fruit? Ace said, rubbing his head. Oi dumbass, look carefully, does this look like a normal fruit? Rei asked, showing Ace the Gura Gura no Mi. Yeah. Ace shouted, seeing him almost eat another devil fruit. God, after all my efforts to save you, you were about to kill yourself without knowing. Rei said as he sat down. Why am I alive? What about Oyaji, dad, father, old man? Is he okay? Ace asked quickly. Listen dumbass, I just told you it took all my efforts to save you, and as for Whitebeard, he died. His words were that he had a good life, and that as long as I kept you safe he would be happy. Rei said as he looked at Ace. Oyaji. Ace muttered as he slowly cried over the loss of his father-like figure. Ah. What about Luffy? Ace asked, remembering he died Luffy's arms. He's in shock and denial over your death. Rei said, shaking his head. What? I must tell him I'm alive. Ace said in a hurry, about to leave before Rei grabbed him and pinned him to the ground. Dumbass, be patient, let your brother overcome this and use this as motivation for his training in the next 2 years, or he will die in the new world. Rei said as Ace struggled. But... Ace tried to counter before Rei cut him off. No buts, believe in your brother. How about this? I think if I'm correct, Luffy, Raleigh, and Jinbe will pull something flashy so you can see him one more time until the next 2 years. Rei said, remembering about the 3D2Y incident that happened after the war. Fine. Ace said after some hesitation. Good, now let's kill something for dinner. Rei said as he stood back up. Say Eve, are you able to remove the side effects of the Gura Gura no Mi? I don't really want to give it to someone else, so I'll eat it myself. Rei asked. If you go get the Yummy Yummy no Mi or any other fruit, I should be able to remove the weakness of the fruit by reconstructing the 2 fruits, so whoever eats the Yummy Yummy no Mi or the other fruit will be twice as weak against sea water and sea stone. Eve said after some though. Alright, I'll look for the fruit in the future. Wait, would the Gura Gura no Mi return back to the world without the side effects? Rei asked, thinking about the consequences. Don't worry, if you ate the fruit it won't spawn back into this world even if you leave. And even if it did, it would still be with the side effects. Eve replied. That's good then. Rei said as he killed a bear with an ice spear. Walking back to Ace, he said. So Ace, we need you to lay low for a while so Luffy can train. What do you say about me training you for 2 years so you can get stronger when you meet Luffy? Rei suggested. What can you even teach me? Ace asked, eating the bear. I can teach you about haki and how to be better with your fire fruit. Rei said, taking a bite from the meat. I don't need hack. Yes you do. Rei cut him off. You rely too much on your fruit, in the new world. If you pulled a stunt like letting them hit you while you turn to flame, your head will be off your shoulders. Rei explained. Well, think it over, it's your choice. We'll go see Luffy in a few days. Rei said as he leaned against the tree to have some sleep. Rei and Ace hung around the island to recuperate for a while before they set off to Marineford. Oi Ace, you ready? Rei asked as he looked over to Ace. Anytime. Ace said, waiting to meet Luffy one more time before they do their 2-year training. Ace had agreed to train with Rei because he knew he relied a bit too much on his fruit. Nanatsu no Tengoku. Rei said as he unfurled his wings. Grab on. Rei said as he took Ace flying above the clouds. Suppressing both his and Ace's presence, they landed on the roof of Marineford. Why are we back here? Ace said, looking at the remains of the marine headquarters. You'll see, but for now be quiet. Rei said, waiting for Luffy to show up. It didn't take long before Luffy arrived in the warship. Look carefully Ace, this is the last time you'll see Luffy for a while. Rei said as Luffy began the funeral in the sea. Circling the island once, Luffy landed in the plaza with Jinbe and Raleigh. Running to the Ox Bell, Luffy rang it 16 times. While the world though it was either a sign of war or changing of an era, they didn't notice the true meaning. From gathering of the Straw Hat Pirates in 3DAYS and changing it to gathering 2 years' time. 3D2Y. Rei looked towards Raleigh, who then looked back when he felt someone look at him from far away. Raleigh's eyes widened, seeing Ace alive and well besides Rei looking at Luffy. Bringing his finger to his mouth, Rei made the sign for quiet/keep a secret. Knowing that Rei meant for him to keep quiet and let Luffy train for 2 years, Raleigh nodded with a smile. Now then Ace, we should get going now. We have 2 years to get stronger. Rei said, standing up. Ace nodded as he grabbed onto Rei, who then flew off silently without anyone knowing. The world didn't know that the blood of Gol.D. Roger still lives, but will get the biggest shock in 2 years when both Luffy and Ace reappears into the world. 39. Sabayati Archipelago. The 2 years' worth of training summed up could be called hell for Ace. Every day he had Rei launching swords or projectiles at him, disregarding his safety while he is blindfolded, but if he is injured Rei just uses Avalon to heal him. As for the fire control, Rei had Ace imagine increasing the speed he burn his fire and concentrating it in a smaller area. The results? Blue fire, which is a lot hotter than his normal fire. Oi Ace, hurry up. You don't want to miss out meeting Luffy, do you? REI said yawning while Ace is dodging 8 blades attacking him while he is blindfolded. Oi REI. You try it then. Ace said dodging another blade before melting the sword with his newly acquired blue fire. Nah, I've already done it, you see. REI said nonchalantly. Hey Eve, so how long do we have left until Luffy reaches Sabayati Archipelago? REI asked preparing to leave. Ito, you have 5 hours till Luffy reaches the place. Eve replied. Thanks. You know what, Eve, once I eat the Gura no Mi, Quake fruit, without side effects I think I should be able to make you a body. REI said with a smile on his face. Really? Ha 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 ha. I'm getting a body. Eve shouted happily. While Eve was partying, REI had a smile on his face. Hey REI, why are you smiling randomly? Ace asked while he melted the last sword. Nothing, now let's go. We have 5 hours to get to Sabayati Archipelago. REI said standing up and walking out of the shade. He looked the same as 2 years ago. With the addition of his Alucard bloodline, REI didn't age a bit. In addition to this, in these 2 years REI had also saw news about an outbreak in Impel Down. The Warden Magellan had to flood the whole prison with corrosion poison to stop it from spreading. This had caused the prison to be unusable. You know the drill, grab on. REI said as he prepared to fly towards Sabayati Archipelago. Shouldn't I get some cloths to hide myself? Ace asked. We'll get it when we get there. After all, we're meeting Rayleigh first. REI said as he took off. Arriving at Sabayati Archipelago, REI could an island full of tall trees while the top was covered with bubbles. Sending out observation Haki, REI found Rayleigh drinking at Shucky's Rip-Off Bar in Groove 13. Landing outside, REI retracted his Bankai before entering. Yo Rayleigh! REI called out as he saw him drinking. Ha ha ha, hello uncrowned Emperor REI. Rayleigh replied. Ha 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 ha, stop that. REI said as Ace followed in with him. Say Rayleigh, you have anything to help Ace here to hide himself before he finds Luffy? REI asked pointing at Ace. Yeah, just talk to Shucky over there. Rayleigh said to REI and Ace. Thank you. Ace said before going to Shucky. So Rayleigh, how is the training for Luffy? REI asked making some small talk. Soon Ace reappeared in a long black cloak. Now then Ace, let's go meet Luffy. REI said standing up. Bidding goodbye to Rayleigh and Shucky, REI and Ace set off once more. So I haven't told you this before, but my goals are to kill 2 of the Emperors of the Sea and overthrow the world government. REI said dropping the bomb on Ace. Ace stopped walking as he heard what REI said. Are you serious? Ace asked quickly. Of course I am. If I get rid of the world government, the 4 Emperors will want a peace. So I might as well kill them too. REI said as they approached the open space where Luffy will kill the Pacifista. Hey Ace, you wanna join me? REI asked Ace as they reached the space where the fake Straw Hats are recruiting and sat down to spectate. Since Oyaji is dead, I might as well follow you to rip out the world government. Ace said with a grin. Ha ha ha, indeed. Looking forward, REI saw the pacifistas approach. Alright Ace, ready to reveal yourself to the world? REI asked standing up. Ha ha ha, of course. Ace said standing up as well. Walking towards Luffy who had his massive bag, REI was about to speak when the Pacifista fired a shot at him. Snapping his finger, REI sent a sword at the shot causing it to prematurely blow up. Oi, did you just fire that shot at me? REI asked as the dust cleared. Everyone went pale as they saw REI standing there looking slightly pissed. Uncrowned Emperor REI, bounty, 2.5 billion. Someone shouted in fear. What? Why is he here? People started to shake in fear as they saw REI. Oi fat bastard! REI called out to Sentomaru who wielded an axe. Do you want to die? REI said summoning an array of swords. Sentomaru slowly backed away as he knew that someone like REI is way above him. However, some marine had tried to shoot him in panic only for the bullet to be deflected. Ha 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 ha, REI seems like you're not feared enough yay. Ace said as Luffy's eyes went wide and teared up hearing the familiar voice. No, it can't be. Luffy said looking at the person covered with a cloak. Ha ha ha, really? Show me how you would cause fear then. REI said untracing the swords in the air. With pleasure, Fire Fist. Ace shouted as his cloak burned off. A fist of fire launched towards the marines as everyone including reporters buckled in fear as they saw Ace alive. Make a report quick. Gold Roger's blood lives. Fire Fist, Ace is alive. Reporters shouted in fear seeing Ace. Yo Luffy. Long time no see. Ace said with his trademark smile. Akutasi. Luffy shouted as he hugged Ace and cried his heart out. Ha 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 Ace, go talk with Luffy for a bit. I'll take care of this. REI said walking towards the remaining marine. Now then, do you want to fight or run? REI said, unleashing Conqueror's Haki. Ryuun. The Marines shouted in fear as they quickly ran away. Luffy. Sanji and Zoro shouted as they approached the area. What? Ace. They then paused and shouted, seeing Ace alive and well. Ha ha ha, come on Ace, let's go to their ship before the Marines blow it up. REI said as he patted Ace's shoulder. Ha 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 Luffy, we can talk in a bit, let's join up with the rest of your crew first. Ace said, patting Luffy's head. UN. Luffy nodded with tears and snot everywhere. Jogging over to the ship, everyone was speechless as they saw Ace still alive, as well as the fact that the uncrowned emperor knew Luffy. Luffy. You know REI has a bounty of 2.5 billion. He killed Akainu, a marine, and wiped out over 40% of the marine force. Nami said to Luffy, who was slightly clueless. So he's really strong then? Luffy said before turning to Ace. So Ace, how are you alive? The Viver card burnt out, didn't it? Luffy asked. Ha ha ha, well you see, before I woke up I remember dying in your arms. But when I woke up I was alive and hungry, so I found a fruit and was about to eat it before REI here punched me. Ace said with a shrug. Well, Luffy's not wrong, you know. You were dead, but just as you died I healed you, bringing you back to life. So the Viver card did burn out, but just after it I revived you. REI said while he leaned on the railings. How are you able to do that? The crew asked with burning curiosity. Snapping his fingers, REI traced out Avalon. This sheath is called Avalon, it allows me to heal any wound as long as they haven't been there for a long time. So if I reached Ace later, he would be dead. REI said as he untraced Avalon. How are you able to make weapons out of thin air? Zoro asked, looking at REI. Any weapon I see is stored as knowledge and I can remake them continuously. Essentially they are fake, but I can make them real once I improve. That is one of my abilities. REI said, telling them about unlimited blade works. Let me show you. Zoro, can you show me your 3 swords? REI asked. Nodding, Zoro pulled out the 3 katanas. Looking at the blades, REI snapped his fingers and multiple copies appeared floating in the air. You're kidding. Zoro said, looking at the blades. Swinging one of his sword towards it, he could see that his sword is evidently slightly better than the copies. See, my weapons are copies, but soon once I improve I will be able to make them real. REI said, dispersing the swords. Now then, you guys have your journey while we have ours. It's a shame to part here, but we'll meet in the future. REI said as he used his Bankai and unfurled 14 wings. See ya soon, Luffy. Ace said as he grabbed onto REI. Bidding farewell, the duo flew off. So REI, where next? Ace asked. We'll go look for some trouble with Kaido first. REI said, flying faster towards the second half of the Grand Line. 40, Kaido. Flying towards the Wano country, REI landed on a nearby island. Now Ace, for this operation I will be fighting Kaido. You don't need to fight anyone to the death, just distract them, okay? REI said as he sat down to calm his mind down before the fight. Sure. Ace said, knowing full well that fighting a Emperor of the Sea is not easy task. The beast pirates have large numbers as well as a monster like Kaido. So they couldn't afford to draw the fight out, what they had to do was to strike hard and fast so no one expects them. Ace, remember, if you can help it, don't let them hit you. REI warned sternly. After spending 2 years worth of time with Ace, REI had seen him as a close friend of his. Ha ha ha, don't worry, you have the hard job of killing Kaido. It's rumored that his armament has reached a level so high he is immortal. Unfortunately, an ability like the weapons creation that you have would be at a disadvantage. Ace reminded REI. Don't worry, I know. REI said with a smile. Rest up, we're attacking at night. REI said, laying on his back. Shrugging, Ace followed and rested. Hey Eve, quick question. So looking at my power now, won't some anime worlds be ruined by a sneeze? So can I still visit them or can't I? REI asked, curious. Oh, don't worry about it. When you enter a world that's already weaker than you, your power will be suppressed when you enter. You can also enter and leave the world at will because you've already surpassed the apex. Eve explained. Does that mean I can go back to the Boku no Hero world again? REI asked. Yep. If you want, you can also go to an anime world where it has no special powers so you can relax. Eve suggested. We'll see. REI said as he began to rest. The sky darkened as REI and Ace prepare for the attack. Good luck, Ace, remember when my attack finishes you go distract them. REI said, looking at Ace before he dematerialized himself into mist floating towards where Kaido would be. Passing through the walls easily, REI looked at the silent streets of the Wano Kingdom. No patrols. REI said, looking around. Oh well, easier for me. Floating towards the castle which had the largest aura, REI phased through the walls to see Kaido sleeping. Confirming his target, REI flew upwards and out of the castle. REI made sure he was higher than the clouds before he prepared his attack. True 8 inner gates, 6th gate open. REI said as his body exploded with a green aura. Bringing his palms together, REI closed his eyes as he concentrated in making his attack. The green energy flared rapidly as it was sucked into the palm at a rapid pace. Opening his palm, a green orb could be seen. Moving his right palm up and left palm down, the orb stretched into a lance. Slowly, the lance rotated clockwise, causing the air to gather around it. REI then morphed 12 of his 14 wings into 12 magic circles, which got smaller the further the circles went, with 12 being the largest and 1 being the smallest. REI had this idea during his 2-year training. By using Bankai as a catalyst, REI is able to add some magic circuits onto it. It had also allowed him to use them as acceleration pads, speeding anything that passes through them. The circles lit up with neon energy. Bringing the lance above his head, REI prepared to launch the lance. 12-layered acceleration, Senko Suru, Pierce. REI said as he threw the lance. Each time the lance passed through a circle, the speed doubled. After reaching the 12th circle, the lance is past the speed of light. A blinding flash of azure light hit where Kaido slept. It wasn't until after a few seconds did the sound rang out. Boom! Like lightning, the light came first before the sound. The castle evaporated as a giant crater was formed. The crater had a spiral indentation as if a drill has hit it. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr present from his shoulder to his torso in a diagonal direction. Che-resistant bastard! Rei said as he brought out Tima in the longsword form. Diving towards Kaido, Rei cut downwards with absolute force. But when it hit Kaido's body there were only a small scratch. Seeing this, Rei quickly jumped backwards as Kaido's fist was about to hit him. Bang! The ground carved inwards from the force. Walking tank. Nice to know. Rei said looking at Kaido. Lowering his temperature to as close to absolute zero as he could, Rei rushed towards Kaido, cutting several times. Each contact had froze a potion of Kaido's body. Lifting his spare hand towards Kaido, Rei shot out a large amount of purple fire. The change in temperature had caused an abnormal amount of pressure on Kaido's body, though all it did was made Kaido gnash his teeth. You can't kill me, for I am immortal. Kaido shouted as he appeared next to Rei, punching out a devastating blow. Turning into mist, Rei avoided the attack. Kaido, while you may have become immortal with armament haki, I am certain that only Garp can ever hit me while in this mist form. Rei said, soon reappearing next to Kaido. Placing a palm on Kaido's back, Rei stamped down in force to stabilize himself. Hey 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 hey! Rei shouted as an army of blades shot out from his palm at Mach speeds and pierced through Kaido's body. Arg! Kaido shouted in pain. Kaido only being defensive won't work. Rei said as he brought energy to his sword. Coating it in two layers, Rei had one going clockwise whilst the other layer went anti-clockwise. Rushing once more as Kaido, Rei dispersed his mist, trapping Kaido. Rematerializing himself every second at different angles, Rei continuously cut Kaido, causing a dance of gold in the blood mist. H-A-A-A-A-A-A-A! Kaido shouted as he exploded his haki outwards, causing the mist to be pushed back. Reforming himself, Rei sliced down with Tima. Blocking it with more concentrated haki, Kaido blocked it easily. Tisk! Rei clicked his tongue as he saw Kaido deal with the attack easily. Retreating, Rei brought Tima up once more, but this time Rei feinted a downward slash when he twisted his body to give Kaido a horizontal attack instead. But, Kaido didn't mind and went for a grapple. Kicking his foot towards the wrist of the arm, Rei kicked the incoming grapple downwards while using the remaining momentum to give Kaido a devastating uppercut that would have gave everyone a broken jaw. Landing once more with a skid, Rei watched as Kaido got back up once more. Frowning, Rei quickly made a lance like before but on a smaller scale. Kaido, not wanting for Rei to use the attack again, launched himself towards Rei. Showing ridiculous speed for his size, Kaido was about to hit Rei, who reacted at the last second by bending backwards as Kaido passed over him. Pushing his palms upwards, Rei had two azure lances twisted out of Kaido's body, taking a good chunk out of Kaido's flesh. Kicking Kaido with his foot, Rei stood back up quickly while Kaido still had two spears sticking out of him. This isn't enough yet, I'll need to increase it more. Rei said as the aura burst out of him. 41. Immortal Killer. True 8 inner gates, 7th gate open. Rei shouted as his aura exploded out once more. Casting purple fire around his, the aura mixed with the fire, giving his an offensive and defensive coating. Bringing Tima upwards, Rei dashed towards Kaido, went on the defensive. Swinging diagonally with Tima, Rei quickly feinted the attack and jumped upwards, cleaving the sword towards the back Kaido's neck. Demonstrating incredible speed, Kaido turned around and blocked the attack. Kaido's skin started to blister, but it wasn't serious. Jumping upwards, Rei brought Tima in front of him, which then burst out in purple flames. Putting a palm on the blade, Rei then had blue fire, Alucard ability, burst out. The two fires twisted and merged as a white flame was born. Reading the blade once more, Rei dashed towards Kaido. Just as the white blade collided with Kaido, the blade cut through his arm, easily turning it to ash. Seeing this, Kaido was enraged as he used his fruit and turned to a dragon. The skies thundered as a colossal dragon descended. Ha ha ha, Kaido, by turning into a dragon you have dug your grave. Rei said with a giant smirk. Bringing Tima in front of him, Rei said. Let me show you. This is the truth of Ascalon. Tima started to glow brighter as its shape started to change. Thou dragon with sin. Kaido watched with slight horror as he could feel fear coming from the blade. It wasn't his own fear, but rather the dragon in him that fears the blade. Ascalon. St. George's sword that is used to kill dragons. Also a noble phantasm with incredible defense which can be changed to offense. Rei shouted as Tima extended slightly in length, the hilt guard had morphed slightly and there are now carvings of dragons on the blade. Rei's 14 wings unfurled as he flew at high speeds towards Kaido. Sweeping sideways, a golden sword energy rushed towards Kaido, who dodged and shot fire towards Rei. Useless. Rei shouted as he ate the fire easily. 12 wings once again became magic circles as Rei pointed his palm at Kaido with the circles in between them. Kaido didn't understand what Rei was doing, so he flew forward to intercept. White fire swirled and gathered into an orb in front of Rei's palm. 12-layer acceleration, laser. Rei shouted as the fire shot forward, accelerating at insane speed towards Kaido. Kaido screamed out in pain as the laser hit him before he could dodge. Taking this change, Rei charged forward as he swung the Ascalon and fused Tima towards Kaido. The blade hit Kaido, causing him to be launched towards the ground. Bayonk. A huge collision occurred as a dragon could be seen injured on the ground. But Rei frowned as the blade couldn't cut through Kaido's scale even with the help of Ascalon. Let's try this. Rei said as he brought his palm upwards. A huge sword was slowly being formed as its shadow easily covered a large portion of the country. Kaido rushed towards Rei and swiped his tail and fused with Haki at Rei. Bringing Tima upwards, Rei prepared to use the momentum to cut off a portion of Kaido's tail. The blade lit up with a white glow as the tail collided with it. Sparks appeared at the point of collision as the tail was cut off. Arrgh. Kaido bellowed out in pain. As the 1,000-feet blade was finished, Rei started to try and fuse the elements of Ascalon into the blade. The 1,000-feet blade started to change as the blade started to show runes engraved onto it. Blade fusion, 1,000-feet Ascalon. Rei said as the blade was finished. He had gotten this idea from how Tima was able to merge itself with other blades to boost itself. Inkiju. Golden chains shot outwards as it wrapped Kaido with golden bindings. Snapping his fingers, Rei made several more chains from different directions, locking Kaido in place. Rei then covered with sword with a white flame as he looked towards Kaido. Straining himself one more time, Rei made 12 magic circles once more. He could only use this move a few times safely before he had to rest for a long time so it could lessen the strain on his circuits. 12-layered acceleration, Mabiki Suru, decimate. Rei said as the blade accelerated faster and faster. As it hit the last circle, it shot forward at breaking the sound barrier. Bayonnug. The country shook as everyone could see 1,000-feet blade sticking out of the ground. A deep ravine without a bottom could be seen splitting the country in half. Panting heavily, Rei glided down onto a nearby building. Looking downwards, Rei could see Kaido missing half of his body. Fucking hell, if he survived that, I would have been fucked. Rei said between breaths. However, a fruit caught his attention as it slowly turned into a devil fruit. Holy shit, Eve, is that Kaido's fruit? Rei asked the obvious. Yeah, because it's a high-ranked mythic fruit. I should be able to increase the potency of the quake/tremor fruit. Eve said. Jumping down, Rei grabbed the fruit. Here you go, Eve. Rei said, bringing out the tremor fruit as well. Haha, now watch me work my magic. Eve said as the fruits deconstructed. Breaking apart and reforming into new versions. Eve, which one is the tremor fruit? Rei asked as the fruits now look the same. Right. Eve said. Nodding, Rei took a bite from the right fruit. I meant left. Eve suddenly shouted. Rei's eyes widened like saucers as he was about to ram his fist into his throat to pull the fruit out. Ha 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 ha, I'm joking. You should have seen your face. Eve laughed. Rei's eyes and mouth twitched furiously as a vein could be seen on his head. This expression hasn't been seen in many years as Rei had more control over himself. Hey, oh well, let's get out of here. Rei sighed, crushing the other fruit so it can respawn into the world with its defects. Launching a purple fireball upwards, Rei sent the signal for Ace to come to him. Whilst waiting for Ace, Rei looked at the 1,000-feet blade dematerializing. I swear if I wasn't such a terrible match up with Kaido I will lose. Even then I barely won with this advantage. REI thought. Well, unlimited blade works in itself has barely any bad matchups since it's so versatile. Also REI, this is only that start of your journey, you have plenty of time to get stronger. Eve encouraged. Yeah, now let's get to making you a body once we leave this place. REI said, standing up since Ace was approaching. Unfurling his wings, REI took off with Ace. Fleet Admiral Aokiji. We have something urgent to show you from the Wano country. A marine shouted in a panic. Watching the clip, Aokiji's face was anything but positive. Hey, another emperor is gone. The power vacuum has increased now. Aokiji said with a heavy sigh. Change his bounty title and number. Title, Immortal Killer / Lone Emperor. Bounty, 100 billion. Marine warning, run at all costs to lessen casualties. Aokiji said, updating REI's bounty. Extra. Lone Emperor REI kills Kaido of the Beast. Bounty 100 billion. The news spread all over the world as REI killed Kaido. Pictures show the deep trench splitting the country, the corpse of Kaido and the image of REI vs the dragon form of Kaido. Ha guys. REI's bounty shot up to 100 billion. Shanks shouted to the crew. Oh my god. Some members shouted in surprise. Ha, this calls for a celebration. Party. Shanks shouted happily. Guys. REI took down the strongest emperor. Kaido of the Beasts. Bounty 100 billion. Chopper shouted, passing the crew a copy of the newspaper. Nami and Usopp shouted. 100 billion. The rest shouted, hearing the astronomical price. Isn't that like super high? Frankie said. Damn, isn't this a bit too ridiculous? They all thought. Daffy. Lone Emperor REI had killed Kaido. Treble said, running to Doflamingo. What? He shouted in surprise. Frowning, Doflamingo was pissed at REI but couldn't do anything. With REI at the top of the throne war, we should be able to launch more operations with him drawing all the attention. Doflamingo said, adjusting his plans. Chaos occurred all over the world from the feat of REI killing Kaido. Pirates and marines feared while some supernovas itched to fight and kill REI. He is now also known as the man closest to being the Pirate King. Even closer than Whitebeard. 42. Eve. While the world was in chaos after REI had killed Kaido, REI himself was preparing to build the body for Eve. Ace, keep watch for me, okay? I need to do something important and I can't break my concentration too much. REI said, looking at Ace. Sure. Ace said as he walked away. Making sure that Ace is far enough, REI continued on with his plan. Sitting down, REI entered his mindscape. Phew, you ready, Eve? REI asked as he prepared to make her body. Yeah, just don't exert yourself too much, REI. Eve said with worry. Don't worry, Eve, now, Avalon. REI shouted as the sheath appeared. Stamping downwards, energy flooded the mindscape. A rainbow of energy was gathering towards where REI stood. Veins could be seen tensed, as REI concentrated in making Eve's body. REI shouted as he tried to exert more power towards the making process. He wanted Eve's body to be the best it could be. One which she could also protect herself. Clasping his hands together, REI started to make the female body base. The land in the mindscape shattered as REI attempted to create a something that went against the law of nature. The world laws forced REI and Avalon out of the mindscape, lighting clouds gathers as it tried to stop REI. Fuck off! REI shouted as he opened the seventh gate. Bankai! Nanatsu no Tengoku! REI shouted as 14 wings appeared. 7-layered protection array. The 14 wings detached and formed 7 domes stacked on top of each other. Ro-A-I-A-S. Shouting once more, REI added another 7 layers of protection. The clouds rumbled as lighting started to gather. Energy swirled around in the clouds as REI continued to make Eve's body. REI's eyes became bloodshot as he concentrated harder. His body thrummed with power. Separating his palms, REI pointed one up and the other down. Moving both hands in a clockwise motion, REI slammed them together once more as the rainbow energy started to string itself around Avalon. Bayonk! Heavenly lighting crashed into the defensive maneuvers that REI had put in place. Instantly decimating Ro-A-I-As, the lighting continued onto the 7-layered protection array. The lighting had faltered slightly before it started to break through the array. Pyink! The first layer shattered. Tisk! REI clicked his tongue as the energy started to form the torso of Eve. Pying! Pyink! 2 more layers shattered as the lightning gained momentum. Hey! REI shouted as thousands of blades shot out of the ground, flying towards the lighting. Sparks flew everywhere as the blades broke one after another. Lucifer! Help out! REI shouted as he bit his lip and spat out a drop of blood. Ha, REI, making the lass a body now are we? Well, retract your blades and don't waste your energy. I got this. Lucifer said as he formed himself from the drop of blood. Wearing black armor with short black hair, Lucifer could be seen with devilish charm. Unfurling his wings, Lucifer shot towards the lightning. Rei retracted the swords and increased the speed of the energy gathering. Ha ha ha! Puny lightning, disappear! Lucifer shouted as he sent his own black lightning towards it. The two clashed, causing it to split up and spread to other parts of the island, reducing mountains to dust. Rei exerted himself as much as he could. Almost kneeling from the lack of energy, Rei stamped down as hard as he could, causing the ground to crack. Rei, stop, it's fine. Forget it. Eve shouted, seeing the lightning strike both harder and faster to the point even Lucifer had some problem. She didn't want Rei to be hit by it as she knew he could die the moment it hit him. Stubborn, Rei shook his head as he quickly ate a healing pill to keep going. He couldn't give up now, he was so close and the finish was within his grasp. Taking a deep breath in, Rei shouted, trying to exert himself more. Hey 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 hey. His aura exploded out in a frenzy as his skin ripped and repaired as ridiculous speeds. More and more energy was gathered towards him, increasing the speed to making Eve's body. Kuah! Lucifer shouted as he coughed up blood when the lightning struck him. Crashing back down on the earth, Lucifer stood up holding the wound that opened up on his shoulder. Fuck. Lucifer, the origin demon shall fight you for 100 rounds, you lighting fucker. Lucifer shouted as he flew back up for another fight. Aiming his hand upwards, Lucifer gathered purple fire, which then slowly changed from purple to blue to white and finally pure black as the fire started to burn light itself. Disappear! Lucifer shouted as the fire shot upwards, erasing all the lightning that could be seen. However, with each one destroyed, another two formed. Fuck! Lucifer cursed, looking as this. Looking down at his body, Lucifer could see that he couldn't stay out for any longer. Tisk! Rei! The rest is up to you! He shouted as his body turned back to blood. Lighting gather once more in large quantities as Rei was about to finish the body. The lightning morphed into a lance to increase its piercing power. Striking down faster than the speed of sound, the lightning crushed 3 of the remaining 4 layers of protection. Come on! Rei shouted as he formed the last few section of Eve's body. Bang! Quaarg! Just before he could finish, the lightning had broke through the last layer and struck Rei's body, causing him to cry out in pain and spit out blood. Rei! Eve shouted in panic, seeing Rei get struck by lightning. Rei's vision started to fade as he fell on his knees. From what remained of his vision, Rei could see the body almost finish forming. Exerting himself one last time, Rei pushed to form the last piece. Eve, go, insert, soul, energy. Rei said weakly as his vision faded. Eve quickly infused her soul energy into the body, taking control of it. Rei. Eve grabbed Rei into her embrace before he could fall. Looking down, she could see his face pale and covered with blood. Moving his white hair away from his face, Eve watched Rei take weak shallow breaths. Baka Rei. Eve said quietly with tears at the corners of her eyes as she held him. The lightning had stopped the moment Eve's body had finished forming. The clouds dispersed as the skies calmed. Who are you? A voice shouted. ASP.O.V. Who are you? I quickly asked in shock and confusion. Earlier, there had been lightning striking down in this location which had even caused the mountains to disappear. But what kind of lightning was that? My body didn't listen to me and I couldn't move. Once I could, I ran towards where Rei was, and there she was. Long pale blue hair, deep blue eyes, and wearing a white one-piece dress. She held Rei in her embrace like he was the most precious thing in the world. She didn't even notice her dress stained by Rei's blood. She looked over at me for a slight moment before she turned back to Rei. I wasn't sure what her objectives are, but with Rei this injured I can't take chances. I walked towards her slowly to not startle her, but purple fire suddenly lit up in a circle around her and Rei. Blades appeared mid-air and ice lances formed. What? How does she have Rei's abilities? URG, where am I? Rei said as he looked around him. Nothing. There were nothing around him, no land, no water, no sky. Just a white space which oddly didn't hurt the eyes. Eve. Rei suddenly remembered what happened before he passed out. He started to panic as he couldn't hear her voice. Rei, don't panic. A neutral voice rang out. Who? Rei shouted as he went on the defensive. I am the system god, or as Eve liked to call main system. I would like to thank you for making her a body. While she did originate from me, you have made her a separate entity. She is effectively my daughter, and while I cannot display emotions like her, I still know when to say thanks. So Rei, I am grateful for you making her a body despite the difficulties. If you had gave up at the end, her body would have been a failure. The voice of the main system rang out. So you're her parent? Rei asked in mild confusion. Yes, I don't have much time to talk to you, but I have given you and her a gift which will be unlocked once you enter the Ascendant Combat rank. And don't you dare disappoint her, because you don't want to find out what I can do with my authority as the system god. The main system said before the space started to collapse. Way. Before Rei could even react, he blacked out once more. 43. Holiday. URG. Rei woke up body in pain, slowly opening his eyes. He could see a woman holding him in her arms. She had deep blue eyes, long blue hair that went past her waist and wearing a light blue dress. Eve. Rei called out. Rei. She said, holding him tighter. So it worked, I'm glad. Rei said, enjoying the embrace. Oi Rei. Say, could you get your murder girlfriend to stop aiming death towards me? Ace suddenly cut it. Looking haggard, Ace had heavy purple rings under his eyes. He was surrounded by blades, fire, and ice about to strike him. You're fine, go to sleep for a while. Rei said, dismissing what he said. You, forget it, good night. Ace said, instantly falling asleep. So Eve, did you know I just talked to the system god? Ha 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 she was so protective over you. Rei said with a small smile. Ha 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 ha, I guess in effect I'm the system god's daughter after all. Eve said with a smile, still holding Rei. Oh yeah Rei, so when you spat blood on my body before it finished you gave me the 2 bloodlines that you have. Eve said, breaking the news to him. What about your first feeding? Rei said, worried about Eve. Don't worry about it, I don't really need to drink blood, you see. But the bloodlines gave me all the abilities but weaker, Eve replied. I can also change my body to suit your tastes, you know. So if you wanted Imudo-chan then you get Imudo-chan. Eve said suddenly as her body started to change. Her height decreased as her hair became pure white. Eyes scarlet and skin slightly pale but not too pale. Ta-da Eve mode, Imudo, she said with playfulness. Ha ha ha, so Eve, can you still use the system? Rei asked, watching in amusement as she changed her body continuously. Yeah, I can use it like before, but I can't buy anything from the shop. Eve said, eventually settling with the body she just changed into. She was shorter than Rei by half a head, smooth skin, white hair with small hints of blue, red eyes, slim body and C to D cup-sized breasts. There, this one feels comfortable. She said as she moved around a little. Hey Eve, wanna go have a small holiday in this world before we ruin the world government? Rei asked, feeling a bit better. Oh yeah? Holiday? Honeymoon? Hee night activities. Eve said with a wide grin and small amounts of lust in her eyes. Host system god has sent an emergency message. Touch her so soon and you die. I can't talk to you and this is my first and last message for a while. But just because I can't talk doesn't mean I can't see. End message. Rei read with eyes wide and slightly pale. Looking over he could see Eve face red at the fact that her parent could potentially see her doing it without her knowing. Normal holiday? Rei asked with slight awkward smile. Normal holiday. Eve confirmed, face still red. Rei then held Eve in his embrace as the two fell asleep, enjoying each other's company. Waking up with a slight yawn, Rei looked at Eve with a gentle smile. System, show me an Eve status please. Rei thought towards the system. Name, Rei/Eve. Age, Immortal. Bloodline, Origin Demon, Alucard. Combat rank, High Sovereign/Mid Sovereign. Body rank, Low Ascendant/. Soul rank, High Sovereign/Divine. Willpower, High Sovereign/Mid Sovereign. Skills, 5/7. Unlimited Blade Works. Fire Demon Slayer. Frost Domain. Haki. True Gura, Quake, Fruit. Empty. Passive. Kyoki Tengoku. Stage 1 Tima Nai Kinoko Waki, Unrelenting Bloodthirst, Nanatsu no Tengoku, The Seven Heavens. Stage 2 83%. Stage 3? True 8 Inner Gates, 92%. Thanks. Rei though looking at the stats. I'll get the last 2 abilities later. He though while Eve woke up in his arms. Morning. Eve said looking at Rei while rubbing her eyes. Smiling Rei said good morning too. Morning Eve, so where do you think we should go for our holiday? Rei asked. Shall we go to East Blue? Let Ace meet Makina and Dodin. We can also relax there. Eve suggested as she stood up and stretched her body. Yep, let's wake Ace up. Rei said, walking over to Ace. Crouching down, Rei gave Ace a flick to the forehead. Bong. Oh shit. Rei shouted in surprise from his physical strength. The flick had caused a crater where Ace was. What the fuck? Ace shouted out in pain, clutching his head. Some blood could be seen. Ha ha ha, sorry, couldn't control my strength, ha 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 ha. Rei laughed, scratching the back of his head. Come on, we're going to East Blue. Rei said, jumping down and healing Ace. Has she changed so something? Ace asked, seeing the new form of Eve. Nope, just your imagination. Anyways, Ace, meet Eve, my lover, and Eve, you know Ace already. Rei introduced Eve to Ace. Eve, hearing how Rei called her, blushed a little. So she really was your murder girlfriend? Ace said, patting himself free from the dust. Nice to meet you, I'm Porghast Ace. Ace said, bowing slightly. Nice to meet you, I'm Eve. She said, bowing a little as well. Now then, shall we go to East Blue? Rei asked as they finished their introductions. Sure, they both said. Bankai Nanatsu no Tengoku. Rei and Eve said as they unfurled their wings. Hold on, Rei, how is she able to use your powers? Ace asked, seeing this. Well, it's complicated, but she has all my abilities at around 75% to 80% power. Rei said as he grabbed Ace. Taking off, 2 streaks of light could be seen. Ha ha ha, I'm flying. Eve shouted in excitement like a child with a new toy. With a small gentle smile, Rei shook his head looking at Eve. At the speed they were flying, it didn't take long for them to reach the village. Landing on the harbor, people watched as Rei, Eve, and Ace landed. Looking around, Rei could see a marine warship. So Garp's here today. Rei said towards Eve and Ace. Oh well, let's go meet Machina. Ace said, leading the two. Ace. The village folk shouted in surprise and joy. Ha ha ha, guys. Ace shouted back as he walked over and greeted them. Ace. Machina shouted as she ran over to Ace. Hugging him quickly, he slowly cried. Thank God it wasn't fake. You're alive. She said while sobbing. Yeah, I am Machina, I have to thank Rei for that. Ace said, comforting Machina. Thank you Rei-san for saving Ace. Machina bowed with gratitude. Ha 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 ha, it's fine, don't worry. Rei said. Sending Haki outwards, Rei found Garp in the bar. Yo Garp! Rei shouted out. Oigaki! Garp shouted, walking out of the bar. You've got some nerve standing in front of me. Garp said, cracking his knuckles. Ha 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 ha, don't worry your ass, Garp. I'm just here for a holiday. I even brought your grandson with me too. Rei said with a laugh. Humph, while I hate you as a marine, I'm still thankful as a family member. Thank you for saving Ace. Garp shouted as he bowed down in gratitude. Gramps? Ace said, looking at Garp. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Ace, have some time to talk to Garp, okay? I'll take Eve around for a while. Rei said, holding Eve's hand. Rei and Eve had a small date walking around the village. They did some shopping and tried on some cloths for Eve. Rei wasn't prepared for it and had to kill his urges quickly, otherwise the system god will kill him if he couldn't control himself. They were eating lunch when Garp sat down near them. What's up, Garp? Rei asked, looking at Garp. What are you planning to do now that you killed Kaido? Garp asked, eating some food. Are you sure you want to know? Rei asked for confirmation. Go on, I can't be surprised after you killed Kaido. Garp said, drinking some tea. Alright then, I'm planning on destroying the world government and killing the celestial dragons. Rei said nonchalantly. PPPFFFFFFFFF. Garp suddenly spat out the tea, eyes wide. What? You plan on destroying the world government and celestial dragons? Garp shouted, looking at Rei. Damn it, old man. Stop shouting. Eve suddenly said, annoyed at the suddenly shout, causing he to almost choke on her food. Ha ha ha, yeah Garp, I'm going to rip them from this world. Rei said while he pacified Eve. Ha 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 ha, then you should be careful of the Cypher Paul. While you did kill Kaido, the Cypher Paul have a lot more people with high strengths too. Garp said as he continued eating. Oh hiya? Garp, seems like you hate the world government. Rei said, looking at Garp. I just hate the old bastards abusing their power, ha 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 ha. Garp laughed out. Ha 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 ha, I'll punch one for you. Rei said as he continued to eat. You should also go look for my son. Monkey D. Dragon. He's a revolutionary. He could probably help you out. Garp suggested. Yeah, I will. Right then, Eve, shall we go? Rei said as he and Eve finished their lunch. Sure. Eve said as she stood up. Oigaki, can she protect herself? Garp asked, seeing how Rei planned to bring Eve into the plan. Don't worry Garp, she has every single one of my abilities. And I'll also be there to help her. Rei said, walking out of the place holding Eve's hand. HN, good luck then Gaki. Garp said as he continued to eat. 44, Sword of Time Mirai. Walking out of the shop, Rei asked Eve questions. Hey Eve, you know how I made it for you to have the same abilities as me? Do you think you'll be able to change some of them? I know more abilities that would potentially suit you more than the current ones, so I'm just wondering. REI said as it could improve their versatility in combat, making it so that they could support each other. I think I can recycle most of the abilities to get new ones. Eve said after some thought. Eve, what kind of powers do you like? REI asked. How about beautiful ones? You'll be cool and I'll be beautiful. Eve said with a wide smile. Senbonzakura? The cherry blossoms are very beautiful. REI suggested. Oh, they are beautiful, aren't they? Eve said, thinking about what she can do with Senbonzakura. So shall we keep the unlimited blade works? It's pretty versatile after all. REI said, thinking about overall combat power. I think you can support me with that while I use Senbonzakura, maybe a god-slaying magic? Since you have Devil Slayer, I'll be God Slayer. Eve said with a finger on her chin in deep thoughts. Cute. REI thought, looking at Eve. REI. Eve said, snapping him out of it. How about you keep Haki then? The observation Haki that comes with it is pretty useful even later on. REI said quickly. Oh yeah, that would be good too. So far for me we have Haki, Senbonzakura, and some sort of God Slayer magic. Eve said, thinking about her abilities. Hey, I just had a thought. Are you able to forfeit some of the ability slots for all God Slayer magic? REI asked, thinking about how he had a ability that he falls back onto since it's more versatile, so Eve should have one too to help her adapt to all situations. I think I can. Eve said, unsure. I also have an idea. How about you help me forge your own Zanpakuto as well? It should allow you to have your own passive ability. REI suggested. System, can you do that? REI asked. Eve status change. Age, Immortal. Bloodlines, Origin Demon, Alucard. Combat rank, Mid-Sovereign, Low Sovereign. Body rank. Soul rank, Divine. Willpower, Mid-Sovereign. Skills, 7/7. Haki, 1/7. Senbonzakura, 1/7. All God Slayer magic, 5/7. Passive. N/A. Does host and Eve like to keep these changes? Warning, changes will be permanent. She will not get recycled abilities back. Welp, Eve, are you sure you want to keep these? REI asked to make sure. Yep. I also want to push myself to improve my strength on my path too. Eve said, determined. Confirming choice, done. The moment the change was finished, Eve's body glowed as a katana appeared before her. A rainbow of colors danced around her as each color represented an element that she could use for her God Slayer magic. Scatter Senbonzakura. Eve said quietly as the sword turned pink and scattered into 1,000 petals. Beautiful. Eve whispered, looking at the sakura petal-shaped blades. Yeah, it is. REI marveled at the scene of Eve surrounded with pink sakura petals. Now shall we make your Zanpakuto? REI asked Eve as he watched her retract Senbonzakura. Yeah, let's go. Eve said, dragging REI towards the mountains so that it would be easier to avoid the prying eyes. Now, any intent you have for your Zanpakuto? REI asked as he prepared to forge Eve her weapon. Yep. I want my sword to help you out in battle as much as it could. Eve said with a wide smile. REI smiled at her gently as he became serious. Forge on. REI said as the neon magic circuits drummed to life. Energy started to twist and fuse as it gathered in front of REI. Eve, I want you to focus your intent using your soul force at the sword. REI said as the sword slowly took shape. Focusing her soul force towards the sword, a white string of energy started to thread together with the currently forming blade. The formation of the blade has started to affect the surroundings as the grass grew longer while the trees aged and rotted. Sweat rolled down his forehead, as REI didn't think that creating a Zanpakuto for someone else would be so hard. Eve also had sweat roll down her face as she had to mix her energy with REI's to try create a stable mix as well as imprint the sword into her soul. Just as the sword was about to finish forming, the mixture of energy started to run amok. Shit. Eve, try hold it from blowing up while I finish forming it. REI said as he tried to finish the sword. On it. Eve quickly said as she exerted her soul force to wrap up the sword, keeping it from destabilizing. Form. REI shouted as light erupted towards the sky, creating a beacon. The light cleared as a katana could be seen floating. It had a simple design, a curved pristine blade and a white hilt guard. Information about the sword flowed into the minds of REI and Eve. Sword of Time. REI said as he saw what the ability of the sword was. As the Sword of Time, I shall name you Mirai, future. Eve said as the katana flew into her hands. Sword of Time Mirai. Passive. Increase your speed up to 30%. Decrease enemy speed up to 30%. This sword controls the laws of time. By decreasing the time around you, you move faster. By increasing the time around the enemy, they move slower. Stage 1? Stage 2? Stage 3? Well damn, Eve, your Zanpakuto uses the laws of time. Rei said as he looked at Mirai and Eve's hands. Yet. Eve said smiling as she held her blade. Now then I think we should prepare to attack the world government soon. Eve said as she retracted Mirai into her soul. Yet, after we finish off the world government we can visit Mum back in Boku no Hero world. Rei said as he held Eve's hand walking back to the village. Arriving, they could see Ace and Garp talking in Makina's bar. Yo. Rei said as he walked in. Yo. Rei, so where we off to next? Ace said turning around to Rei and Eve. World government time. Rei said with a wide grin. So it's time. Ace said as he stood up. But his arm was quickly held by Garp. Ace, don't go. Garp said with his eyes shadowed. Gramps? Ace said looking at Garp. You've already died once. Don't make it a second time. Garp said sounding tired. Ace, he's right you know. The world government could be too high of a step for you right now. Rei said after seeing Garp's concern for Ace. But. Ace hesitated. How about this, I will take you to Luffy and you join his crew. Go protect your brother Ace. Rei suggested to Ace. Hey fine I'll go look after Luffy. Ace sighed as he knew that the world government will be too high level for him. Also go to Dressrosa when you get a chance with Luffy. There is a nice surprise for you brothers. Rei said with a mysterious smile. Now then Ace, shall we go to Luffy? Rei asked seeing Garp accept the fact that Ace will be with Luffy keeping him safe. Yet. Ace said while he bid farewell to the village. Holding even a princess carry, Rei traced out Inkiju and latched it around Ace. Wait hold on can't she flyy. Ace shouted as Rei took off flying halfway through his sentence. Ace grabbed on for dear life as he swung around on the chain from all the wind that is blowing into him. 45. Marie Joyce. It didn't take long for the trio to find the Straw Hats ship approaching Punk Hazard. Throwing Ace onto the deck, Rei and Eve soon followed. What the hell Rei? Don't throw me like a rag. Ace shouted as he rubbed his backside. Shrugging, Rei let Eve down as he looked around. The Straw Hat crew was shocked seeing the sudden intrusion of the trio. However Sanji didn't waste time and ran towards Eve and kneeling in front of her. Oh beautiful princess, far more beautiful than Boa Hancock. For what is your name? Sanji said extending his hand. Eve. She said simply. Oh fair and beautiful Eve, would you like to have dinner with me? Sanji tried to court her. Pucci. A tick mark appeared on the head of Rei as he saw Sanji try take his lover out to dinner, in front of him for that matter. Don't worry I got this. Eve said with a quiet voice and a wide grin. One that you could tell she was about to ruin someone's day. Rei silently prayed for Sanji. Eve suddenly transformed her body into the body of Ivanko but with colossal bulging muscles. Ara Candy-chan, are you sure? The Ivanko version of Eve said in his deep rumbling voice. What the fuck? Sanji shouted in feet as he experienced PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, from his time in Okama Island. Sanji quickly ran away as fast as possible, even running into the air. PFT. Ha 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 ha. Eve laughed in her normal voice as she started to turn back into her normal form. Ha 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 ha, eyebrows, you trying to pick up my lover in front of me? Rei asked with a threatening laugh. Sanji started to sweat seeing the most dangerous emperor look at him with killing intent. Ha ha ha, come on Rei, let's go talk to Luffy. We need to get going soon. Eve said back to her normal form. Of course. Now then, Luffy. Rei shouted out as Luffy dropped down from the sails. Yo Ace, Rei, and who are you? Luffy asked. She's Eve and she's my lover. Rei said without shame, which only served to increase the blush that appeared on Eve's cheeks. Luffy, so Ace will be following your crew for a while, me and Eve here go do something dangerous. Is that okay? Rei asked pointing at Ace in the background. Oh. Ha ha ha, defiantly we can go on so many adventures together. Luffy said with a massive smile. Ha ha ha, well then Ace. I'll see you soon. Rei said as he took Eve into a princess carry. Flying off, Rei went to look for Dragon in Baltico, which is the base of the Revolutionary Army. Soon, Rei could see the island in the distance. The island was covered in white soil, tall rock pillars and hardly any speck of green was present on the island. Rei landed on the balcony of the headquarters as people gathered surrounding the two, pointing their weapons at them. Meh, don't be so hostile. We have the same goals after all. Rei said with a mischievous grin. HN, what does the immortal killer want with the Revolutionary Army? Dragon said walking out of the headquarters despite the warnings of the members. Same as you, the destruction of the world government. Rei said as he leaned against the railing. Eve sat on the railing swinging her legs back and forth watching Rei talk with Dragon. Elbows of her knees and hands on her chin, she watched with a smile. Her white hair which held hints of pale blue swayed with the wind as the members of the revolutionary army became mesmerized by her. Oh? And what vendetta does the immortal killer have with the world government to go as far as to want its destruction? Dragon asked, trying to pry out more information. Not much of a vendetta, but rather the people there just annoy me. Rei shrugged truthfully. HN, at least you're truthful. So what do you plan to do? Dragon asked, willing to hear Rei's opinion. Well, I'm not much of a strategist, so I just plan on destroying them fast and simple. Brute force if you would like. Rei admitted. After all, what use is strategy against unstoppable power when it can smash through any plans? Rei asked back. Then how about you take care of the cipher Paul? While we the Revolution Army shall take care of everything else. Dragon suggested. Sure, me and Eve will handle the cipher Pauls. But do you have enough weaponry? If not, we can go to Dressrosa to take their underground supply. Rei said as he wanted to make sure the Sabo meets his brothers. I'll have Sabo, Kaola and Hack make their way there then. Dragon said. Does Sabo have a devil fruit yet? Rei asked. As he wanted Sabo to have the magma fruit of Akainu who he killed in the war. No, he hasn't eaten one yet. Dragon said, shaking his head. Well, Doflamingo has the magma fruit of Akainu. I believe he hasn't given the fruit to anyone to eat just yet. And will probably use it as an attraction of a tournament. Rei said. I believe it should be helpful for Sabo. While he goes to Dressrosa, we can go attack the world government. Rei continued. We shall do just that. Dragon said as he knew about Rei's power. It could be said that it was a lot higher than Whitebeard in his prime. Ha, then I'll get going to Marie Joyce first then. Give them a little surprise. Rei said with an ominous grin that made the temperature drop. Taking Eve into a princess carry, Rei flew off in the direction of Marie Joyce. Ha, Eve, shall we give them a taste of our new powers? Rei asked while flying. He, of course, are you going to use the quake fruit? Eve asked back with a smile. Yab. I'll use the quake fruit as a opening for them. Rei replied as he thought about the next stage of his Zanpakuto. He had seen the stage 2 at around 83% towards unlocking it. Shaking his head, Rei thought about the last fight that he will have in this world. He decided to leave Big Mom for Luffy as it would help him grow. But the person behind Marie Joyce is highly mysterious. Controls everything from the shadows, so it is unsure what his power is truly. Say Eve, do you think whoever gave All for One the World Combat Ranked Core would make his move again? Rei asked as this person was able to manipulate the world laws to allow for the core to be used by All for One. I'm not sure, but we have to be careful in case it takes us off guard. Eve said seriously as she knew whoever could change the world laws had to be above the high tier of Ascendant rank. Which means the person could be divine rank or even a god ranked person like the system god. Yeah, but first let's deal with destroying Marie Joyce. Rei said as they approached Marie Joyce. With the improvement of his body, Rei was able to fly much faster, making traveling easier for him. Rei slowed down as he flew upwards over Marie Joyce. Dispersing 2 of his wings, Rei applied it to Eve, allowing her to stay airborne for a little while. Bringing his right fist behind him and left hand aiming at Marie Joyce, Rei prepared his strike. Dispersing 10 of the remaining 12 wings, Rei changed them to the acceleration circles. Rei had the idea that creating tremors could be attributed the shaking of atoms at a wide scale. So if he increased the speed of the tremors, what would happen? Rei fist was coated with a ominous white as he compressed it to as much as what he could handle right now. At this point, one could even see Rei's arms become fuzzy from the pure speed of the vibrations. 5-layered acceleration, tremor. Rei shouted as he punched downwards. The air cracked as he punched down. The magic circles lit up, signaling that they've been activated. Silence. There were no sound as the silent destruction began. The building started to dissolve into dust. Even the slightest breeze could have blown the building away right now. Rei could see the staff of the world government look in shock as their bodies disintegrated into blood mist which then evaporated. They didn't even have time to scream. The sea started to evaporate as the sheer speed of the tremors caused it to heat up at incredible speeds. This continued unhindered as he then saw lava rise up, slowly reforming a obsidian island which floated up as the sea water filled up the hole once more. Lava continued to spill as the once gorgeous Marie Joyce has now mostly became a obsidian island littered with lava. Now then, should be coming out soon. Rei said to Eve as he prepared for the mastermind behind Marie Joyce to come out. 46, Elders. It didn't take long for the 5 elders to show up. Each one held a sword in their hand as they used Skywalk to step in the air. Hey Rei, can I take care of them? You can save your strength for when he comes out. Eve said as she looked at Rei. Sure, I'll intervene when it gets dangerous for you. Rei said towards Eve as he traced a bow ready to attack when Eve is in danger. Thanks Rei. Eve said happily as she summoned Senbonzakura. Listen to any battle theme. Ha 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 ha, now then you old geezers, feel free to drop dead any moment now K. Eve asked with a smile which brought chills to the elders. Scatter Senbonzakura. Eve said as she dispersed Senbonzakura into tiny pieces. Next, come Sword of Time Mirai. Eve said as her own Zanpakuto appeared in her hands. Separating the petals into 5 sections, each one glowed with a different color. One lit up in flames, one had wind sharpen the edges, one had high pressure water also increasing its sharpness, one had electricity bounce off each of the blades forming a net of electricity, and the last section had a brown sheen to it with no visible changes. Without warning, Eve launched herself towards the 5 elders as she brought her sword down. Surprised at her speed, one elder quickly jumped forward to intercept while the other 4 attacked her from the sides. Sparks flashed as Eve and the elder crossed swords, while the sections of cherry blossoms intercepted the 4 elders. Each elder had to deal with either fire, wind, water, or lightning, while the earth element served increase the gravity each time the elders were hit. While one might not increase by much, having hundreds will defiantly do something. Eve continued to clash blades with the first elder. Each hit with Mirai allowed her to slow down how fast the elder moved by 0.2%. Ha 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 ha. Come on geezer. Eve shouted as she too felt the joy of battle like Rei. Bringing her sword to parry a cut from the elder, Eve slid the sword to the hilt guard of Mirai. Using that as the focal point, Eve twisted her sword, cutting the elder horizontally. Blood splattered everywhere as Mirai easily cut through any defense the elder had on. Bringing her thumb to her face, Eve wiped off a bit of blood which belonged to the elder before she licked it. Her smile grew wider as her eyes started to glow a ominous red. Eve narrowed her eyes at the elder who is clutching his stomach in pain trying to stop the blood. Mirai started to glow with a black flame as Eve used Fire God Slayer magic with it. Ha 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 ha, old geezer, do you know that the flames of a god doesn't burn? No, they disintegrate everything before it can burn. Eve chuckled darkly. She suddenly flashed forward as Mirai cut towards the neck of the elder. The elder tried to dodge but the wound on his stomach prevented this. With no choice he had to try parry the sword. Without resistance, Mirai cut through the sword and the elder's neck easily. Twirling her fingers around, the blood started to dry out from the elder as it gathered into a pill. Eve tilted her head back and stuck out her tongue welcoming the blood pill into her mouth. Gulp. She swallowed the pill in one go as she looked over to the rest of the 4 elders who are struggling to fight off the horde of blades. Wearing a wide bloodthirsty grin, Eve walked over to one of the elders. Swinging down Mirai, Eve tried to bisect the elder in one go. Quickly dodging to the left, the elder dodged Mirai but failed to evade Senbonzakura from this split in concentration, causing him to be turned into a ribbon of blood and flesh. The blood rained down around where the elder had stood, causing Eve to be drenched by blood. Eve stood under the blood rain smiling widely as his scarlet eyes glowed slightly. The scene had painted the feeling of fear inside the 3 elders, while Rei felt Eve was the most beautiful woman right now. Even drenched in blood and surrounded by death, Rei felt like he loved Eve more and more. Every side that she has shown so far he loved. The bloodthirsty, the battle-loving and the mischievous side of her. Everything she does just makes him more infatuated with her. Feeling the danger, the 3 elders nodded towards each other before quickly eating a pill. Which both Rei and Eve recognized as a world combat ranked core. Quickly tracing Kalidborg 2, Rei drew back and shot the sword/arrow towards the elders. One of the elders were hit and exploded into a firework of flying limbs. However, the other 2 elders was able to avoid it quickly and attacked Eve, which caused her left arm to be ripped from her body. Rei saw red. Even though he knew that he and Eve was immortal and can regenerate easily, he didn't want to see her hurt like this no matter what. Eve, come back for a second, okay? Rei said with eerie calmness. While his eyes held cold fury. Eve nodded silently as she regenerated her arm easily. She retracted Mirai and Senbonzakura before she flew towards Rei and stood next to him. Melting ice into water, Rei quickly washed the blood off Eve before using fire to dry her up. This didn't take more than a few seconds as Rei then looked back at the 2 remaining elders. Arg! They suddenly screamed in pain as they didn't even see Rei go past them and rip out both of their left arms. Snapping his fingers, Rei controlled the blood in their bodies to stab, rip and tear through their body from the inside out, slowly causing them to cry out, but no sound came. They just fell writhing in pain. Rei watched them try beg for quick relief as they couldn't take the slow death that Rei had planned out. Boy, why extend their misery? A voice rang out next to Rei which caught him by surprise. Jumping back and landing next to Eve, they looked at the tall figure wearing a tall crown. I'll end this quickly. The figure said as an arm extended out and killed the 2 elders easily. Now then, immortal killer Rei, how shall I deal with you and the lass? The figure spoke as it turned back to the duo. Nothing, since the dead can't affect the living, can they? I am. Rei said as he brought Tima in front of him. I see. I am spoke as suddenly an array of shadowed out arms appeared out of him, ripping his outfit apart. Both Rei and Eve cringed slightly as they saw what happened to him's body. His body couldn't even be called his own, multiple limbs, faces and torsos could be seen slowly breaking out of a small husk of his old body. His most divine has given me unrivaled power at the cost of my mortal shell. You peasants cannot comprehend the power of his most divine. I said, seeing the disgust present in Rei and Eve's eyes. His body finished mutating as over 20 pairs of black crow-like wings exploded out of his newly formed centipede-like body. His body measured up to a length of over 1,000 feet in length. Harboring hundreds of segments on its body, countless limbs could be seen writhing in the gaps. Suddenly, from this colossal body a screeching-like voice could be heard. Kikikikikikik, I have no idea what kind of vendetta you have with his most divine, but he wanted me to kill you with all of my power. Kikikikik, now for the will of his most divine, die for me. 47, I am Part 1. Quick author's note. So some of you guys asked about who is I am, why is Eve so bloodthirsty and why is she good in combat? So the answers are I am is the mastermind behind the world government shown in the manga of One Piece. Eve is bloodthirsty due to the fact that Rei seems to enjoy it, so she want to enjoy it too. She was also influenced by seeing murder and violence every day, so she is numb to it. She isn't good at combat, she just uses her raw power to make up for the lack of experience. Hopefully that clears up some questions and enjoy the chapter. Die for me. I said as limbs shot out from his body towards the duo. Rei's eyes widened as he saw this. Quickly pulling Eve behind him, Rei traced out multiple blades parrying the incoming attacks. Eve, support me from a distance. Rei said quickly as he continued to defend from the attacks. Eve quickly nodded as she used Sky God Slayer magic to keep herself flying. Seeing this, Rei returned all of his wings as he flew towards Im. Scatter Senbonzakura. Eve said as she sent the blades to help cut down the limbs. Trusting his back to Eve, Rei continued toward until he was right next to Im. Timo was coated in a white glow as he swung down, causing a twist of azure and white sword energy to cut into the massive body of Im. Armor wrapped around it as the cut attacked the body. The sword energy cut the armor, but the main body was unharmed. Kikikikikik. Your sword does nothing. Im shouted as he flapped his black wings to fly higher as he charged an attack in its mouth. Shit. Eve. Aim at the mouth. Rei shouted as he traced out Kalidborg II in his bow. Notching the sword on the string, Rei infused the power of shocks onto the sword. While Rei was preparing the shot, Eve had sent Senbonzakura to attack the energy being charged in the mouth. But before it could even hit, a mouth guard wrapped around Im's mouth, protecting it from Senbonzakura, which then only gave it some white scratch marks. Tisk. Eve clicked her tongue in annoyance before she infused Fire God Slayer and Wind God Slayer magic to Senbonzakura. This had increased its sharpness to a whole new level. Eve sent it to attack the mouth once more, this time there were shallow cuts from the blades hitting the guard. Kalidborg. Rei suddenly shouted as he let the sword fly, a streak of white and red trailed behind the sword as it traveled towards the mouth guard. Boom! An explosion occurred at the mouthpiece which caused smoke and dust to cover the effect. Rei readied Timo waiting for Im to counterattack. The dust cleared, showing a broken mouth guard, but the energy was still charging and it was about to be finished. Fuck. Rei cursed at how tough the defense was. Quickly flying over to Eve, Rei set up some defensive measures quickly. 6-layered protection array. Rei said as 12 of his wings dispersed into 6 domes surrounding him and Eve. Just as the dome finished forming, Im shot the blast towards them. Ping! The blast had easily shattered the first layer. Rei frowned seeing how easily it broke through. But he suddenly heard Tengoku speak in his mind. Rei, why clash with brute force? Use its own momentum against it and redirect it. Her voice spoke, which allowed him to gain some insight on how to truly use the protection array. Kaden. Rotation, Rei shouted as the outermost dome started to rotate, causing the blast to lose its main focal point and swerve off into the residence that helped the celestial dragons. Bayonnug. The residence was quickly reduced to ruins as a hole could be seen where the main focus was tunneling deep into the seabed, causing lava to flow. Kikikikik, so you've learned how to block. How cute, ha 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 ha. Im laughed out in mockery. Flapping its wings, Im shot towards the duo. Go Eve, I'll take care of the close combat. Rei said as he dashed towards Im. Nodding quickly, Eve took this chance to use the Bankai form of Senbonzakura. Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Eve said as the number of blade petals multiplied by the dozen. Go! She shouted, sending the blades forward behind Rei so that they can help him. Just as Rei was about to collide with Im, dozens of limbs suddenly shot out from the mouth of Im, catching Rei off guard. However, Rei had observation haki on the entire fight, which had allowed him to react to this sudden change. Twisting Tengoku towards the incoming limbs, Rei cut down everything in front of him while Senbonzakura cut down the limbs from either side of him. Reaching the mouth of Im, Rei swung Tengoku while it was infused with the quake fruit. Tengoku cut down in an arc towards the mouth, which was cut easily as the inside didn't have any armor. Arrgh! Im shouted in pain as it backed off, eyes bloodshot as he stared at the duo who caused such amounts of damage. Die! I shouted as he swung his tail towards Rei. Seeing this, Rei brought his fist behind him and punched outwards quickly. Crack! The air shattered as the quake fruit powers demonstrated itself. But suddenly grinned as his tail separated into individual segments which shot out with limbs to try hold Rei. However, before it could even approach Rei, they were blocked by a tsunami of blades which glowed a brown color. As the segments collided with the blades, their gravity increased several hundreds of times, plunging them towards the ground. Bang! A small earthquake occurred as the segments hit the ground. Craters could be seen where the segments had landed on the now obsidian floor. Thanks, Eve. Rei quickly said as he flew towards once more. Flying upwards, Rei shot towards the wings of hoping to take him out of flight. Rei pushed his haki to the limits as he avoided the limbs being shot towards him. Faster, much faster, clearer, I need to see clearer. Rei though as he continued to exert himself to react better and faster to the incoming limbs. Increasing his flight speed, the limbs slowly started to become a blur for Rei until something snapped in him. His haki had finally broke through the threshold. Knowing this, Rei increased his speed to the maximum as he dodged the incoming limbs with ease. Flowing like a leaf, Rei used the pressure released by the limbs hitting his body to react instantly just before the limbs hit. Flying past the main body, Rei looked at the black crow-like wings flapping to keep from falling. More limbs tried to catch him, but Eve had him covered by using Senbonzakura to cut down on the limbs. Eve, can you increase my time so that I can move faster for a bit? Rei said as he had an idea on how to cut through all the wings. Of course, Mirai. Eve shouted as she used Mirai to increase Rei's time up to 30%. Thanks. Rei said as his body had a faint blue outline. Tracing a dagger to be paired with Tengoku, Rei held the two in front of him. Pick Yaro's buds while you may. Rei said as a slight pink layer of energy started to fuse with the faint blue energy. Let's shuffle the cards, can you keep up with me? Rei said as he crouched down ready to launch off at any moment. Chronos Rose. Rei said as his body disappeared into pink and blue after images. Chronos Rose was an ability that was used by Emiya. It involves the change of the user's time to allow for the acceleration of one's speed beyond current limits. Faded images of Rei could be seen flashing countless times across the back of to the point even couldn't react. At the base of each wing there would be suddenly slices of white before it reappeared in another location. Rei was then seen above the Snapping his fingers, a burst of white sword streaks could be seen at the base of all of the wings. Shouted in pain as all of the damage burst out at once. His titanic body fell towards the ground without the support of his wings. Tracing out a flag, Rei could be seen gathering energy once more. All evil is here. The time for revenge has come. Rei chanted as fire swirled around him, using his Demon Slayer and Alucard flames. The fire started to become a eye-piercing white flame. This is the roar of my soul that has been polished by hatred. The fire started to dance in anticipation, ready to be released. La grandement du haine. Roar of hatred, roar o rage of mine. Rei shouted as he sent the tsunami of white flames towards La grandement du haine was the noble phantasm of Jeanne d'Arc altar which allows for the user to cover a wide area in flames and stakes, which was great as a anti-army noble phantasm. The white flames burned him's body as they congulated into multiple focus points. These focus points exploded into pillars of white flame that pierced the body of causing him to scream, but no sound came out. As was on fire, colossal ominous stakes could be seen suddenly shooting out of the ground. Each stake was decorated with edges that was made for the purpose of being hard to remove from the body. Pierce! Rei shouted as the stakes stabbed through the body of holding it up in the sky. As the flames died down, they could see the heavily wounded body of with holes where the flames had exploded and stakes pierces all over his body. Eve flew next to Rei as she said. Is it over? Rei looked at her as his mouth hung open. Did she just raise a flag? Rei though in slight worry as he knew what would come next. Uaaaaaaaaarrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Rei shouted in his mind as he went on guard, seeing the body of Im writhe around in abnormal ways. The body then split in middle, revealing the shadow of a person. 14 pairs of black wings shot out of the body as its voice rang out. Ha 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 ha, I thank you for helping me finish my metamorphosis. 48, I am part 2. Ha 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 ha, thank you for helping me finish my metamorphosis. I am said ominously as he walked out of the dust. His body but pure darkness with only a pair of glowing eyes. Ha 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 ha, as thanks, I shall grant you a quick death, after torture that is. I am spoke as he reappeared next to Rei, grabbing him by the neck and throwing him down. Eve couldn't react to the sudden appearance of Im and similarly got grabbed by the neck and flung downwards. Bonk. Bog. 2 collisions could be heard as Rei and Eve was seen laying down in the craters formed by the impact. URG, Eve. You okay? REI asked as he felt his body strained and damaged. REI's body slowly started to regenerate but couldn't replenish the fatigue he felt. Yet. Eve replied weakly. Try talk to your Zanpakuto, I'll hold him off for a bit. Right now it would help to get your time abilities. REI said as he stood up. Nodding as a response, Eve sat down and crossed her legs holding Mirai in front of her. True 8 inner gates, 8th gate open. REI said as a furious red aura exploded from him. The true 8 inner gates makes it so that REI gains an incredible boost in his physical form pushing him to the boundary of reaching the 3rd highest rank. Ascendant. Rushing towards IM, REI swung down Tima towards IM. Easily seeing through the attack, IM moved his body slightly to the left avoiding the cut while giving REI a hard punch to the gut. Ha 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 ha, while you may have increased your physical status, do you think I haven't done the same? IM said while giving REI a barrage of punches. Using Haki, REI used the side of Tima to flick off every punch that had attacked him. Bringing the pommel of Tima towards one of Im's punches, REI used the back of his hand to push off the punch allowing him to swing Tima at IM. Backing off after the hit, REI watched as the cut was regenerated easily. IM looked down at the wound before back up at REI with an ominous glint in his eyes. Similar to Senbonzakura, IM dispersed 12 of his wings using the feathers as blades sending them towards REI. One layered protection array, rotation. REI shouted as the barrier diverted the feathers away. IM suddenly grabbed REI by the shoulder and threw him forwards. REI was shocked as he didn't know how IM was able to enter the barrier without breaking it. Stabilizing himself. REI traced out Inkiju and threw it towards IM. Feeling the threat of Inkiju, IM created a purple orb before throwing it towards Inkiju easily eradicating it. Tisk. I'll show you the true essence of the 5 rings. REI chanted as he flew towards IM continuing to fight without pause. Extending the handle of Tima, REI made it a makeshift spear-sword combination. Piercing Tima towards IM, REI also used this moment to make an ice javelin form and attack from the side of IM. Dodging the spear sword, IM swiped left with his hand destroying the ice javelin. I place my trust in the Tenjin of the Tenma Shrine. REI continued as streaks of red energy increased. Transforming Tima once more, REI swung the now transformed greatsword version of Tima towards IM. The movement flowed like water in the stream causing IM to have not choice but to try block since he was in range of the greatsword. The darkness of Im's body twisted into a shield as it blocked the greatsword causing sparks to flash. Deity of absolute freedom. Neo Kurikara, Shoutenchao. REI continued to chant as the red energy started to increase in volume slowly forming a illusory figure of a man with a toned muscular body, 4 arms, and 4 swords. Let's go Blade Masters draw, Ishina Daitenchao. REI said as he jumped away from IM finishing his chant. 6 realms 5 planes the divine figure of Kurikara. REI shouted as he used the noble phantasm of Miyamoto Musashi. A rainbow of energy spiraled upwards giving the illusory figure life. With the eye-shattering bellow the giant roared. A sword was held in each of the 4 hands. Red cloth draped around the giant as it readied the 4 swords. Flying towards IM, REI controlled the giant utilizing the 4 swords. The first sword swung down at incredible speeds causing IM to quickly dodge to the left. But what greeted IM was another sword that glowed with an ominous red energy. Each of the 4 blades flowed without flaw as REI had gained knowledge on the noble phantasm when he traced it. Using Haki as a support, REI tried to corner IM while charging up the sword energy of the noble phantasm on Tima for the final strike. Seeing the chance that IM had to block all 4 attacks, REI gave a wide horizontal sweep of Tima causing the rainbow sword energy to fly towards IM causing an explosion of light which caused REI to shield his eyes from the light. As the light died down, REI could see the sky parted by the energy causing no clouds to be visible. Looking towards IM, REI could see that IM was missing his lower body as his wings flapped keeping him flying. Not giving REI the chance to enjoy the damage he caused, IM regenerated his lower body in a matter of moments. REI could only helplessly watch as he couldn't move his body for a small moment after using 6 realms 5 planes. Ha 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 ha, you had me worried then. I don't know where you keep pulling these powers from, but it doesn't matter anymore. IM said as he flashed towards REI, suddenly appearing in front of him with a palm on the head. His most divine has told me to seal you if I can't kill you. I'll do just that. IM said with an insane smile that stretched from one side of the face to another. She. REI said as he tried to back off but black chains had already wrapped around his body as IM absorbed REI slowly into his body. Ha 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 ha, with this I will gain all of your power. IM said in insane delight. Get you filthy hands off my lover you piece of shit. A voice suddenly called out. IM looked up to see Eve standing there with fury raging in her eyes. Bang Kai. She shouted as the fabric of reality started to distort around her body. Lighting could be seen smashing down around the area as a white energy shot upwards through the sky. Iin o Mamoru. Talk hold of eternity. Mirai. She shouted as her form was revealed. Donned in some light armor and cloths floating around her, imagine a Daijin equip, the armor covered her lower body at the waist while a light blue skirt covered her legs, a sleeveless dress covered her upper body, in her hands was Mirai but the blade has become a clear material making the blade seem ghostly. A semi-transparent sphere suddenly expanded with her at the center covering over 1 kilometer radius around the area. With this I can control the time of the area of person in my domain. Eve explained. Gyaku, reverse, dot. She said as she snapped her fingers. Time could be seen reversing as Rei was then expelled from him's body and the black chains disappeared. Seeing what just occurred, Rei quickly jumped backwards landing next to Eve. Seems like your Bankai is just what I needed Eve, thanks. Rei said as he realized without Eve, he would have been sealed forever. While he couldn't die, being sealed would have been worse than death. No problem, I took a bit longer since Mirai wanted me to actually gain some proficiency in controlling time before telling me her Bankai. But goddamn it took me 3 years in there to gain enough control for her to let me go. Eve said revealing the fact that she just spent 3 years with her Zanpakuto. What? 3 years? Rei said shocked, while he had been fighting for a little while Eve had been training for 3 years without contact except for her Zanpakuto. Yep, but to me it was worth it since I was able to save you. Eve said with a happy smile looking at Rei. Well then, let's go for round 2 but this time as a duo. Rei said as he readied Tima. Eve smiled while she readied Mirai in her hands. 49. IM Finale. Charging towards IM, Rei and Eve moved in a zigzag motion. Swiping Tima diagonally, Rei forced IM in front of Eve who then stabbed Mirai towards him's chest. Moving his fingers towards the path of Mirai, IM easily blocked it. Humph, you may have taken me off guard with your little trick, don't think I can't see that you can't use it again anytime soon. IM said as he gripped his hand towards Eve's wrist. Seeing this, Rei quickly twisted Tima towards IM. Tilting his head to avoid Tima, IM swung Eve towards Rei causing them both to be pushed backwards. Stabilizing himself and Eve quickly, Rei asked. Eve, what's the limit of your Bankai? I can control time in my domain once a day, I can control the time/age of a person inside my domain. The change depends on the difference in string, I can also increase/decrease the time/speed of a person up to a maximum of 50%. Eve said quickly and quietly so that only Rei could hear her. Okay, got it. If you can, try decrease him's time to make him slower while increasing mine to make me faster. Rei said as he turned Tima into a spear. Nodding, Eve clasped her hands together as a faint blue aura shone on Rei while a red one appeared on IM. Using this as confirmation, Rei launched towards IM stabbing Tima towards his foot. Taking a step back, IM avoided the spear only for Rei to use it as a pivot giving IM a devastating roundhouse kick which sent him skidding backwards. Not giving IM time to rest, Rei threw the spear towards IM. Bending backwards IM dodged the spear, Rei then used the newly increased speed to flash near the spear bringing it down cutting IM in half. The dark flash started to stretch out to each other stitching the two halves back together. Rei frowned seeing this and retreated quickly. Just as Rei had retreated, multiple black chains had shot out once more trying to seal him. Turning 10 wings into 10 swords. Rei connected Inkiju to the pommel of the swords and controlled them to try bind IM. The swords flashed towards IM who had his wings turn into elongated arms which took hold of the swords and swung them back at Rei. Dispersing the swords back into wings, Rei saw several rows of pink blades hitting IM which didn't cause any marks. IM suddenly kneeled as each of the blades had increased his gravity slightly and several thousands had just hit him. Seeing the opportunity, Rei brought Tima ready for a horizontal swing as a white energy covered the blade. Turning 12 of his wings into magic circles, Rei swung Tima forwards. 6-layered acceleration, decimate. Rei shouted as the shock-powered sword energy hit IM. His body started to break into particles but his healing started to balance out the loss. Tisk, how the fuck am I supposed to kill him? Rei said as he saw IM regenerate his attacks. He now regretted not having any methods to fight against immortals. While Inkiju could retrain gods, IM wasn't a god/divine entity. But rather he just had ridiculous regeneration. The other noble phantasms won't be able to hurt him either since Rei was lacking the last something to allow for their abilities to truly shine. Rei continued to struggle on how to defeat the regeneration. Swinging Tima continuously, Rei worked his mind while he fended himself. Stage 2% reached 100. Activation can be started at any moment. The system suddenly displayed itself in Rei's mind. Rei. Go. I'll hold him back. Eve shouted as she too saw the notice. Sending waves of blades, Eve tried to restrain IM while Rei unlocked stage 2. Rei looked at Eve with worry. Trust me. She shouted as he compressed the domain around IM slowing down the time as much as she could. Stop wasting time and go. Eve shouted as strain was visible. Reluctance could be seen on Rei's face as he landed on the ground undoing Bankai and holding Kyoki and Tengoku in his hands. Opening his eyes once more, Rei could see an endless landscape of white. Two people suddenly walked out of a ripple in the air. Looking over, Rei could see Kyoki and Tengoku. But this time Kyoki has a pair of daggers instead. Kyoki, Tengoku. Rei said towards the duo. Rei, to gain stage 2 you will need to pass the 2 trials. Tengoku is the spiritual trial while I am the physical trial. Kyoki said twirling his daggers. If you had only created one weapon it would be one trial you know, but the powers would be divided. By creating 2, you allowed us to specialize in an area of combat. So the trials are a lot harder. Kyoki warned Rei. Nodding in understanding, Rei looked at Kyoki before speaking. I'll go for the physical trial first then. Rei said as he traced a sword to prepare. Tengoku stepped backwards giving the 2 some room. Ha ha ha, so I'm first, well then listen well. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadow. Crescent moon shine, smile in slaughter. Shojun, ascend, Gecko Karatoriki, moonlit reaper. Kyoki said as his domain spread out around him. A moon could be seen hanging above the domain as black mist could be seen spreading out into the domain. Now then Rei, remember to understand my concept and domain. Kyoki said as he dissipated into mist. Rei suddenly felt a disturbance in the air as he twisted his body to intercept. Arg! Rei suddenly felt the dagger slice his back, turning around quickly he couldn't see Kyoki who attacked him. Feeling a disturbance once more, Rei tried to dodge the attack. Looking back up there were no one there but Rei felt a cut at his calves. Rei's brain worked quickly as he tried to figure out what was the cause as soon as possible before he dies. Listen well. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadow. Crescent moon shine, smile in slaughter. There must be a clue if he said listen well. Rei though as he continued to avoid the hits to no avail. Looking down he saw his wounds pile up behind his legs but the front of his body was fine. Wait. Why am I never getting hit in front of me? Rei thought. Kyoki watched as Rei slowly started to piece things together, he held back as to not kill him instantly. Letting him comprehend the clues he left. Listen well. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadows. Blend in shadows, shadows. Rei though as he watched what happens to his shadow when he is attacked. Every time he is attacked behind him, the shadow was never in front of him. Looking up he could see the moon moving to make sure his shadow is behind him. Understanding what happened, Rei quickly brought his sword behind him to try block the next attack. But Kyoki suddenly appeared in front of him with a dagger to his neck. Good job in working this out so fast. But unfortunately my domain isn't shadow. I use it to throw my enemies off from the truth. I made you sure of your theory before I revealed the truth. Can you tell what it is? Kyoki asked looking at Rei. Yeah, space, your domain is space. You used the shadow and moon in the chant and domain as distraction so that the enemy leaves their guard open once they think it's shadow. Tricky bastard. Rei said as he untraced his sword in defeat. It's how you stay alive, bluffs work wonders in fights you know. The domain isn't entirely a bluff either, it allows me to see weaknesses of things easier. Kyoki said retracting his domain. Go do Tengoku's trial. We'll help you comprehend the concept of space after it. Kyoki said pointing at Tengoku. Now then Rei, are you ready? Tengoku asked as she walked over. Yeah. Rei replied as Kyoki stood back. Mine is a lot easier since it is more self-explanatory. Kneel in awe, weakness revealed. Power taken, mortal shell unveiled. Shojun, ascend, Tengoku no Fon, seal of heaven. Tengoku said as her domain spread outwards. Within the domain, Rei could see faint golden seals everywhere. Let me guess, your concept is seals. Rei said stating the obvious. Yes, but this allows you to seal a person's power. The stronger your soul and will, the more you seal. The seal strength is also determined by difference in strength. Tengoku explained as she retracted her domain. The two domains work wonders together. Kyoki cut in. Now the best way to experience the concept is to feel it. Kyoki suddenly opened a space ripple underneath Rei causing him to fall into the empty space. Shouldn't you tell him that time doesn't pass in there so he can spend more time to comprehend it? Tengoku said looking at Kyoki. This should give him more drive to comprehend the concept of space. Kyoki said as he waited for Rei to come out of the independent space. Rei didn't know how long had passed as he fell into the space. Time seems to be non-existent as he floated in the space. Sending his haki outwards, Rei tried to find the boundary but couldn't find it. He started to get anxious as he wanted to go help Eve. He had to quickly comprehend space. Calming himself, Rei used all of his knowledge to perceive space. Every second could be used to further understand space. Time passed in years as Rei continued to experience the concept of space. The Quake Fruit allows me to transfer the shocks through space. Unlimited Blade Works transports the noble phantasms from my inner space outwards. REI continued to think as his understanding of space deepened. REI soon felt like the space was like a grid, he could reach out and open a connection from one side to another. He could go back right now if he wanted to, but he stopped. Through his understanding, he knew that time didn't move in this space, and that his understanding wasn't deep enough to be used in combat. Centuries passed as REI understood deeper into the concept of space. Diving deeper, REI started to touch on the threshold between concept and law. But REI didn't notice as he continued to discover more on space as his delved deeper. Millennials passed as REI understood the law of space. Satisfied with his understanding, REI stood up, causing his bones to crack as he stayed still without moving. Snapping his fingers, he appeared beside Kyoki and Tengoku without them noticing. "What's next?" REI said, startling the duo as he jumped into combat stances instantly. Seeing that it's REI, they calmed down. "Damn, you only needed to comprehend concept, but it seems like you've went and comprehended the law." Kyoki marveled at REI's achievement. "Of course, why would I waste an opportunity like this where time doesn't pass?" REI said as he looked towards Tengoku. "Did you know that you have spent around 7,300 years in there?" Kyoki reminded REI. "Doesn't matter, no time passed here after all." REI stated as he prepared to comprehend the concept of seals. "The concept of seals isn't a lengthy process. I'll transfer my knowledge, and the more you use, the further comprehension you should get." Tengoku said as she tapped his forehead, giving him the knowledge. "Now then, REI, I think you waited long enough to go help Eve." Tengoku said as REI gained the concept of seals. Nodding, REI exited the area on his own and back into the real world. Say Tengoku, he really is a monster. He actually calmed himself for over 100,000 years to comprehend the law. Kyoki suddenly said, revealing the truth. He was only meant to comprehend as far as concept, but using his understanding he had modified the space unconsciously to hold him longer till he understood the law of space. Kyoki continued as he never imagined REI to be this talented in the understanding of space. REI arrived back into his own body as he looked up and saw Iam break out and grab Eve by the neck, about to seal her. Using space laws, REI instantly appeared next to Iam and hit him faster than he could react. Catching Eve, REI looked at her with a longing look before saying, "Did I make you wait for too long?" "Ha ha ha, nope, just in time," she said as she smiled at him. "Let me take care of him first before we talk, okay?" REI said as he let her down. Using space laws, REI doesn't need the wings to help him fly anymore. "Unveil my dagger, blend in shadows. Crescent moon shines, smile in slaughter. Shojun, Gecko Karatora Ki," REI said as the domain spread out. Two black daggers appeared in REI's hand as he could see a faint red dot moving around him's body constantly. Is that why he doesn't die? REI thought. Kneel in awe, weakness revealed. Power taken, mortal shell unveiled. Shojun, Tengoku no Fon. REI said as he stacked his second domain onto his first domain. Speed seal, regeneration seal. REI applied two seals onto him's body. Sweat could be seen on REI's face as keeping up two domains were extremely stressful for him. "I think we've let you live long enough now," REI said as he appeared out of the shadow of Iam. Using the speed seal to slow Im's reaction and the regeneration seal to slow the healing, REI ripped out a portion of Im's body which held the red dot before using the dagger to pierce the core, causing Iam to suddenly spasm in pain. "Don't get cocky, his most divine can kill you with a snap of his finger," Iam said as his body broke into pieces which further disintegrated. "Humph, he better wipe his neck clean for me then," REI said as he retracted the two domains. He suddenly lost footing as he fell towards the earth. The strain of comprehending law was more than I thought, REI thought before passing out. 50, the Trillion Bounty Emperor. URG. REI woke up in fatigue. "Where am I?" REI said as he looked around him. He could see that he was in a room on a ship. Looking back down, REI could see Eve laying on his chest sleeping. REI looked at her while she slept. He had missed her dearly in the time he spent to comprehend the law of space. More than 100,000 years to be exact. He looked at the woman laying on his chest. Her white hair with hints of blue that went down to her thighs. Her cherry lips and her breasts that pressed on his chest. REI's eyes widened as he saw her cleavage showing as she slept. 100,000 years without seeing her, REI's longing for her had multiplied by many folds. Tilting his head back, REI forced his eyes away from the breasts and attempted to stop a nosebleed. REI tried to halt his Lucy. However, his body had other thoughts as his junior stood as strong as it could, poking Eve on the stomach. "Oh fuck," REI thought as he saw Eve's eyelid flutter as she woke up. "REI?" she asked, half awake. Suddenly feeling something poke her stomach, she looked down. Seeing REI's junior standing proud, Eve blushed hard as she became fully awake. I'll go cool down for a second. Rei said awkwardly as he prepared to stand up. Stopping Rei from standing up, Eve looked at him with a blush before saying. How long did you take to comprehend the law of space? She asked, wanting to know how long her lover was left alone to understand the law. Don't worry Eve, it didn't take long. Rei said, sitting back down. Don't lie, Mirai told me comprehending law takes thousands of times longer than concept. The minimum time needed to comprehend is around 150,000 years. Eve said, pushing to the truth. Sigh. Around 130,000 years is what I counted up to. Rei said with a sigh. 130,000 years. Eve said, eyes wide. 3 years away from Rei felt unbearable for her, never mind 130,000 years. Making up her decision, Eve pushed Rei down onto the bed. Eve. Rei said, shocked. What are why? Hush, let me reward you for your patience. Eve said, face blushing madly. Wait, wouldn't the system god see? Rei said as he didn't want to guilt trip Eve into this. So what, you spent 130,000 years alone? I think that's long enough. Eve said with a determined look while her face couldn't become more red. System god, if you can hear me. I'm sorry, your daughter is too good. I didn't cultivate the law of monks, so my lust is still present. I can't be called a man if I reject such an advance. So if you see me, please don't kill me. And also, don't peek. Please. Rei prayed sincerely as he couldn't hold back anymore. Number. Waking up refreshed, Rei looked at the still nude Eve besides him. His junior called out once more. Enough is enough, I'm not a sex addict. Rei thought, shaking his head as he covered Eve with the bed covers. He dressed himself up as Eve woke up. Morning Eve. Rei said as he got her dress for her. Morning Rei. Eve said, blushing from the act last night. Exerting impressive willpower, Rei stopped his crotch from erecting while looking at a nude blushing Eve. Here you dress. Rei said with his face slightly flushed. Eve said quietly, taking the dress. You dress up, I'll go check the situation. Rei said as he spared Eve from more embarrassment. Walking out of the room, Rei closed the door firmly as he walked out to the deck. Looking around, he could see Dragon looking out into the sea. You're up. Dragon said simply as he turned around looking at Rei. Yeah, so what's the situation like right now? Rei asked, curious about the effect of destroying the world government. What do you expect? Everything is in chaos. Dragon said, showing him the newspaper. Rei read about how people and pirates have become more lawless, while marines had tried to calm the situation down. He saw pictures of the giant monster form of Im and him using noble phantasms to attack it. Turning the page, Rei saw his newest poster. Of Void. See Emperor Rei. Bounty, 1 trillion. Do not engage at all. Whistling, Rei marveled at the fact that his wanted poster became an avoid poster. You know what the people call you now? The Trillion Bounty Emperor, the king above GOL.D Roger. Dragon said, looking at Rei. Ha 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 ha, Trillion Bounty Emperor? I like it. Rei said with a smile.